Calling this meeting of the Sacramento City Unified School District back to order. Item 4.0, the call back to order, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance 4.1, which will be led this evening by Superintendent Aguilar.
Thank you. Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
indivisible, with
liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Moving on to item 4.2, our broadcast statement, which will be read this evening by Board Member Shake.
Thank you, President Ryan. This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded in its entirety and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast Consolidated Communications and AT&T Uverse. Today's meeting will air Monday, December 14th at noon and Monday, December 21st at noon, and also webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. The public has been given the opportunity to address the board through public comment, either by submitting comments which are posted on our website or by speaking during the meeting. Members of the public were also provided the opportunity to speak to the board during the meeting. Members of the public who wish to speak during the meeting submitted a speaker form by noon today and were sent a link to participate. When it is your turn to provide comment, we will call on you to provide comment orally. Your video will not be on. Please always limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is on the agenda, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up on the agenda.
Thank you so much, Board Member Shake. Moving on to item 5.0, announcement of action taken in closed session.
Yes, Madam President, I have one announcement followed by your announcement. My announcement is regarding a settlement agreement in a special education matter identified as OEH case number 2020-080529. By a unanimous 7-0 vote, the board approved this settlement agreement regarding this special education matter. I will now defer to you, Madam President, regarding your announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Behrens. We also had the superintendent's evaluation. I am pleased to announce that the board, in a vote of 5-2, moved forward with a positive evaluation, with board members Garcia and board members Vang voting no on the positive evaluation. This approved positive evaluation for the superintendent for the 2019-2020 school year will mean the extension of the superintendent's employment agreement through June 30th, 2024, per the evergreen clause that the board unanimously voted on last year.
Thank you. President Ryan, if I can just say a few words.
Please, Superintendent, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Thank you, and I certainly want to thank the board for expressing its confidence in me through this positive evaluation, which, as you mentioned, extends my term through June 30th of 2024. I do want to just mention and let the board know that at this time, I will be deferring my salary increase that is provided in my employment agreement as a result of this positive evaluation. And I do want to also acknowledge and thank our labor partner, United Professional Educators, UPE, for sharing and requesting that I join them in taking a 2% salary reduction consistent with their proposal to, quote, take the lead and consider the state auditor's recommendations of 2% across the board salary reduction if all bargaining units agree to sign on the dotted line, end quote. At this time, I too would make this commitment, as we all need to pitch in and do our part and lead by example in order to tackle the district's urgent budget crisis, which we will talk about later today during several presentations, actually. Again, thank you to the board for your positive evaluation.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. I think we all acknowledged as a board that this is one of the most extraordinarily difficult superintendencies in the state, made more so by the COVID pandemic, alongside the financial challenges that we are trying to navigate that will be the basis of much of this evening's conversation. Do we have any other board member comments? I know that we have our board evaluation committee before moving on to the next item. Hearing none, we are moving on.
Member Pritchett has a comment.
Oh, Board Member Pritchett.
Thank you, student member Shake. I appreciate that. I just wanted to say thank you to the evaluation committee for all your hard work. We worked really well together, and I want to express my gratitude to the superintendent and staff for all the very hard work that has taken place over this last year. Reminder, we're in the middle of a pandemic. We closed schools. This has got to be the hardest year that has endured in probably history of Sac City Unified. And I just want to acknowledge the work that you've done and how you and the staff have navigated through this very difficult time and have done a phenomenal job of representing our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Pritchett. Moving on to our next item, 6.0 agenda adoption. Do we have a motion?
I'll move it.
We
I'll
have a
second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion
Um,
carries.
Madam President, I don't know if you wanted to switch 10.0 communications with 9.0.
No, we are going to move forward with the communications and organizational reports following the meat of the financial conversation.
Thank you.
So we have a motion, a second, and the vote has carried on the adoption of our agenda. Item 7.0 special presentation, resolution number 3177, authorizing district participation in the California School Financial Authority State Aid Intercept. This evening we will be hearing from Rose Ramos on this item.
Good evening, President Ryan. Thank you. And good evening, board members and members of the public. This is the brief presentation on a short-term borrowing option for the district. If you could advance to the next slide, please. Thank you. Also referred to as a TRAN. It is the tax and revenue anticipation note. As stated, it's a short-term borrowing instrument that's used to address temporary cash flow needs that districts do experience from time to time. And it is repaid with tax proceeds within 13 months of this TRAN being issued. And it's commonly used to mitigate those dry periods that happen when districts are waiting for their tax revenues or tax proceeds that come in about twice a year. And so this is used to kind of bridge that gap between that. Sometimes districts do have the ability to not have to borrow a TRAN when they have cash reserves that are sufficient enough to go ahead and not need those access to the tax revenues immediately, or they have funds and other accounts that they can borrow from. But in our case, that's not necessarily the case. As you all know, that our cash flow needs are quite limited. And so this TRAN will be an option for the district. Next slide, please. So as you all know, that the California School Finance Authority has put together a pooled TRAN that school districts in California, including community colleges and county offices of education, can participate in. And the advantage of doing so is that this particular TRAN is offered at a lower tax exempt interest rate because of all the pooling that goes into this particular TRAN. We have many districts that are participating, community colleges and county offices of education, in addition to the state's own credit rating that we get to take advantage of. So of course, the higher the credit rating, the better the interest rate. And additionally, this TRAN will cost the district a lot less in terms of issuing costs, the borrowing costs, because it is pooled with other districts. By combining them all, it does limit the transactions. And so this transaction does achieve an economy of scale, and we get the advantage of the lower interest cost, the lower issuance cost. And then the oversight is provided by the state treasurer's office, which is another advantage. And again, because this is a pooled and it's a pre-planned TRAN, it's not one that we would have done on our own where we could issue the TRAN at any time that suited our needs. There's 4 periods or 3 periods when these issuance will be provided for. The first one is November, which just passed. The second is February, and then finally April and May for this fiscal year. And the district is going to participate in the April-May issuance, assuming that this does get approved and it does get processed. And as you know, because as you read our first interim financial report, under the cash flow section, you'll see that our cash flow challenges do start right around May of 21. Next slide, please. So the district's request is for an amount not to exceed $96 million. That was arrived at the district's total projected deferrals for the fiscal year 2021. The district's actual TRAN will be sized depending on the actual and projected cash flow activity. There's a lot of calculation that goes into it. We have been working with the agency to submit documentation and our financial reports that they will be reviewing and assisting us in actually sizing the TRAN. But just as a holding or as a starting point, we are requesting that the TRAN be approved at a not to exceed amount of $96 million, knowing that that amount will be different once the TRAN is actually sized. Next slide, please. And so these are some major dates that the board and the public should be aware of. The first date is December 4th. It just passed, and that was when our cash flow reports and a ratings questionnaire was due to the agency, and that we completed on November 30th. Our next major date is that we have to submit our adopted TRAN resolution and all the supporting documentations by January 15th, and it's on the board agenda this evening for approval. And then after that, the third date is the week of February 22nd, when the credit ratings will be received. And then finally in March 8th, pricing for the TRAN. And then right around late to mid-March, we can expect closing and delivery of those TRAN proceeds. And of course, with each milestone, we will keep the board posted on the information as it's progressing and any updates to the TRAN size and then the credit ratings, of course. So that's basically the major dates, and our district's cash flow needs are based on, the current ones are based on the first interim. As our reports show, we have positive cash balances through April of 2021. We have an extra 0 there, sorry for that. Our projected cash flow challenges start May 2021, and the TRAN will mitigate this temporary cash deficit, and the district will repay this TRAN with tax proceeds within the 13 months of issuance. And the next one is just a chart. You've seen this before of our projected cash flow for this year. Lots of negatives there. And our last slide is just the conclusion. We are just requesting that the district board adopt that resolution 3177 to authorize our participation in the CSFA TRAN note. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. We're going to take questions. Actually, do we have any public comment on this item?
President Ryan, Ann stepped out for the moment.
Okay. And do we know if we have any public comment on this item?
President Ryan, there are no public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. So hearing no public comments on this item, I'm going to go ahead and take board member questions and comments for Ms. Ramos. Board Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Ramos. Thanks for the explanation as to how the pool works. I was concerned about the district's fiscal status and then what that might do to an interest loan. So I'm glad to hear that it doesn't necessarily have an impact. I did have a question about the status of the exemption to the deferral. So I'm just wondering if we've heard whether or not the district will be granted that exemption to the deferrals.
We've not heard back, Member Garcia. We're still waiting for that. And that's certainly another option. I forgot to mention that in the presentation that, if that comes through, then obviously we won't have a need for this, possibly depending on the amount, if we get that approved.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any other board member comments or questions? Board Member Morowski.
Thank you. And thank you, Rose. Just to follow up on that question, I'm just wondering if you can address the timing of us signing up for and the issuance of these trans with respect to if the state makes different decisions to eliminate the deferrals. Like at what point can we say, or if we get an exemption, at what point can we say we want to back out of the TRAN, or are we signed up once we say yes and do it in January?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know the specific date, like our cutoff date. Let me find that out and get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board member comments or questions on this item? Board Member Pritchett.
I'll move this item.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a second on this item?
Second. I'll second it.
Student preferential vote.
Aye.
Board members, if I can see a show of hand for all those in favor. Okay, it looks like the motion carries unanimously. Item 7.2, the resolution on resolution number 3174, excused absences for mental health reasons for students, which will be presented this evening by Board Member Shake.
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and fellow members of the board. Before I get into my slides detailing the resolution this week, I wanted to talk about something that really affected me over the past week. Not too far from our district in Lodi, an 11-year-old was in his distance learning virtual class. His camera and mic were off, just like many of our students are on a daily basis in this district. His sister was in the next room in their house, also in a Zoom class. She heard a gunshot. When she went to check in on her brother, she found him with a self-inflicted wound, which he later succumbed to in the hospital. I have an 11-year-old brother who partakes in Zoom classes in the next room over every single day. So I can't stress enough how devastating these headlines are. In this state, we've had 2 children die from the coronavirus this entire year, under 18. And we talk about the pandemic day and night. As far as I know, we don't even have a statewide number for the number of suicides, but we've definitely seen more tragic headlines than I cared to compile for this report. And so this isn't to say that the virus isn't dangerous or that we shouldn't talk about it. It is, and we should. But something else is occurring, and we're not talking enough about it. This resolution isn't going to solve the problem, but I think it's a step in the right direction as we tackle the unconscionable level of suicides among youth in this state and this district, and the infinitesimally larger number of students struggling with mental health on a daily basis. With that, let's get into the policy in my first slide. So mental health days are a increasingly widespread practice that grant excused absences to students for mental health issues. State legislatures have passed laws like these in Utah and Oregon, and efforts like my own are underway in school districts across the state, from Alameda to Conejo Valley, and other ones. Next slide. Existing attendance policy is almost entirely based on our ED code, which is California Education Code 48205, which states that a pupil shall be excused from school when the absence is, number one, due to a pupil's illness, and then there's a number of others, but this is what's relevant here. And our board policy echoes that, saying that absence from school shall be excused only for health reasons, family emergencies, and justifiable personal reasons as permitted by law. Board policy administration regulations. And so health here is the first reason listed in both places. Next slide. So traditionally, we've treated health as strictly a physical condition, definitely at the time that this education code and board policy were written. But I sincerely believe that that's outdated now. The 2008 Federal Mental Health Parity and Addiction Equality Act put care and treatment of mental health and substance use disorders on equal footing, or parity, with physical health care. And this is a growing issue. California Healthy Kids Survey of SUSD students indicated that on average, 1 in 5 students has considered suicide in the past 12 months. In order to destigmatize mental health, it's absolutely essential to treat it, both of these forms of health as on par. Next slide. And so this resolution is pretty simple. It directs the superintendent to create a board policy that clarifies the definition of health reasons in the context of board policy 5113 to include mental health. When and if we pass this resolution in a moment, it will direct the superintendent to come back to this body on February 4th, 2021, at which point we'll consent to a new board policy that clarifies this. And with that, actually really quickly before I hand it over to public comment and board comments, I did want to thank the superintendent for his support and assistance. I think I brought this up back in October and it's been a while, but he's had a lot of guidance. Member Minnick, I texted as soon as this idea popped into my head and I had no idea what to do, and his guidance was also super helpful. And our student support director, Victoria Flores, she turned my draft into a resolution. And I'm really thankful for all that. And with that, we'll hand it over to the next step.
We have public comment on this item.
Yes, there are 15 written public comments on this item.
Okay. And we're going to take 1 minute of public comment on each of the written items to max out the 15 minutes.
Okay. The first comment is from Emily Cruffoot and says, I am expressing my support for resolution number 3174. Beyond the proven direct connectivity between mental and physical health, it is absurd to expect students to arrive at school prepared to learn in the midst of mental health challenges. While each individual experiences these challenges differently, they can often make it difficult to focus, retain information, and fully participate in the learning environment. So although students may be physically at school, their required presence doesn't promise they will reap any of the benefits of the school day. Preventing students from taking legal absences for mental health reasons can prolong the issue by not providing students with the necessary time and space to recover, posing long-term threats to their academic standing. To support students through mental health issues, it demands support and resources in whatever form they might take. Sometimes this means a day away from the classroom. The next comment is from Amelia Rose Engel and says, I heavily support this motion. I personally have suffered from mental health issues this year. I used to be a very successful student and have a lot of motivation. This past year, everything changed. It is so hard to even get out to even just get out of bed, and I would love and appreciate the support of SUSD. Next comment is from Lily Rusk and says, I support this resolution because mental health problems are just as detrimental as physical. This finally takes the step to acknowledge that. Next comment is from Yusra Hassan and says, I think that mental health days are a necessity. We tend to only look at fevers and coughs and say someone isn't feeling well, but mental health is just as much of a struggle. Having the option to take a day off for our mental health teaches students and others that their health does matter to their educators and that they matter. Now more than ever, it's important to take care of each other and ourselves, and this is a huge step in the right direction. Next comment is from Abby Morioka and says, I support this resolution as a student who suffers from anxiety and depression. Mental health days are crucial to any student's success. For students who suffer from any mental illnesses, going to school can be a challenge in and of itself, not even taking into consideration the piles of work that needs to be done. Mental health days create an opportunity for students to reset their mind and create long-term success in their classes, but also with facing their mental illnesses. Next comment is from Eden Gedahan and says, as a mental health advocate currently working with the Sacramento County Office of Education and City Council member Jay Scherner to create a youth mental health advisory board, it is important to understand that mental health is on par with physical health. Allowing students to excuse absences for physical illnesses, but not mental wellness, sends a signal that mental health just does not matter as much, a view that is very stigmatizing and makes students feel alone. especially in the midst of a pandemic, which causes heightened anxiety and an overall sense of isolation. It is important for students to have room to take care of themselves, something that this resolution does. Next comment is from Sarah Farah and says, I am in absolute support of this policy. As a student taking challenging classes, I often struggle to prioritize my mental health. I know that a lot of my peers from all walks of life struggle in this same way. With COVID-19 and the collective trauma being experienced by students in the status quo, it is absolutely important that we give students the opportunity to take time to rest and take care of their mental health. Rest can also boost student morale, allowing them to better absorb information and remember the content learned. After all, what is the point of teaching curriculum if students cannot be mentally present to learn it? The next comment is from Natalie Nelson and says, expanding excused absences to include mental health commits SUSD to the idea that so many other school districts have shifted to, and so many mental health experts have been telling us for so long, that mental health is just as important as physical health. Personally, I am far more distracted in class and unable to get work done on a day when my anxiety is really acting up than on a day where I feel nauseous or otherwise sick. Good mental health is incredibly important to acknowledge and encourage students to maintain, especially during an international pandemic that is creating exponentially more stressors for students and families. Allowing students to have excused absences for mental health days would improve the attentiveness and willingness to learn of the student body. Next comment is from Sierra Northcutt and says, mental health goes hand in hand with your physical health. So if you aren't feeling well mentally, your body will follow, but only physical health can be excused. Schools shouldn't count attendances against you because you will not being performing to your best ability, just as you wouldn't if you came to school sick trying to perform in PE. Next comment is from Jacqueline Lopez and says, I personally believe all students should be provided with a certain amount of mental health days because virtual school is very stressful. Not only can it be stressful mentally, but also physically. This is new to everyone, and most of the time, staff are unaware of what is going on at their students' home, meaning there could be stress on their shoulders already, and virtual school is just the cherry on top. Our eyes begin to strain from looking at a screen for hours at a time due to attending Zoom calls. Then to proceed to do the assignments afterward is sometimes too much to handle. These eye strains lead to headaches and eventually make the student not want to participate in virtual school anymore. Everyone needs a break once in a while. Therefore, I believe students should be able to take a couple days off of school for their well-being. And the next comment is from Sierra Jacobs and says, I believe it is important to allow students to have excused mental health days because school curriculum can be overwhelming on top of what students may be facing at home. Some students have jobs, not to mention trying to figure out who they are and what they want to do with their lives. All of this can become stressful, and sometimes you just need a day to take care of yourself and regroup. The next comment is from Simone Downs-Toney and says, I offer full support for this resolution. The importance of it is immense. I have family and friends that suffer from mental health issues, and I believe that the support offered by this resolution is invaluable. I have witnessed firsthand just how debilitating mental health issues can be, and I firmly believe that they are deserving of all possible understanding and assistance to ensure equitable treatment. And the next comment, looks like this one was repeated, and this one was too. The last comment is from Allison French-Thibault and says, thank you, Student Board Member Shake, for bringing this important situation to the board for action. I encourage all board members to vote yes to support recognizing mental health as a recognized reason for absence. And that's the final public comment on this item.
Thank you, Anne. Again, Board Member Shake, I want to commend you for your leadership in bringing forth this critical resolution. I also sent earlier today some information about state policy that is currently being introduced by Senator Portantino, SB 14, which would actually not only provide some additional training and resources in mental health, but codify in ed code mental health as an allowable excuse for a school absence. So I would like to recommend to the board that, consistent with the adoption and direction of the development of a board policy, we also consider weighing in on the statewide policy to ensure that we are meeting the needs of our students in these unprecedented times. Do we have board member comments or questions? Board member Minnick.
Thanks, President Ryan. Thank you, Member Shake. This is really great, great work, and I appreciate, as sad as that narrative is that you opened up with. I think that those are the things we have to be thinking about when we're crafting this. Sometimes I'm surprised at policies that don't exist already, because this feels like a no-brainer. And I was kind of, when you brought this up, it hadn't occurred to me that mental health was not really considered a rationale for missing school. And so it seems like I can't imagine an argument against it, other than, these were policies that were created in a time where we didn't talk about this stuff. So I really appreciate that. The one thing I just want to mention, since I will no longer be on the board by the time this comes back around, I just want to make sure that when that board policy is created, that there's an element of it that includes kind of a process or an understanding of how the supports for those students will be implemented. So it's not just about allowing days off school, but that they'll include some element of, and it wouldn't be detailed. Obviously, that's a organizational question, but that there's some understanding of that the district will then provide some level of support to those students when this comes up. But thank you, Isa.
Board Member Morowski.
Thank you. I too, I want to align myself with Member Minnick's comments and just commend Member Shake for bringing this forward. It's great to see your leadership and the leadership of our youth in this district and the region for addressing mental health and lifting it up. I think, for many people who are, maybe more old school, that is a new thing to think about, that, mental health is at parity with physical health. But I feel like more and more, and especially for this new generation, it's just an obvious reflection of reality. So I just appreciate your continued leadership on this issue. And I would, with that, move the resolution.
Thank you so much, Board Member Morowski. So we have a motion to move the resolution. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
President Ryan, I had my hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have you on gallery view. Couldn't see. Board Member
Pritchett.
Oh, Pritchett, sorry.
That's okay. I also just wanted to echo the comments of my colleagues and thank Member Shake for bringing this. This is something that I've talked about quite often on this board, about the social emotional aspect of distance learning, and has literally, been on my mind for a really long time. We think that this pandemic is hard on us adults as we've had to adjust to it. But, after speaking with many parents throughout our district, that the parents are frontline workers and have to go out and work in the fields. And then their kids are home alone, trying to learn on their own. And without the help of an adult at home is telling. And, to think that, many people don't have home phones anymore, and a lot of small children don't have cell phones. So they don't have the ability to reach out to their peers, to have the conversations that they would have on the playground or in the classrooms that they once had. And I worry all the time about that aspect of it. And as I've heard Victoria say, it's okay to not be okay, and I'm glad that we're bringing this because it truly is okay to not be okay. One request that I would like to bring up in a board policy is, over the last, I would say month and a half, I've received many emails throughout the district, and though we have some fabulous staff and teachers throughout our district, I've also received many emails of students being degraded by teachers on Zoom calls and being logged off. And I don't know what that looks like, and I'd love to be able to work with you on it, but I would love to be able to get that into a board policy, and also maybe the training of our staff in that aspect.
Thank you, Board Member Pritchett. Board Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. Well, Board Member Sheikh, I want to congratulate and applaud your efforts to really bringing this very important discussion to the board. I was very shocked when I heard about the 11-year-old student in Lodi. It gave my daughters and I the opportunity to really talk about what's going on. I have two 12-year-olds, so it's something that really resonated for them. I also appreciate that we're talking about mental health without a stigma and with parity, right, with physical health. I do want to also ask the board or the superintendent that we find ways to advocate for additional funds and resources at the state and federal level. This is going to be a big conversation, a big area of discussion in terms of federal and state funds. It's something that is increasing in need in our state. And also in terms of the policy that we might see in February, I certainly want to align my comments with Board Member Minnick in terms of understanding how what this means for our system and for our students. I want to one example that I thought, what happens to the student who is has an excused absence for 3 days or is frequently absent due to mental health? What does that look like in terms of the follow-up or follow-through in terms of services to really understand what's going on and what the needs are? So to bring back to the conversation in February, that type of those types of scenarios. I'm looking forward to voting in support of this resolution. So I just wanted to thank you for that.
Thank you, Member Garcia. And I suspect Superintendent Aguilar, with the early intervention system that you have created, we could have a metric that would allow you to, in real time, see when a student has multiple days of absence due to mental health issues, and then can get appropriate additional support. As we take this vote, I want to take the opportunity to remind our students who are struggling, who are watching, some who called in this evening, that there is a support line, 916 support. We need to make sure that we continue to share that widely for students in crisis. And with that, we had a motion and a second. We will take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Member Ryan?
Aye.
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Minnick?
Aye.
Member Morawski?
Aye.
Member Garcia?
Aye.
Member Vang?
Yes.
Member Wu?
Aye.
With that, the motion carries. Student Board Member Sheikh, thank you again for your leadership.
Do we have a preferential vote by our student board member?
It would be funny if I said no, right? Yes.
The author of the resolution strongly supports it. Perfect. Wonderful. So we are moving on to our next item. Sorry, I have just lost the agenda. My computer has frozen. Do we have the next item before one of my colleagues?
It's item 8.0, public comment.
Thank you. Item 8.0, public comment. I do want to ask, we have a very long board meeting based on the financial conversations that we'll be having and the discussion around the fiscal recovery plan. So consistent with our policy that we have up to 15 minutes on each comment, but the ability to extend that in critical conversations like tonight. I want to make sure that for the items 8.0 that in fact are budget related, and we have them moved into the 9.3 item. So do we have public comment on non-agendized items?
Yes, we have 6 live public comments and 3 written.
Okay, and those are on non-agendized public items. We will take each of those public comments.
The first speaker is Brian Dolgovan. Brian, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Superintendent Aguilar, board members, I appreciate your time this evening. My name is, as you know, is Brian Dolgovan. Our son Luca is a sophomore at George Washington Carver High School of Arts and Science, a school that, as I'm sure you know, utilizes a Waldorf style of education. Carver is a great school led by a principal and teachers who are dedicated to their students. Luca transitioned to Carver after completing 9 years at another great district school, Alice Burney Waldorf. Carver is a special school that not only focuses on traditional academics, but on creating an atmosphere where young adults can develop to be the best version of themselves. A place where cooperation, mutual respect, and social justice are not just studied and talked about, but practiced on a daily basis. Carver is a place where students can mature in a safe and supportive environment. Among the skills emphasized and encouraged are the development of critical thinking and listening, important life skills. Also, on a practical note, students at Carver have the opportunity to earn college credits, enough that can save them the cost of a semester of college. Our son enjoys the smaller class sizes and the more individualized attention he receives. We are all comfortable with the rigor of the program. Carver is a school that attracts students from both in and outside of the district. 35% of our students are from outside the district, bringing with them just under $1 million of funding to Sac City Unified. With additional district support, those enrollment numbers could grow, bringing in additional revenue. We understand that these are difficult times for the district. However, the proposed budget cuts would be a critical blow to our school. We call upon the board to find another path forward, one that leaves our funding intact and George Washington Carver High School open. Certainly, if we all work together, we can find a solution that allows us to continue to thrive and to grow as part of the diverse and unique educational opportunities available in the Sac City Unified School District. Thank you for your consideration, and be well.
Thank you, Mr. Dolgovan. Our next public speaker is Hannah Fulgham. Hannah, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Hannah Fulgham, and I am currently a senior at George Washington Carver. I commute from outside of the district. I live in the Cordova-Folsom district. And what draws me to Carver is the Waldorf education. What draws me to Carver is the acceptance from the teachers and students. What draws me to Carver is the focus on art. I have never gone to a school in or out of the district as accepting as Carver. Carver has been so beneficial to me for my mental health and even physical health. Carver and the openness of it has helped me accept who I am and has let me express myself to the fullest of my ability, and I know it has done the same for many of their students. Carver also is the first public Waldorf school in the nation. I personally think that we should be promoting Carver more and helping. Sorry, I'm nervous. I why would we ever consider shutting or negatively affecting Carver? Because it's something that the district should be proud of. And I know that if Carver wasn't around, I definitely wouldn't be staying in the SCUSD district. And I know that goes for many other students as well.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Our next speaker is Kenya Martinez.
Hello, good evening, members of the board. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Kenya Martinez, and I am the current chair for the Sacramento City Unified School District Community Advisory Committee for Special Education. The CAC and our executive team serve as the voice and advocate for over 7,000 students who receive special education services within our school district. One of the proposed budget cuts in tonight's agenda packet is to inclusive efforts at California Middle School and McClatchy High School. We, the Community Advisory Committee, find this proposed cut unacceptable. The district receives federal and state funding dedicated to special education. Those funds are intended to be used to provide a free and appropriate education for students with exceptional needs. By cutting the inclusive practices programs within this district, you are limiting the educational environments available to some of the district's most vulnerable students and placing their educational outcomes and future opportunities at risk. Students with exceptional needs are legally entitled to be educated in the least restrictive environment. They do not deserve to have their futures curtailed by the district's current budget and financial challenges. Balancing the budget on the backs of a vulnerable student population is not the answer. Furthermore, the district cites the fact that families may choose to register their children for private schools. The option for students with IEPs might result in the unilateral placement of students in private schools or non-public schools by their parents, possibly at the district's expense through legal settlements. This proposed action will ultimately cost the district more. Our students' population is the most vulnerable, and the academic regression in learning during this pandemic is real. Likewise, I also have another person, Rose McAlfee, so if you can add that to that time, that would be appreciated.
I do show her as speaker, but she is not here in the list. So go ahead. Thank you.
Likewise, if these proposed actions are taking place at these school sites, the advisory committee wonders what is happening at other school sites who have high rates of Black and Brown students with disabilities. Moreover, the CAC has requested several times for administrative support for our advisory committee. We are currently working with Dr. Hedgegard to secure this support. In the meantime, we received information from the school district that the number of special day classes is currently at 165. This is an increase from the 146, which was given at the 200. From the 2017 audit, it has been proven that inclusivity model is the best approach for students with disabilities, as well as all students in the general education setting. A better approach is to begin to reduce the number of special day classes so that we can be able to keep the efforts of the inclusivity model as directed by the audit on the special education program from spring 2017. Lastly, we hope the board considers their own resolution, which is Resolution 3171, which was passed just this past October 15th, which states, every educational, operational, and budget decision we make begins with the belief that students with disabilities of every kind have a right to learn aside their non-disabled peers and a right to equitable and meaningful opportunities to learn and grow. Now is not the time to segregate this student population. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Our next speaker is Maria Rodriguez.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you, Maria.
Good evening, hardworking President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the board. My name is Maria Rodriguez. Among other things, I am a Sacramento property owner, and it is in my best interest for this city to have a stellar public school system. As I speak before you now, I wonder if you are listening. I wonder if any board member has ever listened to anything I have said in my advocacy efforts. I listen to myself. In fact, I go back to the recordings of these meetings to listen to what I said, hoping, for instance, that I didn't accidentally call Superintendent Aguilar Raymond by mistake, to make sure I said my name correctly. But most importantly, I listen to myself to hear if my intended message was communicated. At the November 5th board meeting, I spoke against the waiver for the Budget Review Committee. I implied that I knew more about the district budget than staff. Of course, that is not true. I am here now to commend to you Chief Business Officer Rose Ramos and her staff. Ms. Ramos's fiscal presentation last meeting was exceptional in a way that it simplified and clarified the district's budget situation. However, I do believe I have a special and maybe better perspective on the budget as a persistent advocate for the last 16 years. I also have a way out of the box mindset that could inspire new ways of thinking. So since it is wish-making season, here are some of my wishes. I wish those who criticize the leadership of SCUSD's administration would consider the ways that public school districts are mandated and constrained in their budget projections. I wish there was time and space for people like me to share some of our budget ideas in an effort to change the trajectory of our school district. And I wish the budget office would invite others to collaborate regularly on this work in a timely manner that is not rushed and not adversarial. And I wish we can retain our CBO long enough for rich institutional knowledge to develop. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Our final speaker is Rich Vasquez.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
One moment. Good evening, President, Superintendent Aguilar, and President Ryan, and members of the board. Again, I appreciate the opportunity and to come up here and speak. What I'm living. I got a question. What does social economically disadvantaged mean to everybody? Right? What does that mean? I don't think we understand. Social economically disadvantaged means we don't got much on the home front. We cannot provide when we are slaving for minimum wage. That is what social economically disadvantaged means. I can never do enough. 40 hours of minimum wage equals $480 before taxes. I challenge you, superintendent and trustees, to live off $500 a week. I challenge all teachers and administrators to live off $500 a week. We can barely provide a roof, food, and clothes. We are living week to week. This is not a sob story. This is your family's realities. Does administration know what it is like to live week to week? Do teachers know what it is like to live week to week? Do you all really know what it means to be social economically disadvantaged? 70% of your families do. Remember that one time there was a strike and parents were encouraged to keep their kids home. Do you think our low-paying jobs cares there is a strike? We should lose 20% of our incomes when we are already struggling to get by? Guess who went to school? Mostly the poor kids. Mine sure went, and we felt like dung, right? We had to do this. This is reality. We felt like that until we crossed the picket lines and they saw there was classmates on the other side. California has the largest economy in the United States of America, and CSUSD schools cannot provide nothing for the poor kids. Everything is about money, and our families cannot provide the sports, music, arts programs to set up our children to thrive in high school, college careers. The school sites need to be doing that, and not with the well-off families that have time to volunteer. That does not make poor parents like me feel like we are good enough. Sacramento City Unified School District elementary schools do not provide much and are not setting the most needed helps kids up to succeed. SCUSD went through this in 2010. They closed schools. They closed my elementary school, Maple Elementary. We are back to this point 10 years later. We didn't do it right last time. Do it right this time. We need people in power to get their act together and fix this broken system that doesn't provide much for the kids that are bringing in the funding. Many people living well off on the backs of poor families like mine. Can we get some results? I'm not saying, can we get some results for the kids if 90% of our budget goes to benefits and salaries? The educated fighting the educated with money that mostly poor kids are bringing in. Meanwhile, most needed help students are set up for low-paying, dead-end jobs, no careers. Name a socioeconomically disadvantaged school site in Sacramento City Unified School District that is thriving. We need a district that has funding for the socioeconomically disadvantaged families living generational poverty.
Thank you for your comments.
I want action. It is late for mine. It is easier to build strong children than to repair a broken man. I'm a broken man. I did not do all this to allow my kids to be broken as well. But the realities are they are broken as well. I come to you as a product of the district, living generational single parenting, generational poverty, generationally uneducated. Please do better for the families like mine that do not got choices. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez.
So of the written comments, we have 3. And the first is from Tiffany Pritchett and says, hey, I'm wondering what SUSD is going to do when schools open about the students that have exemptions from any face covering as outlined in the California Health Department guidelines and exemptions for face coverings, but those same students that are exempt also may not be able to do distance learning either. Those students that are exempt have every legal right to attend in-person class instruction as any other student. They shouldn't be discriminated against just because they have a medical/mental condition that prohibits them from wearing any face covering. Many students have IEPs, SLD, ADHD, autism, PTSD, etc., and can't do well with distance learning and depend on in-class instruction to do well, along with getting services under their IEP. No child should suffer and be disregarded like trash, like how Mai was treated when she cried at the school's front gate, begging to join her classmates, but was denied entry because she has a medical condition that prohibits her from wearing a mask. She has an IEP and SLD and can't hardly read what's on the screen because she is at 2nd grade reading level, being expected to do 6th grade material along with other struggles that make any learning difficult, let alone via distance learning. It's just not possible. What about kids like her? Her voice matters. She is essential. As schools start to open, there will be a lot of kids who are exempt from masks who deserve the same in-person education as their peers. What about them? What is SUSD going to do to ensure all the kids don't be disregarded like trash, like my daughter Haley Pritchett was? Sincerely, Tiffany Pritchett. And the next comment is from Lisa Malign and says, I am writing in support of continuing music programs at all grade levels. Most critical now are those at our middle schools. These programs feed our high school's music programs, something very important in our community of Rosemont, and support a large percentage of the student population, providing breadth, creativity, mental health, and team building skills. Every student in a musical ensemble is part of a well-rehearsed team. Don't take away the opportunity for future marching bands, winter percussion, concert bands, orchestras, wind ensembles, and choirs by eliminating music from K-8. And the final comment is from Gwinnett Bird and says, I urge you to wait to vote on a fiscal recovery plan until the new board members are sworn in. It is imperative that all members of the school board have a stake in what they're voting on and can be held accountable for the consequences of any fiscal decisions made. This is especially true when the district is contemplating severe cuts that will have dire consequences for the children that this district serves. The newly elected board members should not be able to avoid responsibility for the declining quality in education that our students are likely to receive as a result of the cuts being proposed. Please wait until the next board meeting so that the new board members will have their votes publicly recorded on whether or not they agreed with this so-called, quote, recovery, unquote, plan. And that's the final public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Moretti. Moving on to board workshop, strategic plan, and other initiatives. Item 9.1, college going and CTE update, which will be provided this evening by Vincent Harris, Linda Kingston, and Christina Espinoza.
Good evening, Board President Ryan, board members, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Vincent Harris. I'm Chief of Continuous Improvement and Accountability, and I'm joined this evening by Christina Espinoza, our Director of Guidance and Counseling, Ms. Linda Kingston, our Director of Master Scheduling and CTE, and then actually a team from one of our high schools, CK McClatchy, who will actually give you an on-the-ground perspective. Our presentation this evening is oriented around an annual presentation that we normally do around college going, and tonight we're integrating a front load on career technical education. Go to the next slide, please. The importance of this presentation is really anchored around our system work, and of course, obviously, all of our work really orients around the disruption of the core value. But tonight I'll focus on the guiding principle, which if you could hit the forward button one more time, please. In this presentation, we're really oriented around making visible the efforts of our school sites, our teachers, our counselors, and our center staff in creating the greatest number of post-secondary choices for our students. And so tonight we'll talk a lot about our college-going supports, but then we'll also front load kind of a part 2 presentation that will come in the winter around our career technical education program, because we recognize not all of our students leave high school directly and go to college. And so we're going to really talk about this notion of how do we build capacity for college going, and then also the work that's underway for our students who choose other alternatives than college after high school. We go to the next slide. It's important to note, as we've talked about the context of this work, and certainly we're still in the midst of the pandemic. And so early in our early season of our college going work, we are seeing many of the same trends that are happening nationally. And so, for example, we know that enrollments have been down. We know that application rates have been lower than in the past, and this actually is impacting FAFSA rates as well. And so ultimately, as we think about the work that our counselors are doing directly for our students, we know the context of the pandemic has been a significant challenge. Locally, in the context of the state of California, we've actually had some benefit in that both the University of California and the California State University systems extended their application period. The University of California extended it to December 4th, and then the California State University system extended it to December 15th, which of course gave us more time to directly support our students. Go to the next slide, please. One of the great enablers that we have locally has been our higher education partnership data exchange. And so you'll hear a little bit more from Ms. Espinosa about why this exchange is so important. And so we have partnerships, data exchange partnerships with our local universities. That includes, of course, Sacramento State, Los Rios Community College District, the University of California, Davis, and the University of California, Merced. And this partnership really allows us to support students in real time. And you'll hear, particularly now we're in the recently completed application season for both CSU and UC, how this partnership really allows us to support students as they apply, and actually identify students who potentially are eligible and give them a nod, if you will, to say, please do consider applying before the application window closes. Go to the next slide. And so ultimately, this work really gets at closing the gap, if you will, as we talk so much about this transition from a K-12 into college and post-secondary. Ultimately, there's all these leaky points, if you will, and that's why you see the image of piping here. Our work is very oriented towards closing those differences. So as students that choose community college directly after high school or choose a four-year university, we have warm handoffs to ensure that students have the information and then also make the best choice based on their academic profile, their preferences, their perceptions of fit. And then obviously, if a student chooses to go to community college first, we also want to make sure that transition, as much as we can, is managed from the community college to the four-year university. And so ultimately, all the work here is oriented towards creating best outcomes for our students based on their interests and based on supporting them to achieve their goals of obtaining a degree. We go to the next slide. And at this point, I'll transition to Ms. Espinosa, who will take you through a very concrete overview of our district work.
Good evening, Superintendent Aguilar, Board President Ryan, members of the board. So in an effort to change conditions in the present, here is just a brief overview of what the matriculation cycle looks like. So in the fall, we start with the regular and early admission process. That did not change this year. Also, in parallel, the FAFSA window is currently open as well as of October 1st. The winter cycle, we focused right now on the FAFSA application window. In the spring, we tackle we support our students with the submit to intent to register, which is the May 1st deadline, following, also the FAFSA, and then supporting students through the matriculation process all the way through the summer. We've been supporting with housing and ensuring that the students enroll. On a previous slide, this year, both the UC and the CSU extended their deadline. So our cycle is a little off this year compared to previous years. So we're balancing that. And we're hoping that with the extended deadlines, we'll be able to provide more targeted support for our students. we, as Mr. Harris mentioned, we have had several uploads. Our CSU partners continue to, or Sac State partners continue to be very, very gracious, and given everything that's going on, they still continue to upload the files, and which allows us to communicate to our school sites which students have submitted an application, and allows us to be more targeted in our efforts. We're working with Los Rios right now. We have until the spring to support our students with the community college applications. UC Davis gave us a file already, and we'll be receiving another file in this next week, since Friday was the deadline. So we continue to work the data timelines and to provide targeted interventions for our students. Next slide. So in terms of graduation rate, A through G and FAFSA, you know, our teams have been working extremely hard the last few years. I know it's been a lot of change management and a lot of tedious data. You know, a lot of the data that we've had to do with credit recovery has been a manual process, but we're beginning to see the fruit of our labor. So in terms of cohort graduation rate, this is embargoed data. The official data does not come out until tomorrow, but in terms of graduation, you will see that in 2016, 2017, we had an 81.4% graduation rate, and we're estimating that we'll see an increase this year to approximately 85%. So that's a pretty healthy increase over the last few years. And we see a similar trend with A through G. So in 2016, 2017, we started with 44.5%, and we're estimating that we'll see a 51%. I'm sorry, we increased to 51%. So that's going to be approximately almost a 7% increase over since 2016, 17. And then FAFSA is where we've seen the greatest growth. I think our teams have really leaned in and leveraged the partnerships that we have with CalSOAP and youth development and other higher ed partners. And we've seen almost a 29% point increase. So again, this has been updated. The data was pulled in July, so this is not exact. The calculation that we use is different than that of which CalPADS uses. So I want to just, you know, that's as a disclaimer. We will know official data tomorrow, and we will come back to you, I believe, next week to present official numbers. Next slide. So this is just evidence of how it is that we're tracking data in terms of college applications. In blue, you will see for Sac State historical data trends, beginning with the fall applications, within the number of admits, and then fall 20 applications, and then the admits. And as you can see, for fall 21, it follows the national trends. We are far below where we were last year in terms of graduation. I'm sorry, in terms of college applications to Sac State. So we were at 380 applications. We're hoping that we get another file. In fact, today we should be able to upload tomorrow. Hopefully we will see an uptick in that, and we have until the 15th to get to support our students with submitting their Sac State applications. In orange, you'll see our data in terms of Sac City. We have not uploaded yet our Sac City applications, but that is forthcoming. So again, hopefully within the next couple of weeks, we will start getting the regular uploads, and we'll see whether or not the trend is similar for the community college. Next slide. This just speaks to our UC Davis uploads. And again, similar pattern, you'll see from applications from fall 2018, 2019, 2020, and then in yellow, you'll see 2021. Again, there's a stark difference in the number of students who have submitted an application compared to previous years. And you'll see, again, just historical data in terms of admits, and then the total number of students who have ultimately enrolled. Next slide. So like previous years, we are committed to supporting our students. And one of those efforts is really in raising awareness and providing students options and making them aware of their options. So we sent out the college eligibility letters. Due to our current circumstances, we were unable to provide these in classrooms like we did last year, which was very successful. But nevertheless, we mailed these home to students to ensure that they received all of the information necessary necessary in order to move forward with the application. So again, I want to emphasize that this was really promoting options for students. It's not prescriptive. It's just a matter of raising awareness amongst our seniors. Next slide. Again, this speaks to the work of our counselors. They have been doing an amazing job of just leveraging our tools, monitoring students who are on track for A through G, and then targeting credit recovery when a student falls off track. And the goal is to target every student who is on track, minimally eligible to apply to a four-year, invite them to the presentations, and encourage them to submit a college application. Next slide. This is, again, just one of our tools and how we track whether or not a student has submitted an application and whether or not they're on track and have completed each part of the matriculation steps. Next slide. So just, this is a high level estimate of just some of the workshops and services that our school sites have been providing. This year is different. We still had college information workshops, but these have all been virtual. Our school counselors are still providing one-on-one assistance. So these are just estimates. There are a plethora of events and one-on-one meetings that took place across all of our sites and continue to take place. But this is, again, just a high-level overview of the efforts being and supports being provided across all of our sites. And this encompasses any college awareness workshop, any CCGI presentation, any college application workshop, and that's inclusive of privates, community college, CSUs, and UCs. And CKM, as you can see, has done a phenomenal job this year of providing services to our students, and they'll be speaking to you more specifically about what they've done. Next slide. We continue with our partnerships. The Youth Development Department, we still have our 5 part-time college mentors. They supported our students with the matriculation process through the end of last summer. They're currently supporting the class of 2021 with the college applications and the FAFSA applications. They continue to support in the after-school space and providing the California colleges curriculum, and they're supporting our counselors are also supporting in that space. And again, this year, just in an effort to provide additional supports, we had a consultant come and support our students during Thanksgiving break to draft their personal insight questions. That is usually the gatekeeper for having our students submit the UC application. So we had about 43 students successfully complete this component of the application. Next slide. All right, now I will introduce our CKM team to speak to you a little more specifically about what they've done on their site.
Thank you, Christina. Hi, everyone. I'm Andrea Egan. I'm the principal at McClatchy High School. I'm very excited to be here tonight to represent our team. My team hopefully is on the call. Andrea Cunningham is going to speak for McClatchy tonight, but I wanted to thank the board for having us and Superintendent Aguilar as well for having us tonight. And I really want to commend my counseling team for their tremendous efforts to connect with students and provide resources and connections to college and career readiness initiatives during this really challenging time. So I want to just mention each of my counselors' names. I'm not sure if they're all on this call. Hopefully they are. But Rob Alloway, Kenneth Vang, Tracy Mitchell, Megan Molina, Angela Avalar, Sarah Lynn Tormina, and Monica Martinez, who was our College and Career Center technician. And then, of course, Andrea Cunningham is going to present these 2 slides to you tonight. So thank you again for having us.
Yes, thank you so much for having us. And it's quite an honor to be recognized here in front of everyone who we work with and work for. I think when we started talking about this year, before the year started, we learned a lot of lessons from distance learning last year. And we realized right off the bat that access was going to be our biggest hurdle this year in reaching students. We knew that we needed to provide more access to ourselves and to our information. And so that's where we started. We've created a huge array of ways that students are able to access us through phone, email, text messaging, Remind, Zoom, and Google Classrooms that we use. We also realized that getting information to every student was going to be difficult. Students are still struggling with getting onto the Google Suite for the district and logging onto the correct Zooms and figuring out checking their student emails. Those are even still struggles to this moment right now. So we make sure that our information is given in many different ways, through email, through Instagram, through Infinite Campus messages to families. We post everything on our Google Classrooms, and that seems to be very successful. When we provide a workshop or instructional video, we post it onto our College and Career YouTube site so that students are able to access that after the fact, so that even if they miss something, the information is still available to them at their time, at their leisure. We also realized that we needed to take advantage of the tools given to us by the district. So analysis has been a huge part of where we are this year. We are looking at the data and we are contacting students based on that data. The on-track graduation tool is very important for us. Our FAFSA numbers depend on the FAFSA tool. Our college application numbers are right there. And probably most importantly this year is the EIS program, the Early Intervention tool. And that has helped us quite a bit in tracking down students who are having attendance issues and difficulties logging in. Next slide, please. The third tenet of how we're being so successful this year is communication. We decided that we should be as valued as everyone else on campus this year, and that our curriculum is very important on top of all of the other subjects students have to learn. And so we really came together and created a unified message to take to the staff, to the teachers, to the different departments at our school. And that has helped us quite a bit. We have gone into whole classroom Zooms to do CCGI at every grade level. And the teachers have actually contributed input to those lessons and then had discussions with their students on our topics after we've left the classroom. So these communications and us coming in a little bit more confident and stronger in our curriculum because of CCGI has been invaluable to us. We have been able to access and contact many students through those methods as well. We're communicating with families in a much stronger way through phone calls and Infinite Campus and our weekly ROAR. We make sure counseling has a part of the ROAR so that students are updated on what's coming up. But I think the most important aspect of what we're doing here is collaboration. And that began with all of us coming together before the year started and putting everything on the table, all of our best practices, all of our egos, and saying that we needed to do what was best for the students and that we needed to create a program here that would last even if we're not here, that it wasn't about us, it's about them, especially right now. And so we started creating a relationship with our counseling department that we've now felt is strong enough to bring to everyone else. And so we're reaching out more now than we ever did before. We have weekly cost meetings with our Student Support Center, and we talk about students who are at risk. And those of us who are certified for home visits, we were able to work on that and do home visits outside of the home with the socially distanced and mask wearing. The biggest collaboration that has benefited us this year is that College and Career and the counseling department have come together to create daily lunch workshops. And these are very small workshops that can last anywhere from 15 to 30 minutes. And then we do about 10 minutes of questions. And each day has a theme, and College and Career and counseling work together on these. But that's how our numbers are so high on what we're providing. We've provided 3 FSAID workshops. We've provided 2 FAFSA workshops at lunch, just quick overviews, and then they come back to us for questions. We've done workshops on study skills and time management. We've done workshops on how to cope with lack of motivation, procrastination, how to remain persistent in tough times. So we come together every couple of months and plan the next 2 months. And then we put that out to the students. And we're seeing a significant increase in the attendance at those workshops. And students know where we are. That's important. At lunch, they know that they can come there, and they have College and Career and someone from the counseling department there. Because of all of this, our results have been fairly positive. We had one of the highest attended Cash for College workshops in the area. We have a 40% completion rate of CCGI lessons that we've taught in classes. We had one of the highest attended personal insight question workshops in the district. We had 17 students at our personal insight question workshop on the day before Thanksgiving. We've seen a steady increase in FAFSA submissions, And we're actually going over that list right now and contacting students one-on-one who have not submitted a FAFSA. Our graduation rate has increased. And then our UC and CSU application rate has also increased.
Next slide.
Good evening. Today, we'd like to discuss a little bit of the preliminary work we've been doing as we have integrated our guidance counseling, master scheduling with the college and career readiness. So as we recognize the need to provide with our students the widest array of post-secondary options, this also includes going straight into the workforce. And at Sac City, we have a very robust career and technical educational program that I'd like to just briefly give you a few highlights on. As Mr. Harris said earlier, we will be coming back with a much more detailed presentation in a couple of months. So for the first thing is, there's a lot of buzzwords in this field. So the first thing is, what is a CTE pathway? And that is a sequence of 2 or more CTE courses that are within the areas that the students really want to examine in career. They are definitely designed to connect students to a career and determine whether or not they want to pursue it. We build our programs here in Sac City with a sequence of 2 or more, and they are supported by our outside partners, including the profession, a lot of trade units, lawyers, judges, local government, and of course our local colleges. We offer 27 pathways with our 10 high schools, and 3,262 students participate in our program. Next slide, please. Thank you. Each district in California is measured on both college readiness and career readiness through the California dashboard. So in the dashboard terms, we have CTE completers, we have CTE concentrators, and then we have CTE non-concentrators. Our completers are the group of students that have met the full pathway. They have done a minimum of 300 hours, and they have passed the last course, which is called a capstone course, with a C- or better. Our concentrators are the students that are taking the course right before the final course. And then the CTE non-concentrators are all of our students who are just starting to take a pathway course. So it could be an intro course or something that it gets their interest. Data that we've supported or that we turned in for the 1920 school year is that we had 1,155 concentrated courses that were completed, which was an increase of 281 courses from the 1920 academic year. We also had 333 completers, which is an increase of 110 completers over the 1920 academic school year. And at this point in time, I'd like to say thank you, and this ends our presentation.
President Ryan, you're muted.
Thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and go to public comment at this time. Do we have any public comments on this item?
We have one live comment from Liz Ginn.
Ms. Gian?
Yes, am I unmuted now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. Good evening, I'm Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. The Higher Education Data Partnership presented tonight is really unique. It aligns very well with the visionary direction of Governor Newsom's Cradle to Career data system. One of the objectives of this longitudinal data system is to integrate data about early learning and care, K-12, post-secondary, employment, and financial aid data. This integration will help us all, educators, policymakers, and the public, and parents and students, to identify the barriers that may inhibit the best access and success. And that's the process that you just heard described in the work featured here. This is a very good presentation on something that's really working at the district and is unique in the state among other districts. To the extent the data partnership yields data about students' access to these opportunities by student subgroups, I encourage the district to share it and include it in the local control accountability plan and go beyond the statutorily required metrics in the plan. This will help the LCAP, Parent Advisory Committee, the DLAC, and the CAC, and other stakeholders to refine their analyses of the best ways to use limited supplemental and concentration funding for the students that generate that funding. This more refined analysis will be important as the district evaluates whether and how the expenditures of supplemental and concentration funds is effective, and if not, how those funds can be replanned and reprogrammed as other funds are cut. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gian.
Ms. Moretti, does that conclude our public comments?
Yes, there are no further public comments on this item.
Okay, wonderful. We will take board member questions and comments. I do want to acknowledge that Superintendent Aguilar has been approached by the governor's office to provide insight on the statewide longitudinal data system that Ms. Guillen just spoke to. And I'm very proud of the work that we're doing in Sac City that is far beyond where many other school districts are in the state. I did have a question. I'm so grateful to the growth data that we've seen in A through G, the significant increases in the FAFSA completion. You spoke to the graduation increases as well. And I know I've seen the disaggregated data and that we've seen some strong gains for our special education students in high school graduation, some strong gains for our Latinx students as well in college readiness. I do just want to ask, given the COVID context, how are we adjusting our response to students who might meet the indicators to be able to be eligible for a four-year college, but are following the trends we're seeing across the state and undermatching?
So there's a couple of things that I've heard from our teams and maybe even Andrea Cunningham, who's a counselor, she's working directly with students, can also chime in. But what we've been hearing is many students who would have typically applied to a 4-year are choosing to go to a 2-year simply because of the cost and because it's remote learning. And that has been a growing trend and narrative that we've heard both from counselors and our youth development teams and from parents that I've connected with, so it's very difficult to mitigate something like that when there's real fear. They're not wanting to pay a tuition for online learning, so we've just continued to share some of the data, encourage them, promoted a lot of the support services that our 4 years have been making available to our students. But it's a real challenge. It's a real challenge right now.
President Ryan, board members, if I can just interject very quickly, I too want to just acknowledge some of the comments that were made by our wonderful staff here centrally and at the site level. I was motivated to hear from some of our staff just talking about the importance of putting best practices out there, replicating, scaling, given the unprecedented pandemic. For those of you who haven't seen, there was an excellent LA Times article today talking about national clearinghouse data showing a 22% decrease in college going rates this fall. And that has particularly hit our most vulnerable populations, many of whom we serve here in Sac City Unified. So this is an area that we are focused and putting a lot of attention to both centrally and at the site level. And you can hear the amazing work that's taking place, trying to be as creative as possible. And I hope that the investments that we have made in data sharing agreements and sharing data electronically will hopefully result in not an increase in undermatching, President Ryan, but at least mitigating what we're starting to learn about nationally and of course across the state.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Aguilar. Do we have other board member comments and questions? Board Member Morowski, followed by Board Member Garcia.
Thank you. Thank you, President Ryan. And I just wanted to express my appreciation for Principal Egan and Ms. Cunningham and everyone who came from McClatchy. And I love your spirit. I have added this little background behind me. So to help. I just, this pandemic has, it's a real turning point in many of our lives, and something we will remember. And I think, we will remember how we responded. And there's a lot of just choices in how you can respond to something like this, and nobody has a playbook for it. And I'm just really proud to hear how you've managed to pivot and use all of the different communication modes that you could to try to reach your students where they are. So I just really want to express my appreciation for that. And thanks for being here tonight.
Board Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation and for the case study. I want to applaud the efforts of CKM. They're clearly doing, I'm looking at the slides here, the PowerPoint, but they're clearly doing something that is just absolutely phenomenal. So, so thank you for sharing about all the communication and collaboration that happen within the site. I'm just wondering, in terms of best practices, how much happens across sites in terms of sharing those best practices?
Yeah, so you know what, in fact, we Andrea Cunningham not too long ago shared how she was leveraging and scheduling Google Classroom, or scheduling appointments in Google Classroom. She created a user guide for that and sent it out to the entire district. So I just want to emphasize also that this is just one case study. All of our teams have stepped up and are doing amazing work in supporting our students, but I know the CKM team really they were very intentional this year and really shifting what it is that they were doing so that they could they were more cohesive and just really intentional about what they were doing to support their students. So I really wanted to highlight their efforts this year. But we continuously, when we share out data, it goes out to the entire the entire counselor team. When there are great some JFK team oftentimes shares videos, so we share those with the entire team. So as we're beginning to build we've already built the infrastructure. Now we're finally at a point where we are really sharing best practices across the teams, and they are working more cohesively across the district. And that's where we are. So it's been a little bit of a journey, but they, two of our teams currently are part of a pilot program and a training with SCOE, where they're, really embracing and learning how to build a comprehensive guidance program. And CKM is part of the team, and they're in there and they're leaning in. And I believe they're going to be a leader for the rest of the teams, and they will be able to share more best practices. The Hiram Johnson team and New Tech Counselor is also part of that team. So I anticipate seeing more of the collaboration and the best practices shared across the district.
Thank you.
Can I chime in? Can I chime in?
Yeah, and I have one
that?
more question, but please do.
I think also too, there's a friendly competition amongst all of us as counselors, because we know each other, which a lot of us went to school in the district. And so the information gets passed on when they see that McClatchy is doing good. For example, Kennedy, which is our rival, they're going to get on top of their game and increase their output as well. So it's a win-win for everyone in the district.
I appreciate hearing that. I think that is absolutely great that happens, right? It's friendly competition, and at the end result, it's a win-win, right? For the district, for staff, and for students. So thank you. I do have one question about, it's the slide on complete applications and admits. And I'm looking at the fall 20 apps and then fall 20 admits for CSU. Mm-hmm. And there's a big sort of gap there. I'm just wondering what happens in terms of our follow-up with those students who did not get admitted. I'm wondering, do we know what happens or where they go in terms of post-secondary options?
So as a best practice, many of our counselors encourage our students to also submit the application to the community college. So oftentimes those students also submit the application. So we're not waiting until May to develop a backup plan for those students. Not that the community college is a backup plan, but more often than not, most of our students are applying to at least one 4-year and the community college. So as I mentioned before, we're still helping the students matriculate to the community college if for some reason after May 1 we learn that they have been denied. And that's the power of this partnership with our partners, because they tell us how many of our students did not get admitted. So then we push that data out to our school counselors as well, and then they're able to follow up with those students to ensure that they have a plan, whether it be the workforce and preparing for that or the community college. So again, Los Rios sends us those files as well, so we know exactly which students have submitted an application to the community college and have not yet completed the matriculation process. So because our counselors are done by the end of May, we still have our college mentors that are working those lists, reaching out to those students, ensuring that they've done everything that they need to do to enroll, whether it's at a 4-year or a community college, and they're still supporting the students with the FAFSA applications during the summer as well. In fact, even with Los Rios, we've set up a partnership where they've pretty much assigned 2 counselors to us. So if we ever have questions about a particular student and the student can't reach the counselor, we know who to direct them to, and they respond immediately. And most often, they always troubleshoot some of these case studies with us. So we're supporting the students all the way through. And again, that's the power in our partnership with youth development, because they are college mentors and that's what they're doing for our students.
Thank you. That's great to hear.
Mm-hmm. Do we have other board member questions or comments? Student board member Shake.
Sorry. Yeah, really quickly, I just wanted to thank everyone who presented today, as well as all of the staff that's worked on this. This is my packet that I received in the mail.
Yay!
And as a high school senior, sort of navigating this process during a pandemic, it's been incredibly tough. And the district's college mentors and counselors have definitely been there for me. And so I'm super grateful. And I'm sure a lot of my peers are grateful. And thank you to everyone.
Thank you, board member Shake. I want to really, board member Wu, please.
I want to thank Mr. Mitchell for mentioning Kennedy as rivals of Seakley and McClatchy, because I wasn't going to say anything because I was kind of disappointed. But when you said that they were going to pick up their game, I'm in it for you and I'm in it for them. So thank you very much.
We definitely feed off their energy as well. So, it's a brother, big brother, little brother, with McClatchy being the big brother.
And I want to acknowledge the tireless work that our counselors are doing. Thank you so much in these really difficult times. The fact that we have seen a 30% gain in FAFSA application and access $10 million more in additional aid is extraordinary and life-changing for so many students who might not believe they could go to college otherwise. But I think we would be remiss if we didn't also acknowledge the efforts of Christina Espinoza through an equity lens to move away from an opt-in culture to an opt-out culture, so that master scheduling is ensuring that all students, irrespective of their school or the color of their skin, have an equal opportunity to access A through G 4-year college eligible coursework. And I see all the counselors nodding their heads. I mean, this has been a game changer, and I am so grateful to see the growth that we have for our students as a result of that laser focus that you have had, that the superintendent, the board, and our wonderful counseling staff in the field have had on that goal.
Thank you very much, Member Ryan. And now the counselors are right alongside me, because they're the ones doing all the hard work, and it's been tough. It's been tough. And we send a lot of nagging emails, but they respond. They respond, and it's been a joy. The last year has been a real joy in really tackling the work of serving students. So I appreciate that, because the counselors are working really, really hard.
We have no other comments at this time. Superintendent Aguilar, did you want to say anything in closing out this agenda item?
I do, President Ryan. Thank you. And thank you, board members, for your comments as well as your questions. I just, again, want to just thank our CKM colleagues and through them an extension of gratitude to all of our counselors. It really reminds me, board members, of the times that we have talked about the importance of treating data with utter respect, because every numerator represents the lives of children and families, and they represent stories of our students and their families. And so the idea that we see these increases in data and we celebrate them really comes back to benefits that our counselors and site leaders have brought to our students directly. And I'm grateful, and I want to thank our staff for their commitment to serve all of our students. So we celebrate the data, but really behind the data, I hope that our community can see the benefits that our staff have brought to the lives of many students and their families. So thank you, colleagues.
Absolutely. I think we would all echo that. We're moving on to item 9.2, which is our 2020-2021 first interim financial report and FICMAT update, which will be given this evening by our Chief Business Officer, Rose Ramos.
Good evening again. Thank you, President Ryan. Tonight we're going to be presenting to you the 2020-21 first interim budget report. And the agenda for this evening is we'll go over the reporting requirements and the district's fiscal status. Then we'll go into the budget changes since the revised adopted budget. That was the last financial statement you all were presented with. And then we'll spend some time on multi-year projections and the budget calendar, and then the FICMAT matrix update with the statuses of that. And then finally, we will request approval of the 2021 first interim budget report. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we are driven by Ed Code when it comes to financial reporting. The first one is 42130 that requires the school district to file their fiscal condition for 2 reporting periods through October 31st, actuals through then, and projecting out the final year, the final months of the year. And then we report out again as of January 31st, projecting out through June 30th. Another Ed Code 42131 requires that the board certify that based on the information you are receiving, the current projections, whether or not the district is able to meet its fiscal obligations for the current year plus the 2 out years. So in our case, it's the 2021, which is the current year, and the 2 out years are 21-22 and 22-23. And then finally, another Ed Code 33127 requires that a district that has a negative certification must file another interim report, which is the 3rd interim report with financial data as of April 30th. And that is currently our situation where we are filing that 3rd interim report. Next slide, please. And here's the a little bit of information on the district's fiscal status. We presented to you the revised adopted budget, which was disapproved by SCOE, and the reason was because our 3rd year, 22-23, we were showing a negative projected ending fund balance on in the unrestricted general fund. And in order to get a positive certification, we have to show that we have the ability to meet our minimum required reserve in all years, and we do not in that 3rd year. And so for the 2020-21 first interim report, we again are filing a negative certification because we are projecting still not being able to meet our financial obligations in that 3rd year. And SCOE's fiscal advisor will remain assigned to the district until we have a deficit reduction plan in place that allows us to meet our financial obligations. So we will remain and stay in rescind authority as well. Okay, next slide, please. So here are the summary of changes in our first interim report. Our revenues decreased by $6 million. In future slides, I will go into a little bit more detail about this. It's just a recap of the major changes. Our expenditures did decrease by about $2 million, and this is mostly due to one-time savings and some budget adjustments. We are assuming a 0% COLA for LCFF. We've not heard anything different from the governor's office. And our cash flow is showing positive through April of 21 with cash challenges starting in May of 21. Our revised multi-year projections also show that we will not meet our required 2% reserve in that third year as previously stated, and we still need a negotiated solution to achieve ongoing reductions sufficient to resolve the structural deficit and achieve fiscal solvency. So our next slide is a summary of our first interim financial report, which is the top half compared to our revised adopted budget. That was the last financial statement, as I stated earlier, that you did see. And so we're just highlighting in green there for you the net changes in our for our Fund 1 by unrestricted and restricted. So the net change is about $4 million, as you will see there, and we'll go into detail in this next slide, please. This is just a recap of the net changes. It's kind of a very small slide there, I apologize, but the executive summary in the board packet does have this in regular font, so you can see it more clearly. But I'm going to be explaining those changes now. So next slide, please. So here we're going to talk about a little bit about that $6 million decline that we did see in the unrestricted, for restricted and unrestricted revenue. We're experiencing right now a decrease in our unduplicated pupil percentage, which is referred to as the UPP. That is part of the LCFF calculation for those districts that do have students that meet the criteria that generate the funding for this particular category. What we've seen recently in our current enrollment numbers that have come in is a very, very big decline in our UPP count of about 4,400 students from the prior year. That's very, very significant for us. Our UPP, it's a percentage, right? It's about 72% on average, and it's a 3-year rolling average. When we factor in this decline, it drops our percentage to about 69.42%. That is pretty significant because for every one of those factors, there is a dollar amount attributed to that. And so right now, based on these numbers, this decline, we are projecting about $6.5 million loss in supplemental concentration funding alone. So we did build this into first interim. And so it is reflected. And so this is part of that $6 million decrease that I mentioned in a previous slide when I was recapping both the restricted and unrestricted. And just a reminder for everyone that we do have SB 98 in place that does provide the hold harmless provision, but this only applies to ADA based on what it means is that we are using our ADA from 1920 for LCFF funding, but it does not apply to supplemental concentration funding, which is another category within the overall LCFF funding. So there's different components of it. There are some districts that just get pure LCFF based because they don't have the students to generate the supplemental concentration funding like we do. So, so this provision was not extended to that category, and so this will be very harmful to the district if this holds. However, on the bright side, the district does have until December 31st to improve the collection of the income verification documentation to increase this count. And I'd like to share, and maybe Mr. Superintendent, I'm not sure if he wants to make any comments about this as well, but our staff has been working very, very hard over the last couple of weeks to get these applications in. There's been multiple campaigns. Communication has done a great job in getting the word out. There's been robocalls, postings on our websites, other kinds of communications, mailings sent out to our parents and emails sent out, and to get this count up. And as of a few days ago, we did receive some additional applications that were certified, and that count was about an additional 500 students. And that alone represented an increase of 998,000. So those efforts are paying off. Our staff's hard work is starting to see a turnaround in this category, and they're not done. Today, staff, again, they had a huge meeting about the campaign efforts to collect more applications. And my understanding is that there was another like 2,200, I believe, applications that came in that have yet to be reviewed and certified. So we're keeping our fingers crossed that we're going to be able to turn this around quite significantly and get some applications up so that we can offset some of that loss of $6.5 million, because that will be detrimental to the district. We're already struggling financially, and we don't certainly need additional revenue losses. We do, and if this holds, we know that it will be repeated. It will be an ongoing reduction. So more to come definitely in this area. Next slide, please. So here's some additional first interim changes in the unrestricted side. This is for expenses. We did see an overall decrease in salaries and benefits of about $800,000, and this is due to just one-time savings, mostly in some of our benefits and adjusting some of our unused salary accounts. And again, we say this is one time because we know that once we are back in a normal year with fully staff, fully staffed positions, we don't expect to see as many changes. We did see an increase for supplies and services of about $850,000, and this is not due to increasing our costs, but this is due to budgeting site donations that have come in recently. Additional costs are a decrease of $427,000 in other services, a decrease in capital outlay of about $8,000, and then an indirect decrease of about $400,000 due to restricted program adjustments. And again, some of these are just one time. What we're seeing is that as we delay the opening of schools and we delay having all of our facilities open, we are seeing some one-time savings. And so we will make those adjustments as we're going on throughout the year. Decrease in contributions. We're also planning for about a $2.5 million decrease here. And this is again due to one-time savings in not utilizing as many of our non-public school contracts. And then we did exercise a flexibility that was allowed in the governor's budget for our routine restricted maintenance, where we were able to exclude a couple of expense accounts from the 3% calculation. So that was very helpful in this area, and especially now that we had to factor in that $6.5 million revenue loss. This certainly did help. Next slide, please. So on the restricted side, as far as revenues are concerned, we are recognizing an increase in our projected federal revenue of about $580,000. And this is, again, just adjusting to award allocations. So what happens is that as we are working on our budget, we know that the federal government operates on a different calendar and system. And so when we're building our budget, we are using revenue projections on the federal side from the current year. So we don't know exactly what awards we're going to get. We learn about them usually late summer or early fall when the federal government has finalized their budgets. And so it's typical to see some adjustments on the federal revenue side right around the fall. And so this is what's reflected here. We are seeing a decrease in our projected state revenue of about $417,000. And again, this is due to some award allocations. And that was in two of our particular grants. One of them is a one-time award, and that's the low performing block grant. And the other was a slight increase to our TUPE award. We are seeing an increase in our projected local revenue of about $380,000. And that is a grant that we just received from the city of Sacramento for $300,000, and another small award we got from a Pride grant. And of course, the decrease in contributions on the restricted side that I shared earlier due to non-public schools and routine restricted maintenance. Next slide, please. And on the restricted side, their expenses did see an increase in salaries and benefits of $4.8 million, but this isn't increasing expenses overall. This is a budget adjustment. And some of this did come from this next bullet, which is a decrease in supplies and services, the $13 million adjustment. Again, we're not decreasing supplies and services, we're simply moving budgets around. And this is typical. We had shared in an earlier presentation that it's very common until budgets are finalized and aligned that the supply account is often used as a holding account for some of our carryover and some of our awards that have yet to be allocated to salaries, benefits, or other expense line items. And so this is what you're seeing now, that activity actually moving out of the supplies and services for $13 million, some of it moving up to salaries and benefits, and then some of it moving down to those additional costs in that third bullet there. Other services for $4 million, capital outlay for 2.5. And then, of course, the indirect cost increase for the restricted side did see a slight decrease due to their program adjustments as well. Next slide, please. And now on our multi-year projections. So again, for our LCFF revenue, we are projecting a 0% COLA in the 2 out years because we have not received word from the governor's office that we should expect a COLA. Prior to, and our enrollment, prior to COVID-19, we were projecting slighter declines in enrollment by about maybe 150 to 200 students per year. But our current enrollment, as I shared earlier, is trending significantly lower than projected. We are at about 39,000 students, which is about 1,500 less than what we projected. That's a very big drop. If this enrollment doesn't recover, the projected loss in revenue is about $15 million. That, again, is very steep. We're not sure if that's going to hold to next year, and we're not alone. We are seeing this throughout the state. Many districts are experiencing the same thing. Some families have chosen not to enroll their kinders in school or their TK students, transitional kindergarten students. And so for us, there is a bulk of those students represented in that 1,500 loss. And so we are making every effort possible to reach out to our families to find out, who will be returning in the coming year, and hoping that we can make that recovery. And we will keep you posted on information as we start to work on our budget development for the coming year. We're right in the middle of preparing for that now, and we'll shortly begin with our pre-registration and our open enrollment, and that will reveal to us what we can expect as far as our enrollment is for the next year. And our revenue side, on the federal side, what you are seeing in those financial statements that are included in the board packet are the removal of the one-time COVID-19 relief funds, expiring programs, and removing some of the carryover. So some pretty big drops on the restricted side. It was about 72 million dropping from 2021 to 21-22, and that's mostly due to one-time money. We got quite a bit of it in COVID relief funds and then the SIG grant, which is a big funding source. Next slide, please. Expenditure changes again over the 21-22 and 22-23 years. Reflected are the increases in step and column for our certificated groups of about 2 million in each year and about 400,000 for our classified. And again, I'm combining unrestricted and restricted here just to summarize the data for you. Second bullet is adjusting our contribution for STRS and PERS per statute. So overall, we're projecting about $1 million increase in 21-22 and $6 million in 22-23. We have to remember why the big increase there is because by the time we get to our third year, the relief that we got for STRS, it goes away. And so right now we have to, factor that back in, and that's what this is doing. And our third bullet, we are projecting for an increase in health benefits. Right now, we're estimating about an 8% for our certificated and an 8.5% for our classified group. And this is based on conversations and communications that we've received from our healthcare providers. This is the trend that they're seeing. And so we don't know if this is going to hold, right? We don't know, given the COVID environment and what impact that's really going to do to healthcare costs, but we will certainly keep you apprised of any significant changes in this area. We've also adjusted our books and supplies in both years to remove the one-time expenses. And then we've made some increases to our utility accounts based on our vendors letting us know what we can anticipate as far as utility increases. So projecting about 270 next year and about 78,000 in the third year. And then based on trend analysis, we are building in some increases for our special ed costs. Increases of about 16 million for both years, 8.5 next year, and 7.4 in the third year. Next slide, please. And now here is a summary of our multi-year projections. And that circle there in the third column, the third year, 22-23, is just circling for you our current deficit that we are projecting based on the information I just shared with you. In that third year, we're looking at a deficit of about 56 million. And with an ending fund balance of a negative 31 million, which is the reason why we can't certify this as qualified either, because we just don't have the ability. We have not resolved the structural deficit. We still have, an ongoing problem with our cash flow. We've been very fortunate in being able to kind of kick that can down the road, but it's come at the cost of not opening schools. And so it's kind of a bittersweet gain there for the district, because we did realize some benefits from that, but it was very costly, of course, to our student population. And so, so with that reason, we are still filing this budget as a negative with the board's approval. The next slide, please. It's just simply a graph of our cash flow. You've seen this before. I shared it in the Tran presentation. It just shows, at some point we will get to that negative and not be able to recover from that negative cash flow situation, which will trigger a state loan. Next slide, please. So this is GFOA's recommendation. The Government Finance Officers Association recommends a prudent reserve of about 17%, which is supposed to represent 2 months of average payroll. For the district, 2 months is 76 million. And as you've seen in our previous slide, our 2% economic reserve is about 11 to 12 million. So our payroll would not even be covered by that 2% reserve that we're required to maintain. It would be significantly more than that. And our next slide is just a recap of our budget calendar for this current year. This just represents the balance of the dates left for this budget calendar and timeline. And we will be sharing with you the updated budget calendar for the 21-22 budget development calendar. And then our next slide is a recap of our FICMAT analysis that was performed 2 years ago, October 2018. And these are the findings by peer reporting period, the status and the work that we've done to date. Some of them may move in and out of completed as we discover that there's still some work to be done. And some of these are not as quick to resolve in a matter of a month, but they may take a little time. We will need to evaluate to make sure that the processes or the procedure we're putting in place is having an impact to completely resolve this. And the details for these findings and for the report can be found on the district website. There is a link within the presentation and the materials themselves. Next slide, please. So I'm getting to the end of the presentation, and just to share with you some potential future risk and opportunity. The risks for us are, of course, the uncertainty with the state budget and the impact for K-12 districts, and additional unfunded COVID-19 related expenses. Now that we've moved back to this, purple phase, and we've heard about this and experienced an increase in these cases of COVID-19, we can expect to see more expenses possibly coming. The first round of funding that we did get, the one time, was based on the earlier cases. Not sure what that's going to mean for us in terms of expenses and additional funding to cover that. And then, of course, the other is the significant decline in enrollment that we're seeing that, we're hoping to recover from that. Opportunities are, an improved state budget. We've been hearing like little bits and pieces that the state is, looking a lot better in terms of revenues coming in more than projected, and possibly passing some of that on to funding for K-12s. We don't know what that's going to look like. Is it going to be eliminating the deferrals? Is it going to be one-time dollars? We're not sure. And we have an opportunity to recover enrollment, and also an opportunity to put forth a plan to sufficiently restore the district's fiscal stability. A lot of this uncertainty, we hope, will be known to us or clarified for us in January 21, when the governor shares with us his proposed budget for the coming year. So in summary, next slide, please. The district has implemented more than $50 million in ongoing and one-time reductions, and we still need a $56 million ongoing solution to achieve fiscal solvency. And our next reporting period will be a second interim, which will be presented to you in March of 21. But again, we will not wait that long to share critical information with you on the budget, and certainly keep you posted on our enrollment situation that we are currently experiencing. And so that pretty much concludes the presentation, and now we can take questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. We're going to go ahead and take public comment on this item. And how many public comments do we have on this item?
We have one written public comment from David Fisher and Nikki Malevsky. So it says, for the last 3 years, this board, superintendent, and SCOE have stated that the district is on the brink of insolvency. And yet the district today has a reserve fund of $93 million, the highest in its history. While nobody can be completely certain about future projections, we can all be 100% certain about what has occurred in the past. The facts are this school district has predicted massive deficits and consistently claimed that the district was in imminent danger of state takeover. Yet we know, based on the district's own unaudited actuals, the district actually has run surpluses in 7 of the last 8 school years while building up the massive reserve. When outside entities look at your projections, they use what turns out to be highly inaccurate projections to make recommendations. Now we know those projections have never been even close to accurate, not once, not ever, not in one single year for the past several years. In fact, your projections have been off by a total of $126,742,579 in unrestricted funds alone since LCFF began in 2013. Your insistence on painting the worst picture possible is exemplified by your self-certification of a negative budget. Your own projections show a reserve fund balance at the end of this school year of nearly $63 million and a projected more than $24 million next year. While this projection, based on past history, is very likely much worse than what will actually happen, it still allows you to certify a qualified budget. Yet you erroneously self-certify as negative. The definition of negative being, quote, based on current projections, this district will be unable to meet its financial obligations for the remainder of the current fiscal year or the subsequent fiscal year, unquote. Clearly, this is not what your own current projections show. In addition, according to EdSource magazine, quote, in remarkable turnaround, California schools can expect huge one-time windfall next year, LAO says, unquote. This board should not take action tonight. Fortunately, in less than 1 month, we have 3 new school board members who will be helping to lead the district. We look forward to working with the new school board to transform Sac City into a district that is fiscally well managed with a priority to putting resources where they belong in the classroom. And that's the only public comment on this item.
Thank you, Anne. So we're going to take board member comments and questions. Chief Business Officer Ramos, I would like you to address the continued fallacy that we can use one-time funds to offset a multi-year projected deficit. In the role of stay and rescind, can you please explain for the edification of the public, are we able to use one-time funds to address the structural problems in out years?
No, President Ryan, we cannot. We don't have sufficient one-time funds to address the structural deficit. And I'm saying it that way because if you were a district that had reserves above the 2% and you had a plan in place for many years and you were building that reserves because you were saving for a situation where you would possibly find yourself deficit spending and you knew that, and so you had planned for that and you could draw on those reserves to mitigate that, then in that situation, yes. But this is not clearly our situation. We can't even meet our minimum required reserve by the state of California, that's required by the state of California. So no, that's not possible.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. And I also would like you to once again reinforce the variance that we have in projection from year to year based on your experience working in other school districts across the state and that margin of difference between the projected balance and the actuals.
Yeah, no, definitely. That is very common. I have yet to see a school district, and I believe SCOE's on the line, and they've seen more districts than I have, that their actuals come in exactly or very close to their projected. There's so many things that happen in a school district's budget. I mean, you've heard about them tonight. Awards that get adjusted throughout the year, either up or down. We don't spend everything for various reasons. So it's pretty much impossible to say that we're going to come in pretty close. What's important is to explain why those changes are occurring and how those funds are being used, or what we're doing to mitigate loss in revenue if that's what we're experiencing, or an increase in expenses. And that's what our responsibility is. So I hope that answered that.
Yes, thank you. Very well, Ms. Ramos. Other board member questions and comments? Can I please see a show of hands? Board Member Morowski.
Thank you, President Ryan. I would just also note that we have projected significant deficits in past years, and some of the actions of the district and the board have helped to close those deficits. We've cut many positions. We've reduced expenditures in a variety of ways. So I just want to acknowledge that. That's definitely a part of it. One question: can you clarify on the $15 million drop that would be associated with a reduction in enrollment of 1,500 students? Is that number assumed in the 22-23 budget? Is that baked in, or is that a risk?
No, that's a risk, Member Morowski. At this point, it's a risk. We just came, this data is just coming our way as we are getting ready to certify our CalPADS numbers. So we have an opportunity certainly to increase that. And the reason why is because of SB 98. We do know that we are being held harmless for the coming year. So as far as ADA is concerned, that part is okay. The part that is baked into the budget is the decline in supplemental concentration, because that is not part of SBA hold harmless.
Right, but so what is the reduction in enrollment is not carried over to the final year of the projection?
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay.
Not yet. Not in these financial statements yet. We're just disclosing it simply to say this is what we're seeing. But so if we don't see that improvement, then we're certainly going to have to make that adjustment in our budgets.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. So that is a massive fiscal risk to the district.
Yes.
And do you know? I remember. I think it's a majority that were kinder or transitional kinder, but there's also a significant, maybe hundreds of students in other grades beyond what we would have projected.
That's correct. I don't have that list in front of me. What I did notice when we were looking at that analysis by school site is that it seems to be occurring not just in kinder, but there are particular schools, I want to say at least maybe a dozen or right under, that are particularly impacted by that decline. So those are the ones we are focusing on heavily.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Other board member comments and questions? Okay, Board Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. Rose, thank you for the presentation. I always, I think, start with a lot of questions, and then throughout your presentation, you just start addressing them, so I have to check them off. But I did want to maybe ask a little bit more about the UPP, the 4,400 students. And you said that there were about 500 students that were certified. So that brings us, that number shrinks a little bit, right? With ongoing efforts to close that gap.
That is correct, Member Garcia. That data was revised probably, I would say, maybe late last week. And that was actual data that was confirmed and verified. And so we ran the financials for that, and that increased that by about $998,000. And then today, I just shared, probably prematurely, but we were just so happy to hear that the recent work that staff's been doing generated another like 2,000 applications that have yet to be reviewed. So we're hoping that out of those, that that'll increase that number again.
Yeah, and that is something that's happening in districts throughout the state. Everybody's trying to think of very creative ways of getting those forms. I've heard of districts where their principals are calling homes trying to recover those forms, where there's a pop-up window on a student's Chromebook to make sure that the family is reminded to fill out the form, just because they're so critical. And the extension the deadline extension is certainly helpful, but it doesn't mean that it's going to make us whole. So a lot of work still needs to happen between now and at the end of the month. So I'm glad to hear that the numbers are trending, in a positive direction, and hopefully we can close that. I did have a question about some of the savings, even though they're one-time in nature. Most of them are related to the closure of schools, right, in the spring and even maybe now. Just wondering, where did those savings go? Do they stay in those program funds, or do they go to the, general fund reserve? I'm just trying to figure out, where do those savings end up?
Sure. Yeah, no, good question. On the unrestricted side, they just simply fall to the end. They help offset that deficit eventually, right? That's what happens there. They don't go anywhere else. They don't get repurposed. On the restricted side, that's a whole different matter, because those are, as you know, they're restricted. So if they're not spent the way they're supposed to be spent, one or two things, if we're allowed to carry over, we'll carry them over, which you'll see, we're probably going to have a lot of carryover this year, I'm sure, as allowable. If they're not allowed to be carried over, then unfortunately we have to return funds. Those are our options.
Okay, I just have two more questions. I think they're pretty straightforward. The projected increase in special ed expenditures, I can't remember the number that you had, maybe like 16 million or?
Yes.
Okay. Can you unpack that a little bit more? What sort of expenditures are you, is the district anticipating that would support that projection?
Sure. This is based on trend analysis, and we're going to probably have to really consider this year because it's going to be a little bit of an off year for us. But what we do is we go back a few years just to see the increase in costs for major categories. And for special ed, we trend about a $7 to $8.5 million increase every year. And this is mainly in contracts. There is a little bit in some additional hiring and additional teachers, but as you know, some of these special ed positions are very difficult to fill, and contracts are very costly, but we have to provide services. And so what ends up happening is that we end up contracting more, and the price of contracting does go up. It does tend to go up in some cases. And so that's the bulk of it there.
Okay. And I think there's some work being done too on this entire special ed program. So, and then my last question for you is, you mentioned that there is opportunities potentially with state funding in terms of restoring the deferrals. So meaning that, the funds will come to districts, and the districts don't have to take out the trans, like the item we just approved earlier. So what does that do if the deferrals are suspended or restored, if you will, and there is somewhat of a COLA, if it's not 0%, what does that do to the $56 million projected deficit?
Yeah.
I'm wrestling with that number, and I know there's so many variables and so many changes, and I'm just trying to figure out how that number changes, hopefully down and not up. But I just wanted to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, that's a very good question. On the deferrals, unfortunately, that's just cash, right? The deferrals, regardless if you have deferrals or not, that revenue is in the budget. So that really doesn't impact so much the deficit per se. So assuming everything remains equal, and let's just say, let's leave the deferrals out of it for a second, and we do get a COLA. The COLA, certainly, if the COLA is LCFF COLA, that will definitely help reduce the deficit, assuming we don't add expenses to eat up that COLA, right? We keep everything the same. Yeah, that will reduce that. So it just depends on the amount of COLA that we were to get.
In terms of dollar amount or in terms of percentages? So if we were to get, I don't know, a 2% COLA, 1% COLA, what does that translate for the district?
Oh, darn. Let me see. I'm trying to think if I have that number in front of me somewhere.
If you don't,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out what the impact is to that $56 million number.
Yeah. It's roughly 1% is about 4 million. So let's just guess, like maybe it would be 8 million. And if it's ongoing, let's just assume we get it for 2 years, each year. 2 years each, so 2%, 16 million. So there we've reduced it, just rough numbers, maybe 16. So we're down to 40. I hope I didn't confuse you guys. Yeah, just trying to quickly do that math.
Yeah, no, thank you. That was very helpful. And again, great presentation.
Thank you.
Do we have any other board member questions or comments? Okay. Rose, I want to just reinforce what you said, that we will be getting revised projections and greater clarity with the January introduction of the governor's budget proposal. And even though we will have a greater sense of what we can expect in terms of revenue, then it will be negotiated and somewhat volatile between January and the budget adoption. I am very mindful, while we would like to plan for all of these different scenarios for additional potential one-time windfalls of funding, that is hoped for and cannot be counted upon in what we are moving forward with in our decisions today.
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you. So with we are going to move on to our next item if we do not have any other board member questions or comments. Mr. Behrens?
It's an action item.
Yes, no, I was going to go to a vote. Do we have a motion and a second?
I will move it.
Second.
Student preferential vote?
Yes.
Okay, and we're going to go ahead and do a roll call vote.
President Ryan?
Aye.
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Minnick?
Aye.
Member Morawski?
Aye.
Member Garcia?
Aye.
Member Bang?
Yes.
Member Wu?
Aye.
The motion carries. Moving on to item 9.3, the fiscal recovery plan update by CBO Rose Ramos as well. We are going to conduct this portion of tonight's board meeting a bit differently, as we have in the past, to allow for sufficient dialogue. We will have the presentation by CBO Ramos, we will take board member questions, and then we will take public comment.
Thank you, President Ryan. And for this evening, as you said, the bulk of the item is on discussion, and so we don't have a presentation for you. There is an executive summary in the board packet for information for everyone, but at this point, we will just turn it over to you. Superintendent, would you like to chime in on this? Or?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Ramos. What I would ask, though, is if Mr. Flores maybe can work with you while I make some comments to at least present on the screen an image of the summary of the fiscal recovery plan. Ms. Ramos, yeah, that would be very helpful for our board and our community to see. But with your permission, President Ryan, if I can just introduce the topic.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, President Ryan and board members. I want to just say a few words here to you as our board and to our community members who are listening in this evening. This is, for me, perhaps one of the most difficult set of remarks I've provided at a board meeting, really because these discussions, I don't think should be happening over the past 2 weeks. Just like 18 months ago, as I remember very vividly, I've heard and read countless stories about how unnecessary and counterproductive the proposed reductions you will consider tonight are in their long-term impact of both our current and future students in Sac City Unified. I think it's important to note that these proposed reductions are items that our staff have identified and have put countless hours identifying in partnership with others, which do not require negotiations with our labor partners. Because candidly, as you know, we've been unsuccessful in achieving ongoing savings to address our fiscal challenges. I've heard from many, including staff, explaining to me that if these cuts are approved, we will lose much more than just positions. I was in a meeting earlier this week, and I just want to provide an example. I heard concerns from one of our colleagues about the elimination of her position as the new teacher induction program coordinator, and how the elimination of that position would mean the elimination of an entire program, impacting dozens of teachers who participate in this program and endangering the district's ability to recruit these teachers who are needed within our district. And while, of course, we could contract out this work to other entities, we would prefer to operate our own programs of this type of support. And of course, not to mention the fact that we then face criticisms here in Sac City when we do contract out this kind of work to other entities. This is just one example of board members, community members, but they echo the input of others who have weighed in on the various reductions that our board will consider this evening. I've heard from parents, from those who support IB and music programs, concerned about what these cuts mean for their children and their particular school sites. I hear you. I'm a parent at some of these same schools. I've heard threats of pulling students out of our district and impacting our funding through a reduction in enrollment because we wouldn't be able to offer the programs that attracted students to the district in the first place. And of course, I've received emails, countless emails from students begging me to protect the programs which inspire them and help them succeed. I saw a video today of countless students from one of our school sites asking us to figure out how we can address these long-term fiscal challenges in Sac City Unified. I've heard from labor partners, as I said earlier, such as United Professional Educators and concerned community advocates who ask that these cuts or have expressed to me what these cuts mean for our district overall. How will this impact our vision of equity, access, and social justice for our students? And so to everyone, yes, I understand. And yes, I agree with your perspectives of the value of our programs. I've had to look at the very same programs that I advocated for and worked to implement in the last couple of years, only in the last couple of years: elementary sports, college visits, AP tests, using data to meet the needs of our students, as you heard today in the presentation about our college-going efforts. Those two are included as programs that we must eliminate to stave off insolvency, as valuable as they are to me as a father, not just as a superintendent. So why cut the very programs that I started? It's because we have to take action that's within our control, irrespective of whether we can negotiate ongoing savings to preserve these and every other program that is included in our fiscal recovery plan. And I just say, for those community members who have joined us in the wee hours of past board meetings here at CERN and have continued to tune into the board meetings via Zoom, these discussions will sound very familiar, as many of these budget cuts are similar to those that we presented to the board and to our community 18 months ago as information, but not action items, which we're presenting this evening. Today, they are part of an action item because we simply do not have in Sac City a budget structure that produces revenues to invest in the type of innovative specialty and SPAL programs that we believe are valuable to students and are the subject of public comments sure to come among the 190 or so public comments that you will hear in a few minutes. We've already identified $50 million in ongoing savings over the past 2 years, so we're down and into the bones, board members. And while we've made past reductions and staved off insolvency and pushed the can down the road, incredibly, there are narratives that a budget deficit doesn't exist, that we're crying wolf, as you've heard. The fact is, as I've said before, I wish that that was true, because it would mean that we wouldn't need to consider these painful cuts, that we wouldn't have dedicated countless hours to identifying them, but instead use that time and energy to continue to build programs that would help us achieve our goals on behalf of our students, to be proactive in our work as opposed to reactive, which I'm constantly reminded by stakeholders. We'll continue to find more effective ways to communicate what we and many independent entities have found in light of the counter narratives that exist. And as I know and have come to understand, they've existed for many, many years here in Sac City Unified. But what's even more distressing to me, and should be to everyone at Sac City, is what could have been for our students over the past 5, 10, 20 years. My life's work has centered on equity, and we have huge inequities in Sac City, board members, with our current set of programming. And these reductions will further expand inequity. So it's very frustrating to me that we can't invest more in students, especially in light of the fact that almost 3 out of 4 students in Sac City Unified are low income, they're English learners, they're foster, homeless, and that the state's funding formula is designed so that resources flow back to our neediest students, as you heard from Ms. Guillen earlier. The fact is that our budget deficit does exist, and we've run out of options. We can continue to discuss the value of these programs in increased enrollment, in student success and achievement, but the fact remains If we do not control the high cost of total compensation packages, whether by the direction of this board or under the direction of a state administrator, these cuts will happen. Many of our programs, as valuable and important as they are not sustaining. It's simple. They are just not self-sustaining, and we don't have a budget structure that allows us to continue sustaining them. This is where we're at today, and the acknowledgement of such is not a strategy to wonder if our community will be mobilized or to create anger toward any particular stakeholder. It's simply the hard, honest truth and what we've been tasked to do over and without addressing the root cause of our inability to sustain the current budget structure in our district. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, President Ryan, for the board's discussion.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. I appreciate that context, sobering though it is. I am going to take board member questions and comments at this time. If I can please see a show of hands from board members seeking to ask questions of the superintendent. We also have our fiscal advisors on the line, Terry Ryland, Superintendent Gordon, and others. Board Member Morawski.
Thank you, President Ryan. This is an incredibly difficult item for all of us and for our community. First, I want to start off with just asking about, what makes sense in terms of process on these items, and I have some suggestions. I would like to hear from my fellow board members as well. There are a number of items here that I think are really valuable proposals to consider. And I really wanted to thank staff for the countless hours that were spent going through and figuring out, what these kind of structural issues are with our budget that makes a lot of our programs more costly to run than others. I think some of the inequity in funding in our system is baked in because of the structures of these programs. And although they may be very valuable, and they are, I think we, as board members, and you as superintendent, are bringing forward these difficult conversations that we really need to be having. And it's a question about how we are best serving our students and our community over the long term. Change is hard, and we don't have a lot of options. And so I think it's required of us, and it is, we have to move forward with these conversations. In terms of the process, I think there are some cuts in this package that are fairly straightforward. Cutting a supply budget by so many percent. Okay, I can understand those, and I think that's something that we don't need additional information on necessarily to be able to take action on. Where I do have quite a bit of concern in terms of actions that we would potentially take tonight is the significant structural and programmatic changes that are proposed to many of our school sites. And in reading through them, they fell into a few different buckets to me. One is the approach to kind of small high schools, some of our charters, and many of them that have the CTE pathways. So I think, in terms of the 5 high schools that were looked at, all 5 of those, if you add up the enrollment, it's less than 1,200 students for 5 high schools, which is half the size of McClatchy, just for an example. And those are just very, very, very expensive per student to run in that manner, right? And that's why they're being brought forward for that conversation. I would like to see more analysis and a plan to sort of potentially reform, consolidate these pathways, look at, what can we support? How many pathways can we support? Are they in the right areas? What does our region need? So I think that needs more conversation and more analysis. We need a strategic plan around the whole thing. And I don't think, moving forward with cuts with like a week to talk about it is the appropriate way forward. And the same thing for the restructuring of 7-8 programs. We need an analysis of that. We need an analysis of where do these students go? What are the enrollment impacts? What are the staffing changes? And look at what really makes sense, and also the potential impact on student outcomes. Inclusive practices I would put in the same bucket in terms of I don't think resegregating our students is an option. I don't think any one of us is comfortable or should be comfortable moving forward to place students in a more restrictive environment. That is antithetical to our moral values and to the law. And so, I do understand that the co-teaching model used at Cal and McClatchy is an expensive model of inclusive practices. It just is. So, if we need to trim costs, what are the other ways we can do it with other models of inclusion potentially? This is what we need to talk about. And so there are just there's more analysis that needs to be done on some of these issues. Social workers, I can't support moving forward with any cuts to mental health services for our students in this time. If anything, they need more help now. We have COVID dollars for this coming year. I think that our students will need more mental health services. This is a COVID response. So I think we need to talk about, how we can maintain those and going forward, talk about increasing potentially third-party reimbursement. There's a lot of exciting opportunities for more reimbursement from the state and federal programs. So I think those are the kinds of things that we need to look at. And I would, I think in terms of timing, some of these things should come back to the board in February.
Thank you, Member Morawski. Member Garcia.
Yes, I heard most of what Board Member Morawski said, and I'm in full agreement. I think that this fiscal recovery plan essentially demonstrates, shows us as board members and shows our community essentially what is the next level of reductions look like. I mean, and they're getting closer and closer to school sites, closer and closer to the classroom. And that's hard. That's really, really hard. And yet I know that we have to make cuts. But I believe that this fiscal recovery plan is the beginning of a conversation. I don't think today is the end. I think today is the continuation of further analysis, not only from staff. There in those impact reports, I see maybe multiple alternative solutions. And those need to be further explored, I think, along with our community, so that when we're cutting a program, we're reducing costs, it may or may not mean that the services are no longer there. It just means that perhaps they're being delivered in a different manner. So I think at this point, I just have way more questions than I do answers. And as Board Member Morawski said, some of the reductions, the proposed reductions are very straightforward, but so many of them are not, and they're just much more complicated that I think it behooves us as a board to have additional conversations about this and the impacts. I'd like to see, I don't know at what point an implementation plan is presented to us in terms of how these potential reductions how they translate at a school site. I'm especially concerned about those for the inclusionary programs. We're moving in the opposite direction, as some of the experts at the federal level, at the state level, where maybe some of the special ed funding is going to be made available. Any increases in special ed funding will probably be tied to inclusionary settings, and we're just moving backwards. So it just doesn't make any sense to me. Also in programs where their entire instructional model changes because there's one reduction. So we need to really understand what these impacts are. I just think that there's more conversation to happen. I don't know if we have a separate and lengthy board meeting so that we can have these conversations in some community forums. And also, I realize that staff has already put a lot of time into this. There's just so much more discussion that needs to happen. I have also heard from members of my community, of my trustee area, where all they're asking for is time to find out if there's another way that they can continue to retain their programs, their IB programs, and come up with a different solution. If the goal is to save money, maybe there are other ways to do that. I want to make sure that that we afford that to our community members and our partners. I think that's a fair request, and that it's a fair ask. So I do want to make sure, though, that however we move tonight, there is a time certain of when we're coming back. And again, I know reductions need to happen. I just don't know if these are all, if the proposal is exactly the way we need to go in order to get there. And I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you, Member Garcia. Other board member comments and questions? Board Member Minnick.
Thanks, President Ryan. All right, so I made kind of some of my feelings clear a few weeks ago when we talked about this, but I'm going to reiterate some and then add some stuff, and then I have a question. We've been, obviously we heard from the report about all the cuts we've done over the last few years. I've supported all the cuts up to this point. They've been painful. And I knew that they were going to have an impact on our district, but they were far enough away from directly impacting kids as possible. But we've done all those that we can. So here we are. We're talking about things that are absolutely directly impacting kids. We all know that there's only one real way to solve this problem long term, and we've heard it through employee healthcare savings. The superintendent mentioned it just a few minutes ago. And yes, they're supposed to be negotiated. So we've been hearing about a plan B if we can't negotiate. I didn't like the idea of bringing this to the board at all. It suggests that these are legitimate other options to resolving our fiscal crisis. These are not legitimate options. I'm frustrated in the fact that we're even having this discussion, that we're even putting this information out into the public, these scary scenarios that are honestly freaking people out over these scary scenarios at kind of the worst possible time. These are not realistic options because they're going to prevent the district from doing its job. We've heard this before, that we've cut kind of as far as we can without really keeping us from being able to serve our kids. We're talking about supports to special ed. We're talking about IB programs, Waldorf, impacting successful K-8 schools. I said last time, and I'm going to say it again, I'm not going to vote to decimate programs for our kids so that a handful of adults can have really expensive health insurance. We know what we need to do. We need to address the healthcare costs. Yes, we're supposed to negotiate healthcare savings with the teachers union, but everybody needs to be there. It's clear by the actions of SETA leadership, or their lack of action, that they don't intend to negotiate on this. But our only option to solve this is to implement healthcare changes. ultimately this body has the fiduciary responsibility to save the district. We know what has to happen, or our other choice is we put our hands up and we allow the district to go into receivership. But that doesn't seem like a really smart option. So I think those are our only real choices to solve this. So I can't support any of the cuts that we've had, presented to us last time and that we've been reading up about. But so my question then, and I don't know if this is a question for the superintendent or our legal counsel or our or Superintendent Gordon, but if we don't vote to support these cuts, which I'm hoping that we don't, what steps do we need to do to implement the healthcare benefit changes that we need to address this issue, knowing that negotiations might not be an option? That's all I have to.
Thank you. Member Minnick, I would ask legal counsel to provide an answer to that question, just because it's a very sensitive question and we need to make sure that we're very intentional in both answering the question, but doing so appropriately as well. So I see Mr. Bozio and Ms. Grantham, so I'll ask them to provide some context for you and our board.
Sure. Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Board. So to your question, Member Minnick, that's a good question. Of course, it's very very relevant. As you stated, I think, and you recognize that talking about health benefits, in particular with regard to the teachers union, those healthcare plans are specifically listed in the CBA, the Kaiser, the Health Net plan. That's the expensive plan, and as well as the contribution of the district. It's set forth in the CBA and as terms and conditions of their employment and wages and benefits, something that the district has to negotiate. And I know you, and as you know, and as you stated, there's a process for pursuing negotiation, and if the parties reach an impasse in that negotiation, then the process then is to go to PERB and seek a declaration of impasse and go through the fact-finding process before making changes to working conditions and compensation in terms of employment. We have in the past looked to PERB and sought to explore impasse, and they were not at that point when we previously applied. PERB declared that, or PERB determined that we were not at impasse at that point. So we've been, in the process of continuing to pursue negotiations on that issue. And Dulcinea, I don't know if, I'm sure you can elaborate as well and probably explain that a little bit better than I.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Bozio. Member Minnick, to your question, as Mr. Bozio said, under the Educational Employment Relations Act, which is the body of law that governs the relationship between school district employers and school district employees, represented employees in K-12 and community college education, you are required to negotiate any changes to wages, hours, terms, and conditions of employment. Health benefits have been found by the Public Employment Relations Board to fall into those categories. So changes to those health benefits have to be negotiated. When you go through a negotiations process and you don't reach an agreement, as Mr. Bozio said, there's an impasse process. And prior to any sort of implementation of one of those negotiable items, the district, the public school employer, is required to complete the statutory impasse process. There's very limited exceptions to not completing that process. And as Mr. Bozio said, the district twice asked the Public Employment Relations Board in December of 2019 and in January of this year to say that the district and SCTA were at impasse over the health benefits issue because we were not meeting. SCTA was not agreeing to meet with the district over successor contract negotiation. And twice the Public Employment Relations Board said that the parties were not at impasse. So we attempted to get the help of the Public Employment Relations Board. They made the determination they made. The other thing that the district did, which was another avenue that's available to the district, is to file what's called an unfair practice charge against FCTA, saying, FCTA, we've been asking you to come to the table and bargain, and you haven't been. That unfair practice charge was filed with the Public Employment Relations Board, and a complaint was issued by the Public Employment Relations Board against FCTA. We're in the process of a hearing on that unfair practice charge that's currently pending at this moment. So that was another avenue that was available to the district in an attempt to move successor contract negotiations forward. Benefits is one of the things that the district has requested to negotiate in successor contract negotiations with FCTA, and making some changes to the health benefit plans and the district's contribution to those plans is one of the district's proposals that was made back in August of 2019 to FCTA. So the district has endeavored through the various legal means that are available to it to move this process along, and we continue to do that. Any sort of unilateral implementation by the district carries with it legal risk. So that's where we are at this point, again, continuing to pursue those avenues that the district has available to it through the Public Employment Relations Board and under the Educational Employment Relations Act. So I'm happy to answer any further questions, but I hope that at least attempts to answer your question, Member Minnick.
It does. I just feel like we've been having this same, conversation, and we're cutting, when the elephant in the room is that we know how to solve this. And I would argue at this point, after, spending 4 years thinking about this, is that those legal risks are risks worth taking, because the other option is that we go insolvent, and that doesn't seem like a good choice. So I'm just going to put that out there, and we'll see where other people stand.
Thank you, Board Member Minnick. Other board member comments and questions? Board Member Shake.
Thank you, President Ryan. I have a couple of simple questions for the superintendent or Ms. Ramos, whoever wants to answer. What percentage of the, or what portion of the structural deficit are we erasing here by passing tonight's fiscal recovery plan if we do so?
Assuming, Superintendent, would you like me to
go ahead,
respond?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, it depends. If assuming we, just looking at this just generally, if we take all of the reductions, the whole 18 million, that's roughly about a third of the deficit. And I'm comparing that to the $56 million deficit.
Right. And so we'd still be facing a reduced problem, but a similar problem if we do pass this. And so I'm going to go on a tangent right now. I hope it's entertaining, but it's going to illustrate my position on this. As anyone who knows me or might tell you, I'm fascinated by history and politics, and that extends to British politics. And so a lot of people have been talking about Margaret Thatcher recently because The Crown is out on Netflix. And there was a time before her prime ministership when a lot of people were talking about her, when she was education secretary in the British government. She ended the program of free school milk in British schools. And to today, her nickname is Margaret Thatcher Milk Snatcher. And even she was horrified by those actions that she took as education secretary later on, telling her own cabinet that those savings were not worth the action. The savings that were made by the government were not worth the action. And so I want to ask this board, do we want to be known as milk snatchers? Do we want to take away the programs that so many of my fellow students have reached out to tell me that they see as absolutely necessary? Students from Greenwood, Carson, McClatchy, Cal Middle, Bernie, the list goes on. Do we continue ripping away the few things that work for our students in an era where so little works in education while we ignore this structural issue? As a person personally incredibly concerned with the structural deficit, something that I've thought about for years, even as a student, I applaud the concern put into tonight's discussion over the deficit, even when there are people who might think that there isn't one, against all facts. But the truth of this matter is that this plan, despite being the result of a lot of excellent work on the part of our staff, doesn't address the real problem. In a district where 91 cents of each dollar spent go to employee salaries and benefits, we have to fix the real problem by reforming the structural problems laid out by Ms. Ramos in our last meeting, in a presentation that I would recommend everyone revisit if you hadn't seen it. As a member of the Student Advisory Council, many evenings I've spent walking through the graveyard of empty cubicles of people who once used to work for our district but don't any longer. And I know those cuts were difficult, but I feel like they were necessary at that time. But today, as we look at stripping youth development, IP, VAPA, Waldorf, et cetera, as the representative of 42,000 students in this district, it's unacceptable for me to say that this is a good idea. And so I hope we vote tonight, and I hope we vote in a conclusive way to turn this plan away. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Sheikh. As always, eloquently said and on point. Other board member comments or questions? Board Member Pritchett.
Thank you, President Ryan. Well said, Member Sheikh, to follow you. That's a hard one to do. I have some great concerns, and I know I expressed at the last board meeting that I absolutely do not support a plan like this when I know that there are other options. And you guys have mentioned programs like, for example, Carver, that's in my area, that we know that's running in a deficit. But did you know that Carver actually enrolls from 40 different schools, and 30 of those schools are outside of SUSD? And when those kids graduate from Carver, several of them have many, or I should say several units for college directly out of high school. What other programs do we have like this? When I look at programs like that, I think, what are we doing wrong? Right? Why can't we have all of our high schools be like that? We need to model our schools after what's doing right. And I'm for looking at these programs and reformatting them and helping them out along the way. But I think we really needed to look at this overall. I know that Member Garcia had made a comment about that these are getting close to classrooms. No, I disagree. These are direct cuts to classrooms. Direct. And I refuse to make cuts like that when I know that there are other options. I do have a question in regards to the impact reports to the superintendent and staff. I'd like to know, were these impact reports created by the district office, and did the district office then work with the school sites? Because when I looked over the impact reports, I saw some disparities, such as, like, for example, Carver, that had last year's enrollment numbers on them.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Member Pritchett. My expectation was that these impact statements would have been developed either jointly or certainly with review from our site leaders, because they are at the ground level and understand what those impacts might actually be. But there is no denying, Member Pritchett, that as Member Morawski mentioned, the size of some of these programs do require additional investments from us. And so there was no way that we could possibly think about reducing some of those additional investments required to operate those programs and still protect the unique features of those programs. Whether you're talking about looping or a CTE themed program at any of those sites. So then it became a matter of us making sure that we had alternatives to present to the board, whereby unless you directed us to think about closing some of those programs, that we could still operate them in a way in which students could still complete graduation, A to G completion. But again, it would have been really, really difficult for us to reduce our investment and still maintain the unique traits of all of those programs. You know, going to a high school and having a science focus or an engineering focus or a health focus or a Waldorf focus, for example. So what we did was try our best to present to you what it would take for us to continue to maintain programming at those sites, but knowing that it would have been virtually impossible to still have those unique traits operating at those sites.
Yeah, and I just want to reiterate that I'm not getting on staff about it. I think that some of this was based on the rush of doing this fiscal recovery plan, and that we had board members that were pushing it forward and saying that we need this, we need to have this presented. And then we didn't do it the right way. To me, like, we need to be reaching out to community members. We need to be reaching out to our teachers. We need to be reaching out to, everyone that's impacted by this. Because, these people may have great ideas. I've been having conversations throughout my community about the possible cuts, and they've been trying to come up with their own plans of how they can fix these problems. And so it is my hope that, we can do that. I know at the last board meeting, I talked about that root of the cause of why we're talking about this. And the reason why we're talking about this is because we haven't been able to get to the table with SCTA. And so my question is, tell me why, not this group, not superintendent, not staff. Tell me why. I encourage SCTA to come to the table, call me directly. I am willing to have a conversation with you to figure out why we can't get to the table to talk about these benefits that we've been talking about for years. I've been on this board now for 8 years. Why can't we come to the table to talk about this? Is Superintendent Gordon and CBO Schweitzer still online?
I believe so. Let me confirm. Superintendent Gordon, can you hear? I can't see the image. I don't know if anyone else can.
Yes, I'm on the line.
Thank you.
And so is Nick Schweitzer.
Okay, perfect. Thank you both for continuing to join us. I have some questions to you. I just want to know, is there any belief that you have that by delaying this vote will uncover millions of dollars in additional revenue savings?
No. I think your staff has done a fine job of going through what is possible to cut, given the flexibilities you have with the parts of the budget that are within your control outside of the bargaining process, outside of the negotiations process. I don't think delaying this will change that situation at all.
Great, thank you.
And Nick, do you want to comment further on that?
Yeah, I don't have anything else to add to that. Certainly, your staff and have done a fairly detailed review of the options. My understanding is from Superintendent Aguilar's statement that these are options that you've seen before. We believe that they are viable options, certainly painful and impactful, but this district is in a very difficult position right now. So we think there wouldn't be a huge benefit or not much gain from a delay at this point in time.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that explanation. And student membership, I just want to say thank you for the Margaret Thatcher story. It kind of brought me back to my first year on the board when we proposed to close 11 schools. We ended up closing 7 schools in the most neediest areas, which was a huge hurt on our district in terms of the students that had to travel far to schools. We lost ADA because, people left our district because of the closure of schools. It recovered us for a very short time, but look, we're right back to where we started. In fact, we're in a worse situation now. So I just wanted to say thank you, because it really just kind of grounded me to say, like, this, we have to fix it this time. We're at a breaking point. We are not going to survive this if we cannot fix this together. So with that, I want to suggest that, I want to say that these cuts that we are trying to implement, they're going to be a direct harm to our district. And so with that, I'm going to propose that we reject this RFP and we commit as a board to pursue healthcare premium savings as an alternative
and that we commit with SCTA, that we get to the table, and that and we bring this back all the way to June 1st.
Thank you, Board Member Pritchett. We had Board Member Vang's hand up, and then another comment or question from Board Member Garcia and Board Member Morowski.
Thank you, President Ryan. I'll keep my comments short. I think I mentioned this at the last board meeting as well. So a little bit of my comments is kind of a reiteration of what I mentioned before, but just also to call out and point out some items. You know, I shared the last board meeting. I became a community organizer because I worked along with families and students to stop school closure. And Member Pritchett talked about, you know, when she first came on and the board voted to close schools, right? Board members right now on this board, one person voted to close the schools and the other didn't. But we saw what impact that had on families, right? We displaced lots of families and many of them never came back. And as a result, you know, echoing Member Pritchett, we actually lost ADA and we lost revenue because of that. And tonight, what we're also doing is just proposing more critical programs that we know keeps our students here. In particular, at Luther Burbank, which is the area that I represent, we have an incredible IB program. And this program is actually a handful of programs throughout the United States that actually offer IB Spanish language and literature for heritage speakers. You know, the IB program at Luther Burbank was really founded to meet the academic needs of our students in South Sacramento. There's about 90% of our students that are low income at Luther Burbank High, and 50% of our seniors have at least taken one IB course. There's also a significant of our English language learners that are in the IB course, and many that have taken before they graduated. So, you know, I don't think it is a smart move for this board to vote on cuts that actually will make our structural deficit worse. This is also my last board meeting. And I also just want to also call out and name that I would say that members of this board have also contributed to kind of like the toxic relationship, because I also don't appreciate when we actually call out an entity and attack teachers as well. I will be the first to say that we do need to address our health benefits, but it doesn't do us any good when we're also attacking our teachers, because they too want to make sure that our students can reach their full potential. Year after year, you know, I have been on the ground speaking with teachers, and they too have made sacrifices, right, during recession, giving up pay and benefits so that they can actually support our students and our families. And again, now we're also going to be asking them to, you know, to make sacrifices, right, because we all have. And so I also want to take this opportunity for us to be really careful in the way that we speak and the way that we, you know, when we talk about building, come to the table, but you can't do that when you're also attacking an entity, right? If we're really about collective effort, then let's make sure to also use language that doesn't attack our teachers. That's really important. And I also shared at the last board meeting that, you know, I truly believe that any negotiated plan, right, any new negotiated health plan can be override with increasing healthcare costs. You know, at the end of the day, I also feel like the system that we're in sets us up for failure, where our board, parents, and teachers are going to continue to fight until we can actually handle and change our healthcare system. And so, unfortunately, we are at the local level. So we as leaders have to work together with our labor partners to find a solution. And that is through, you know, looking at our health benefits. You know, could we find a better plan to reduce costs? So I am on board with that. But as we move forward in this conversation and to the new board members that are coming in, I think it's really important for us, right, to make sure that when we talk about being collaborative, that we do that in a way that's healthy. And so I also just want to take this time to say, you know, I will not be voting for these cuts. You know, Student Shake said it best, right? When you even look at the numbers, right, if you're trying to talk about addressing the structural deficit, these cuts won't even make a dent. You know, and so we have to find more long-term solution, and that is through negotiated plans. And that is something that I support. But again, I will say it over again, we will have a new board here, and it's going to be incredibly important for us to build collectively together. And we also can't have people on this board also, I would say, you know, contributing to the toxicity, right? It has to be a collective effort from both ends. And with that, I will, you know, second Member Pritchett's motion, I think that was on the table, to vote no on this item.
So we had a motion from Board Member Pritchett to vote to reject the fiscal recovery plan with an expectation that a negotiated healthcare solution will be found. And we have a second from Member Vang on that motion that is on the table. Looks like we have comments from both Board Member Garcia and Board Member Morowski.
Yes, thank you. So I think in that motion, we also need to continue to work on a separate plan, because the negotiated savings are not going to be enough to address the structural deficit. So it's important that we continue to have this discussion about a fiscal recovery plan and what that may look like. I think it's always been the expectation that these are two different plans that are together part of an overall solution. So I just want to make sure that that's clear, at least on my end, what my expectation is. I do have a process question in terms of, just so that I can better understand procedurally what happens. So we have before us the proposal of, making cuts of up to $18 million, but these cuts don't go into effect until July 1st of 2021. So I'm trying to figure out what are the benefits to the current year budget, and then also trying to figure out timing in terms of the benefit, any reductions that we find in a subsequent plan towards next year's budget, but also keeping in mind the March 15th deadline. So I'm just trying to connect these dots procedurally. So if Rose, maybe you can help me with that.
Okay, so I want to make sure, Member Garcia, I understand your question. So why now, if they're not going to take effect until July 1, but knowing that we do have to meet the March 15th deadline? Is that?
Yeah, so these cuts, I understand how they inform next year's budget. I understand how whatever reductions we make, also we have to keep in mind the March 15th deadline, because to the extent that it results in fewer positions, we need to keep that deadline in mind by law. But I'm just wondering, sort of the timeline. How much time do we have to talk about a fiscal recovery plan that is further processed by the board, further processed by our community, also further worked on with some of our school site leaders who have additional suggestions at how we can meet that target number, whatever that number is. So I'm just trying to kind of put all this together and figure out what happens next month, what happens the month after that, in order for us to come up with sort of an expectation of which meetings are coming up when.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good question. So I think what's going to drive that deadline date is that March 15th notice, right? Because a lot of these programs, those that do have staffing behind them that are certificated, that do need to be noticed, we will need to follow that timeline. And so that information should be pretty much solidified in January, because it's going to take us the month of February to put that data together and start sharing that information at board meetings. And you've seen that in the past, that in February, we usually start to bring to the board those layoff notices, the early information for those positions that are grant funded, that are declining due to declining enrollment. So keeping with that same timeline, that it would be January when we would need to make that final determination.
Member Garcia, if I could also just interject on two fronts. One, as Member Morowski mentioned, let's just take this idea that there are buckets within this fiscal recovery plan, and let's just take, college visits, for example, or elementary sports. Those are decision points for the board that would take effect, assuming that, we could come back to school, for example, in the spring, and achieve savings there. And, not only next year, but anything that we had planned for this spring, for example, that might not take effect, and that would result in some savings prior to July. And then thank you for recognizing the kind of statutory mandates that we operate under. And so I'll ask just Concy to give her perspective from an HR standpoint in relationship to that March 15th deadline. And then if I could also ask Superintendent Gordon and his team just to clarify what we're obligated to do under Ed Code in terms of the December 31st deadline to present a fiscal recovery plan and a balanced budget, if you will, so that we're all kind of clear about all of the things that are interwoven in this potential decision of delaying a decision, if you will. So if I could maybe ask first that we start with sort of what Ed Code mandates, Mr. Schweitzer, Superintendent Gordon, and then turn it to Concy just to give a little bit more clarity to the board on the March 15th and how we would have to work backwards for those buckets of the FRP that would involve staffing related impacts, if you will.
Okay, well, you were supposed to have a fiscal recovery plan at the behest of the Auditor General, and FCMAT, I'm sure would concur in the benefit of doing that by the end of this month, by December 31st. Obviously, this doesn't get you all the way to what you need, but it gets you a good part of the way if you were willing to adopt these cuts right now today. If you were not, you would simply miss that timeline. And I think as Concy and Rose have talked about, your staff will come up against these impending deadlines, which will make it more difficult to execute on any cuts you would decide to make later on, because looking at alternatives and all of that is fine and worthy, but that really compresses the time that your staff needs to put together the cuts in a way that meets, say, a March 15th deadline. So I'll leave it at that. Nick, do you want to add anything to that?
Superintendent Gordon, that's correct. It's the law, the Ed Code law is pretty clear that districts are obligated to develop and for county offices of education to work with districts to balance a budget by December 31st when they've had a budget that's been denied and a revised budget that's been denied. So yeah, law is pretty clear on that. I think there is a concern that that the board acts or indicates what reductions that they want made, so that staff has time to actually come up with implementation plans and look at ways to mitigate some of the impacts of these cuts, so that they can actually be implemented to have the savings that the district needs to achieve.
So thank you, Mr. Schweitzer. So you are saying that we will fail to meet our Ed Code deadline of submitting a balanced budget by the December 31st deadline, recognizing that that will be rejected. We will, with this counter motion, pursue the negotiated savings while still vetting these proposals in the field, coming back to the board should the negotiated health plan savings fail. Member Morowski, I think I saw your hand up.
Yes, thank you. Well, I have one question and comments. On one of the items, central departments, there is a classified reduction TBD of 1.6 million. Can someone from the district staff or superintendent explain what that is?
I can explain that. What that is, Member Moralski, is that at this point, it's an estimate. Depending on the decisions that are made with the rest of the programs, we know that there may be additional classified that will also be reduced as a result of that. For example, if one of the programs is reduced with certain certificated staffing, then additional instructional aides may follow. Possible additional custodial support may follow. And we're just not exactly sure what those amounts will be until the other piece of that, I guess, that program is determined first. Then we can evaluate that. So we kind of took an estimate based on, all of these programs, assuming that the, good majority of them were approved. Then we would see reductions in noon duty support, instructional aides, possibly bus drivers, maybe clerical support.
Oh, I see. And so that's assuming, like, say these programs were closed or schools were closed, and the kind of the ancillary staff that would go along with that to support the school.
Correct.
Oh, okay. So that whatever that is dependent. That's not a separate proposal for central office staff. That is just dependent. It's school site staff dependent on whatever the other options are that are taken.
That's correct. It's not a separate proposal. It's not like, there's a percentage of being reduced at the central office or anything. No.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right, that's helpful. So I have a suggestion, and I think I really appreciate everyone's comments. We definitely need a negotiated solution to solve the budget deficit. That's apparent to everyone, and there is something called solution aversion, where if you don't like the solution, you want to minimize the problem. Well, we need to deal in numbers and facts, so we know that has to happen. We also know that that's not going to be sufficient. We do need to make more cuts. We do need to do what we can do as a board, and this is hard, and this is not it's not what we came here to do, and some of these will impact students, but I think it's incumbent on us, particularly because staff will be developing the budget for the following fiscal year, to take what we can out of this plan and move forward. I mentioned a few areas where I thought the programmatic and kind of structural impacts of the cuts were more than we can move forward with appropriately tonight, with less than a week of conversation of these impact statements and potential alternatives. But there's also a phenomenon where someone like breaks their diet, and then they're like, oh, what the hell, I'll just have another one, and I'll have another one. Well, it's not an all or nothing. It's not, oh, we can't do all of these, so we should do none of them and reject the package. I don't think that's a productive conversation. And I think we need to move forward with what we can tonight. And no one wants to do these things, but I think that's what we need to do. So I would actually amend the motion on the table to do a couple things. First, I think we should adopt a target, a board adopted target for the amount of savings we need. I would suggest about 35 million for next fiscal year. Direct staff to find negotiated savings to make up a good portion of that. The rest will have to come either through increased revenues, which we don't have control over, and cuts. And that will have to include some of the cuts we have on the table. So we can take action on some of these cuts tonight, and I think we should move forward with as much as we can that doesn't need sufficient or that doesn't need further analysis. So first, I would I guess amend the motion to adopt a $35 million deficit reduction target, to direct staff to find negotiated savings, to direct staff to come back with a strategic plan and analysis for some of the other items that I mentioned earlier, which are social workers, small high schools, charters, and CTE, our 7-8 programs, and inclusive practices. Child development in as well, there's just not enough information to move forward on that. We don't know what the alternatives are. So we would direct staff to come back with further analysis and planning on those items. And the rest will be revenues and cuts. And I would suggest moving forward with the cuts under central departments and the cuts under other, eliminate paying for IB and AP tests. That's something we can do. That is within our control. We have a deficit problem. We need to make hard cuts. So I would, and I can list off the ones that would be included in the motion, if that's helpful.
So, Member Morawski, I agree with you that there should be a target set. I think that your combination of strategies around analyzing first with a priority towards negotiated savings and then towards making the gap make sense. I would be uncomfortable with a menu of options that we are just taking now as a piecemeal approach this evening towards the fiscal recovery plan, since it does not impact the fiscal recovery plan's ability to be accepted and adopted based upon the fact that we have met our minimum obligations. I would want to have a bigger conversation about that. I do think the conversation about us needing to continue to look for areas in the coming weeks and months, and your new board members as well, where you can adopt cuts is the right one. I think that the bigger recognition, though, is that the largest body of savings, once again, comes in the form of health plan savings, negotiated savings. I am very troubled, and I'll just be really candid, by the stress and duress that we have put our community through in the middle of a global pandemic, when I have students, parents, community members that are grappling with being able to keep a roof over their head and food on their table. And they are now also being hit with catastrophic choices because we have had an inability to actualize the health plan savings that we've been talking about for a very long time. I was not on the board in 2010, 2012, when much of the work was happening to close schools as a result of needing to close a structural deficit. But there was a grand jury report at that time that found that unsustainable health care benefits would lead to the eventual bankruptcy of the district. We've had myriad reports that have confirmed that since then, including the recent report from the state auditor, all saying the same thing, that if we were to pool negotiated health plan changes, we could potentially save $20 million. We've lost close to $50 million from the date that the contract was signed to date in the failure to move from a monopoly premium to less expensive, more competitive pool plans. I am very troubled that when I was a high poverty kid going to Sacramento area schools, I didn't have access to field trips. I didn't have access to my Sly Park Seminole experience. I didn't have access to music and arts programming because so much of that programming had been cut as a result of the fact that even then we had unsustainable spending in terms of the percentage on salary and benefits. When Board Member Shake talked about the fact that it's unconscionable that we would be at 90 cents on the dollar for salary and benefits, 91 cents on the dollar, I remember being very proud of the fact that many years ago, I, along with other board members, wanting to acknowledge the hard work of our teachers and ensure their adequate compensation, put this charge before our CBO. We asked our CBO to negotiate a salary increase that was the maximum amount we could afford. We gave 11% as a multi-year increase, which was incredibly generous, and has in fact brought our teachers up to $92,000 on average, which is the highest in the region. At that same time, we believed that we were going to finally tackle healthcare benefits in a meaningful way. And yet, like arguing climate change, years later, we have not been able to move towards that health plan savings that we know is so critical to ensure that we not only have an ability to reinvest in our children, but that we avoid catastrophic cuts that decimate the programs that have made our district great. And I am very bothered by the fact that board members said, we want all options on the table. Well, we have now put all options on the table in such a way that has re-traumatized communities who have been under-resourced for far too long. And it has mobilized other communities. And yet we still refuse to, in a full-throated way, address the elephant in the room, which is that health plan changes give us the ability to not just ensure that we don't cut programs that are the reason that many of our students like Board Member Shake, show up to school every day. That health plan changes should be the North Star. And beyond that, we should be looking at what is fair to ensure that all of our bargaining partners and valued employees are recognizing the gravity of the moment and the choices we have to make. And I actually believe we have three scenarios. We have a scenario where we adopt catastrophic cuts that, make no bone about it, will harm our Black and Brown students and low-income students in our most disenfranchised communities, first and foremost. We can choose to pursue health plan changes that in fact give us solid footing, not just for this year and next year in our 3-year multi-year projections, but for decades to come, or we can accept receivership. And frankly, if the choices are between accepting receivership or making cuts that are catastrophic cuts that are as bad as what a state receiver would have to do if they came in with the very lean operations under which the district is currently operating in, because we heard it from the state auditor, there are very few places to cut right now. If those are our choices, I think it should be the strategy that leaning in with the community that is demanding that we do what we know will minimize the impact on children, we focus in a full-throated, intentional way on a hard deadline for actualizing the health plan changes that should have occurred years ago. So we have public comments at this time. We're going to open it up to public comments. We will do 1 minute per public comment for those who are on the phone. We will do up to an additional 30 public comments, 1 minute each for those written. The rest will be recorded for record, since we now have all of the public comments that were provided in writing, scanned, and publicly available and posted online.
A total of how many minutes, President Ryan?
So we're going to do a total of up to 60 minutes for this.
We have 14 live comments And the first person is Lamaya Coleman.
Hi, my name is Lamaya Coleman, and I come largely as a district sub, but also as part of a 7th grader and a member of SAC Act. So having heard you guys' conversations, I'm glad to hear the concern around the kids who will be most impacted, the poor second language, minority kids. Since Prop 15 failed, we are looking at ugly cuts. And as has been raised up, really keep at the forefront who's able to come in and provide public comments, who is not struggling with having lost a job, having family sick, having just so many other things. And I'm sorry, I'm not being not having to worry about like back rent and potentially getting evicted. I've watched the dynamic of people who are more impacted, low income people, not be able to track what's going on. Elvia, a co-SAC Act leader who you guys know well, and you know that she's really passionate about these things. With everything that's going on, she's not currently able to track, and she's not able to come and comment. So really, when you hear from parents and community members, keep really heavy in mind who has the bandwidth right now to show up, who has the privilege to show up. And then just something really small scale, but based on my experience as a district sub this fall.
Coleman, please wrap it up. Your time has expired.
All right, I'll just leave it there.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Whitney Cole, and she is combining time with 3 other people.
Hi, I'm Whitney. When our 6th graders learned of our district's budget woes and the approval of the fiscal recovery plan would result in the dismantling of our international baccalaureate program, I teach at Caleb Greenwood, they took matters into their own hands. As the first class to spend their entire elementary experience as IB learners, they are well versed in the elements of the program that guide students to not just learn about the world around them, but to take action that makes it better for us all. These 6th grade students prepared a video urging the adults in our system, board members, district leaders, and labor leaders to work together. In it, they express concern that their futures are in the hands of adults who are willing to cut programs rather than make sacrifices for the benefit of children. And they share what IB means to them. We realize that the amount of public comment this evening is overwhelming and that this virtual setting makes it difficult to share the video here, but we have sent the video to the board, superintendent, and SCTA to urge you all to watch it and listen to the voices of our children as you consider the steps necessary to preserve our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cole.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Kelly Cordero, but I do not see her listed. So we'll go to the next person, Kay Davis. I also do not see online. Nor do I see the next person, Noel Estacio. Oh, Noel is here. Go ahead, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Hi, good evening, board members and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Noelle Estacio, and I'm a coordinator with Child Development. Early intervention is one of the most successful ways to close achievement gap. I'm speaking of the district's early childhood education programs targeted to serve the most marginalized and vulnerable members of our community. There are no arguments on the significant advantages and benefits young children receive from preschool. The lack of these services to our marginalized families in our community can have a profound effect, thus widening the achievement gap in the Sac City community. During the 2018-19 school year, the Child Development Department served over 2,000 children. Due to draconian reductions, to meet the increase in salaries and benefits, we can now only serve 1,120 preschoolers. We no longer offer an infant toddler program targeted to preventing teen mothers from dropping out of high school. We no longer have a home-based program for children unable to attend a traditional center-based classroom. All of these services were cut due to the reduction of nearly 50% of the department. These positions provided critical services affecting the most vulnerable and youngest of our student population and their families. The new fiscal recovery plan includes an additional reduction of $564,000 for the upcoming school year. This district's contribution is important to sustain quality services in Head Start and state preschool programs. This proposal is the antithesis of equity and contributes to widening of the achievement gap of the most vulnerable, the most marginalized youngest children in our community. We ask that you reconsider this option and look into other avenues in order to sustain these critical services to our youngest students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mrs. Stasio. Our next public comment is from Sid Jacory. Sid, are you there? Looks like they have dropped off. No. The next, oh, here they are. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good evening. SCUSD's decision to move forward with cuts to vital school programs is worse than wrong-headed. Quite simply, it's cruel. And just to be clear, having difficult conversations about serious problems is not cool. That's light. But this proposal is not serious. Many of the items have admittedly documented unknown fiscal consequences, and some would even cost the district money. It is like the very definition of penny wise and pound foolish. This year, our students have faced a near perfect storm of trauma: pandemic, riots, lost jobs, catastrophic fires. Added to this, they've watched leadership within the district play out their grievances publicly, like a bad divorce. And they have done this with all but no notice, few resources, and in isolation. And lately, we're hearing more and more stories of children experiencing depression, anxiety, developmental regressions, and even taking their own lives. The message is loud and clear. Now, more than ever, our children need stability. They need to feel safe. Please do not add to families' anxieties by ripping away or even debating removing the teachers and schools that may be the only lifeline in their lives right now. Please allow the new board trustees to come into position. Look to the state and federal changes that are going to happen in the very near term. Begin to look into better solutions for generating funds. These are your next steps, not gutting our schools a week before the board changes will go into effect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sarah Williams Kingsley. Hello, Sarah.
Hi. Good evening, board and superintendent. I'm glad that I chose to make a live comment because your conversation really changed what I was going to say this evening. First, I want to say I'm deeply disappointed that members of the board who asked for these proposals to be presented are now acting as if other board members or the public are to blame for the toxic relationship with SCTA. As a parent, I reject that framing. It's all well and good to blame both sides when you're leaving the board member bang, but you don't have kids in the system to my knowledge. So it's easy for you to play as if there's both sides in this mess when it has zero impact on you personally. The proposal to cut 5.5 co-teaching positions at Cal Middle impacts my child directly. 2 of those positions represent teachers who directly interact with my child as co-teachers. One of them is the case manager for his IEP, which clearly says he's supposed to be serviced by a co-teacher to meet his goals. I am deeply angry and frustrated that this plan was presented as part of a budget process and not discussed with the families of the affected students or with the Community Advisory Committee as a change to the local plan as required. Students with IEPs are legally entitled to their services outlined in these documents, and if these positions are cut, other staff will need to be hired or assigned to meet these needs. So how does this plan save any actual money? The impact statement doesn't make it clear if the cuts will actually save money. It doesn't make it clear how many students are affected. If the cut doesn't actually save money, what is this really about? Is the district trying to cut co-teaching and hope no one notices? SUSD has more students in restrictive environments than the state as a whole, the state average as a whole, or our neighboring districts. Why would the district take actions to make that worse?
Please wrap it up, Ms. Kingsley. Your time has expired.
I'm done.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Christy Wright.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to talk about mental health and how this plays into potential budget cut. There are many pieces to the puzzle with mental health, and just consider how these budget cuts will affect that. On Sunday, December 19th, 2018, at 12:30 a.m., my husband and I were woken up by the police at our front door. Our 13-year-old daughter was texting a suicide prevention hotline, and she had made the decision to take her life. Thank God her attempt failed. Our daughter has learning disabilities that the mainstream schools she attended in another district were not able to adequately address, leaving her ashamed, embarrassed, and with failing grades. To make matters worse, she was bullied at school. Her self-esteem was crushed and her emotional health was dangerously fragile. That night in December, she nearly became another statistic. A student who sees no way out of a cycle, desperately needing but not receiving academic and social supports promised by the schools that failed to deliver. It became clear that mainstream school was no longer an option for her. Unfortunately, I was completely unaware of what was available. We knew we could not afford private schools, and homeschooling was not an option as I worked full-time. Finally, after reaching out on social media, I learned about a Waldorf option. My daughter was accepted at Golden Valley, a public charter Waldorf in San Juan School District, for her 8th grade year. She immediately began to flourish academically and socially and to build back confidence in herself and trust in her school's ability to keep her safe and meet her needs. During her year at Golden Valley Waldorf,
Excuse me, Ms. Wright, please wrap it up. Your time has expired.
we were able to wean her off of her antidepressant, anti-anxiety medications. She is now a freshman at Carver.
And Ms. Wright, I know we had to cut you off, but please submit your full written comments. We would love to record it for the record with our other written comments. You have such a powerful story, and I'm sorry for your challenges.
Please know these cuts are more than cuts. And what is being proposed to increase enrollment? It is not out of your control. Why are other school districts unaware of options? 45% of the students at Carver come from other districts. Why are we not made aware of it? 95% of the students at Carver feel safe. That can't be offered elsewhere. Let's not talk about cuts. Let's talk about increasing revenue.
Thank you, Ms. Wright.
Thank
you. Ms. Wright, I would just like to say I am the board member for George Washington Carver, and I would be happy to have a private conversation with you if you reach out to me. My cell phone and my phone number is on the website. Please just reach out to me.
Thank you so much, Ms. Pritchett.
Of course.
Thank you. We have one more live commenter online, Mo Kashmiri.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, Mo Kashmiri here. I got to say, I don't envy the situation you're in, and I think the only solution is leadership. We're going to, 500 people signed a petition saying we don't want cuts to these programs. We want this district to continue to chop from the top. We don't need to spend as much money for attorneys as we do, but and we want more budget transparency, including a budget review committee. But most importantly, we need to research and evaluate all options for revenue increases. We want you to hire a third party to provide an extensive list of revenue options, such as parcel taxes, countywide, citywide revenue options, sales taxes, soda taxes, vacant property fees, transfer taxes, and advocate together with us, with the community, for more federal funding and for more state funding. The truth is our current system isn't working for enough students, and nothing we do here in our cutting is going to get us any closer to that. We're just going to be a slightly less struggling school district. We need leadership, we need support, we need to work together to work outside of the box and make sure that we get the solutions for our kids and build the schools our students truly deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kashmiri.
So Ms. Moretti, with
Yes.
the remaining time that we have, we will be doing 1 minute each of public comment, up to 15 remaining public comments, and then the rest will be recorded for the public online.
Okay. The first public comment is from Richard Ware and says, my daughter is a student at Leonardo da Vinci Elementary School. It's my understanding that item 9.3 would result in the elimination of the middle school program at LDV. I implore you not to adopt this item. I can tell you that the education my daughter is getting at LDV, even with distance learning, is astounding. Eliminating the seamless transition into middle school goes against your mission statement of, quote, helping students graduate as globally competitive lifelong learners who are prepared to succeed, unquote. While I know the school district has a lot of tough decisions to make, this should not be one of them. Please put education first and reject item 9.3. Thank you. And the next comment is from Justin Hearn and says, like so many other families at our school, Win, and throughout the school district, we are disappointed and saddened to read of the proposed cuts to staffing and valued programs at our school and others. Now is not the time to make cuts. Families are living through an unprecedented time, a global pandemic, economic hardship, and major upheaval and uncertainty. If there was ever a moment that our young people needed stability and support from their school community, it is now. In addition to potentially displacing students during a time when so many face disorienting uncertainty, laying off teachers and cutting enriching programs risk potentially permanently losing students from our district as their families seek stability and education elsewhere. Families who are able to may find other schooling options outside of the district, while those with less mobility and resources will suffer with decreased educational quality. The next comment is from Gus Bailey, and it says, I am a 6th grade student at Win, and I really hope that Win keeps its middle school because that is one of the things that I really like about my school. I have been at Win for 8 years now. I know you're probably like, quote, but you're in 6th grade, so it should be 7 years, unquote. But I wasn't old enough to go from kindergarten to 1st grade because I was born in October. What I am trying to say is Win is like my home away from home. Also, I think it would be really, really hard to switch schools during the pandemic. So please keep the middle school, especially if COVID-19 keeps up till next year. I really think that Win should have an elementary sports team because for me, it was really great. It gave me something to do. It taught me leadership skills and I made some new friends. I think it will be really good for kids who want to join a sports team because usually you know everybody who is playing with you. Elementary sports makes you push yourself past your limit. Next comment is from Chardonnay Kelly and says the below comments are being submitted in response to agenda item 9.3 by a parent at Win Public Waldorf. Your constituents have pleaded again and again, please do right by our students. Our children deserve to learn in an environment in which their education is demonstratively valued, in which their teachers are respected by their employer, in which they have confidence that their needs will be met, and in which all adults involved share a mutual respect for these values. Putting our community through the back and forth of threats to beloved programs year after year is damaging to all relationships here and to your reputation. Further, I am very disturbed by the fact that the Board of Education waived the formation of a budget review committee last month and continued to be disappointed over and over with the dysfunctional relationship between SUSD and SCTA. The refusal to cooperate is hurting our children. The next comment is from Sarah Bailey. It says, my name is Sarah Bailey and my two children attend AM Wynn. As a Title I public Waldorf school, Wynn provides access to a Waldorf education that many families in our district, including mine, couldn't access if we had to go outside of a public school setting. Waldorf education provides access to music, arts, and so many rich hands-on experimental means for students to access learning. I heard a firm commitment during the last school board meeting that our Waldorf schools are not on the chopping block. This is wonderful news. However, our Waldorf schools, and more importantly, our Title I schools, need to keep their music and arts programs funded. SUSD lists equity as one of its core values. You have the opportunity to put equity into action by fully funding our Title I and Waldorf schools, arts and music programs, bilingual education, after-school programs, and career/tech programs. The onus of solving SUSD's budgetary crisis should not land on the backs of our teachers either. The next comment is from Ashley Simmons and says, my name is Ashley and I'm a parent of an AM Wynn student and community member with Sacramento ACT. I urge the board to cut from the top and develop ways to increase revenue and avoid cutting programs for our kids. Most concerning, and I list thus first so it makes it in the public reading, is the fact that the superintendent Jorge Aguilar took a pay increase of over $30,000 last year when he is clearly failing at his job and failing our students. Jorge, you deserved a reduction in pay, and there is no way your job of managing funds deserves over $400,000 more than the governor, more money than an entire school can fundraise from the pockets of all parents and the community, or anyone that you are willing to pay our teachers who are on the front lines with our students every day. That being said, while we can appreciate the challenging financial situation the district is facing, we are extremely concerned about the cuts being proposed and considered by the SUSD board. And the next comment is from Chardonnay Provine. Oh, this one was already read. The next comment is from Janelle Green and says, I am a parent of a first grader at Caleb Greenwood Elementary School. I am writing about the fiscal recovery plan and proposed cuts to IB, GATE, the arts, and other programs that are on the 12/10/20 board meeting agenda. I have kept my son in SUSD expressly because of the IB program at Caleb Greenwood. The IB Global Focus has fostered an understanding of his place in the world as a global citizen, spurring an interest in other languages and cultures. The IB student attributes, such as being principled, open-minded, a critical thinker, and a risk-taker, have instilled a growth mindset in my son, making him more receptive to new and challenging subjects and not afraid to ask questions to expand his knowledge. Because of the IB program, our site generates enough revenue in a single year to cover our program expenses and generate additional revenue for the district. It is appalling and shameful that the district would consider to cut IB and other critical student programs when it spends millions on attorney fees and pays its director a salary of over $400,000. And the next comment is from Tyson and Jen Eckerly. and says, we urge you to reject the proposed fiscal recovery plan under consideration at your December 10th, 2020 board meeting. We are deeply concerned about the potential loss of funding for Caleb Greenwood's International Baccalaureate program and schools across the Sacramento Unified School District. We have 2 sons at Caleb Greenwood in 1st and 4th grade and are extremely happy with and proud of the program. The curriculum has a profound impact on the school. We see it in Principal Hansen, in the teachers, and most importantly, in the students. We cannot put a price tag on the value of the questions our sons ask us that obviously come from the influence of the school. We can, however, say that we live in the neighborhood in large part because of the school. We know that the enrollment is way up because of Caleb's program. The next public comment is from Steve Johns and says, my name is Steve Johns and I have a son who's in 3rd grade at Caleb Greenwood Elementary School. I am opposed to the fiscal recovery plan that the board is considering at its December 10 meeting due to its short-sighted approach and damaging effects. As you know, Caleb Greenwood is an international baccalaureate world school offering the primary years program. This successful program was established several years ago through a collaboration of the school, its families, and the community in response to Caleb's decreasing enrollment due to students attending school elsewhere. I was engaged with many of the community members and parents during these discussions, and they were eager to establish a program that would provide their families with an alternative to private school. The IB program has been enormously successful and is recognized throughout the region. With the program in place, Caleb Greenwood's enrollment has increased from 401 students in 2013-14 to 559 students in 2019-20. The next comment is from Jamie Couch and says, hello, we are Ryder and Jamie Couch and are the parents of children who attend Caleb Greenwood's Elementary and are also on the PTSO board. I am emailing about the fiscal recovery plan that is up for vote on December 10th. We strongly believe in the IB program at Caleb Greenwood, and it is one of the contributing factors for our purchase of a home in River Park. The IB program positively impacts our children and helps mold the type of citizens that care about their surrounding community and are global citizens. As the impetus for the fiscal recovery plan is to conserve funds, it is important to point out that the IB program at Caleb Greenwood Elementary generates enough revenue in a single year to pay for itself and generate additional revenue for the district. To cancel the IB program at Caleb Greenwood Elementary would take funds away from SUSD. Prior to the IB program, Caleb Greenwood enrollment was approximately 400 students, and now it is at maximum capacity of 550 students. 550 students. The next comment is from Stacy Hayashi and says, my name is Stacy Hayashi and I'm a parent at Caleb Greenwood Elementary School. I'm writing about the fiscal recovery plan for a vote on December 10. I was very disappointed to see the projected cuts in the FRP taking away so many of the things that make Sacramento City schools special. When my oldest child was approaching kindergarten, my husband and I visited several schools in Sac City and surrounding areas, including charter schools in Sacramento and Yolo counties. I felt that many of the Sac City schools offered something unique and special. We were so impressed with Caleb Greenwood and the IB program that we chose to enroll our son there. I feel the IB program is so important, especially in this day and age, cultivating globally minded citizens. Specifically related to the IB program, Caleb Greenwood generates enough revenue in a single year to pay for their full program expenses and generate additional revenue for the district. In addition, it has raised property values in the community, which also benefits the district. Next comment is from Mike Grinstead and says, esteemed Board of Education, on December 10, 2020, you will take action on agenda item 9.3, which is the fiscal recovery plan. Let's cut to the chase. The cuts proposed by this plan threaten the well-being of our students and the Sacramento City Unified School District itself. These impacts would harm the city of Sacramento. As has been detailed in your board meetings, news reports, and multiple articles over the last few years, SUSD is facing a structural deficit. This is not a new problem. Through different avenues, SUSD has put off making real change to combat this problem. I applaud your board for directing the creation of a FRP and facing the problem. Although this plan does little to fix the real problems while damaging the programs that keep SUSD competitive. Specifically, the FRP proposes cuts to programs that bring students into SUSD and make schools attractive. This is a SUSD-wide problem, but let me give you one example. Continues on. The next comment is from Anna Simkowick-Rose and says, speaking as both a parent and a teacher at Caleb Greenwood Elementary, I would like you to consider the repercussions of defending the International Baccalaureate program of defunding. Our school has increased enrollment as well as rigor since we have adopted the IB program. The consequences of losing our IB director will lead to the discontinuation of our program. This will certainly have negative impacts on the school district. Being a neighborhood school, the increased enrollment is evidence that people are choosing to stay in our school district rather than leave. If we return to pre-IB enrollment, it will hurt our district financially. The district will lose a quality program that attracts the neighborhood. The other programs that are slated to lose dollars are also programs that attract families. If these programs are discontinued due to lack of financial resources, the natural consequence seems likely to be decrease in enrollment. And the next comment is from Ursula Yisrael and says the elimination of credit recovery and an option like Health Professions High School during emergency education and a pandemic is a travesty. Emergency education has resulted in tremendous loss of learning. For a fact, students who were in jeopardy of failing and not graduating in June got a second chance at American Legion and are currently working hard to stay on track to graduation. We can expect for years to come, credit recovery will be big business as an alternative to catching up due to scholar disengagement and learning loss occurring right now. Society is forever changed due to the pandemic. The need for more healthcare professionals is evident. SUSD should increase marketing for enrollment to health professions and have the foresight to boost the numbers of scholars to this healthcare pathway as the community needs for health professionals increases. Next comment is from Deborah Meltvit and says, right now, in the middle of a pandemic and another healthcare disparity example, we are seeing how important it is to have a qualified, diverse healthcare force in Sacramento. We are also in the middle of a different epidemic of youth mental health challenges and education inequality, and can see the importance of educating vulnerable students who need extra support to follow their dreams of being doctors, nurses, counselors, respiratory therapists, and more. Health Professions High School is a small learning environment that works hard to provide Sacramento with a diverse workforce and to give children from a variety of backgrounds a chance to succeed and a chance to help the sick and suffering in our community. Our students have big hearts and great minds, but they need a safe, focused career tech environment to help them become the healers of the future. We offer STEM classes, study skill classes, AG classes, dual enrollment, commitments from healthcare partners to serve as mentors, and critical and creative thinking venues. The next comment is from Zishan Khan and says the fiscal budget plan will heavily affect Arthur A. Benjamin Health Professions High School and destroy the futures of more than 150 plus students. The staff of AABHPHS will be cut by 50%, which means that teachers, counselors, extracurricular teachers, special education staff, and many other roles will be eliminated. This will erase any possibilities of A through G course completion. Most or all universities and colleges that promise a future for me and my fellow students require completion of A through G. The future of more than 150 plus students and staff members of Health Professions High School is on the line. Please consider my request. And the next comment is from Jennifer Clemens and says, I have been a teacher at Arthur A. Benjamin Health Professions High School since we opened in 2005. Our small school has taught the diverse students of Sacramento to be successful in college and career after graduation. With our school's healthcare theme, graduates from our school have entered the healthcare workforce, where their diverse backgrounds have been underrepresented. Year after year, we have had to fight to keep budget cuts from closing down our school. The current fiscal plan would cut our teachers by more than half, making it impossible to run a school. It is simply not feasible. The district claims to, quote, put students first, unquote, but time and again, our students at our school have been denied the type of education they deserve. Our students, families, and community partners see the value in our school, but it is unfortunate that our district does not. I am asking that the budget be adjusted to include a feasible FTE allotment so that we can continue to do what we do best. And the next comment is from Eric Richards and says, you propose cutting the instructional staff at Arthur A. Benjamin Health Professions High School by half. We already operate on a, quote, skeleton crew, unquote. How are we supposed to offer A through G coursework with only 6.5 teachers left if this proposal were to come to fruition? I hope you will reconsider this proposal. Our students and communities and community deserve better. Don't we have a fairly large, quote, emergency reserve, unquote? Does not this district created mess reflect an emergency? And for goodness sake, please start balancing the books. How did we even reach this point? The next comment is from Kathy Diepenbrock and says, I'm a parent of a current 10th grader at George Washington Carver High School. Additionally, our middle child who has learning challenges attends GWCHS. Carver High School is a welcome learning environment that supports a diverse student body, those with IEPs, students on the autism spectrum, LGBTQ+ students, and students from all cultural backgrounds. The teachers and staff are committed to inclusivity, a safe environment, multiple learning modalities, an integrated curriculum, including the arts, social justice, curriculum, and high achievement metrics. With children with two very different sets of needs, Carver High School met them both. With a significant out-of-district enrollment, it is clear that GWCHS is a regional magnet high school that provides a quality education and a safe, inclusive environment. I urge you to continue funding GWCHS as it is a unique magnet school serving students for whom a large high school would not be a good fit. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And Ann, is that the end of the time that we had allotted?
Did we allot 30 minutes for
Yes,
the
correct.
comments? Yes, so we have about 7 minutes left.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Moretti.
Hello, I have, this comment is from Susan Main, and it says, hello, I have 3 children that attend George Washington Carver High School. Last year, my eldest daughter transferred as a junior from CKM. While at CKM, she experienced panic attacks, had difficulty sleeping, and was not able to thrive. We looked into options within the Sac City Unified School District and decided Carver provided a wonderful alternative. She is now a senior and has had an amazing experience at Carver. She feels safe, supported, encouraged, and her confidence has grown. While at Carver, she has taken ACE classes and attended junior college. The next comment is from Becky Blank and says, George Washington Carver is the only high school I want my children attending. Waldorf education is rich and beautiful and has blessed my children and our family for years. Please don't cut funding to our schools. The next comment is from Joseph Shields and says, hi, my name is Joseph Shields and I am commuting outside Carver District. I am from El Dorado County, so around a 25-minute drive to George Washington Carver. I began attending Carver my senior year of high school. Many people ask why I wouldn't just attend my local high school. When Carver has so much to offer, it is a no-brainer. What attracted me so much was the warm, welcoming environment. Every student is very respectful to their teachers and peers. Carver also sets a very high standard for students. With a small school, it allows the students to ask more questions and learn more. Classes also flow extremely well. The lower the students, the more one-on-one time the student can have with the teacher. This overall leads to the students' success in their high school years. In all, George Washington Carver is a great choice for your child to attend.
President Ryan, the time is 10:26. We should probably extend the meeting till, so I'll propose to extend the meeting till 11 o'clock.
Thank you, Vice President Pritchett. We have a motion to extend the meeting to 11
Second.
o'clock. Do we have a second? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
The next comment is from Sean Clancy and says, I am a student that goes to George Washington Carver. This school has many classes and extra courses that other schools don't have. Shutting down Carver would not only affect the teachers, but also the students. As a student, I like Carver because it is small. The teachers help me a lot when I need help, and it is really good for me. Also, it has an amazing art program with an amazing teacher. I would not be able to do that art program at a normal school. Please read this and keep it in consideration of keeping the school up and running. Thank you. And the next comment is from Tricia McCon and says, Waldorf education gives children and young people a different education. While traditional schools serve the academic needs of a student, Waldorf schools do so much more. Waldorf schools recognize that human beings have emotion needs, spiritual needs, physical needs, and academic needs. When we look at human beings in this way, we treat them and we teach them in a more healing way. Through art, hands-on experiences, small school campuses, and kinder, more gentle teachers, we start to meet the many needs that our students have. Doesn't our country need and deserve more of that, more healing? My child has been greatly blessed by George Washington Carver. It has given my mentally ill child a place to belong and to fit in. The caring staff members and supportive students buoy my child up each day. There is not another school like this anywhere in the area. If Carver closes, my child will not have a school to attend. And the next comment is from Mei Vu and says, good evening, board members. I'm a parent of SUSD. My daughter is currently attending Luther Burbank and taking IB classes. This is her sophomore year. I live in the Elk Grove Unified School District, but transferred my daughter to Luther Burbank because of the IB program and Hmong language classes. These are the reasons that make Luther Burbank unique and attracts parents to like myself to transfer their children into your school district. Higher enrollment equals higher income for your district. By cutting the waiver fee from the IB program at Luther Burbank, you are not supporting your students who are academically strong and have excellent social and emotional characteristics. These students are students who make your test score stand out, makes colleges look at your district, increase your higher education percentage, and so forth. So when you are voting for whether to cut the waiver fee or not, I hope you decide not to cut the waiver fee. And we probably have time for one more. And the next comment is from Chris Allott and says, I am writing regarding the 12/10/2020 board meeting agenda item 9.3 and proposed budget cuts to arts, GATE, specialty after school, IB, and other programs. My child has mental health challenges. Cuts to specialty programs make school too academic and engaging for her. She may drop out of high school because of the cuts. Save our programs, cut funds from the top, cut funds from the hiring of outside lawyers, hire in-house lawyers and save millions per year. Take money from the emergency fund. This is an emergency. And so that's the 30 minutes of public comment on this item.
Thank you. Thank you, Anne. And again, for those comments that were not read tonight, we will have them all recorded and posted online under this agenda item. We have a motion and a second. Board Member Garcia, do you have additional questions?
I do. I wanted to get clarity on the motion that was placed by Board Member Morawski.
Board Member Morawski, do you want to respond?
Sure. I've moved to amend the motion by so long ago. I believe it was Board Member Pritchett, to adopt a $35 million target for budget reductions, or for budget solutions, I should say. Direct staff to find negotiated savings to make up a large portion of that. Direct staff to create strategic plans around some of the other items, and to move forward with the list of cuts we can today that don't directly affect students and or don't directly affect student academic programs, I should say. So these cuts are under the central departments item. If you're following along on the spreadsheet, under the central departments and under the other items category, which is the last one on there. So the list of cuts in there that I was looking at, it includes under central departments, travel reduced 50%, professional development reduced 50%, 15% central office supplies, not including the classified reductions of 1.6 million because that's contingent on other items. Under the other, 10% reduction in site discretionary supplies, eliminate paying for IB and AP tests, college and career visits, eliminate, transportation, non-special ed, and elementary sports. So those are the list of cuts that I think are within our power to do and don't directly restructure or eliminate any academic programs for students.
And what I suggested was that I was comfortable with suggesting that we incorporate the $35 million target with the goal that the bulk of that be made up from the negotiated savings. The specific cuts, I do believe, since this is something that we are amending from the dais tonight, I think that it makes sense that this be cuts that be made and voted on by our subsequent board members with an opportunity for the public to weigh in on those modified proposals. Board Member Pritchett, I see your hand up.
Yes,
I wasn't finished. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, I had a motion on the table, so I didn't accept the amendment. I think we have to vote on the.
Right. So I was
motion.
seeking clarification on Board Member Morawski's motion because she didn't necessarily go through the list of what she was proposing, of how she was proposing to move forward in terms of acting on reductions today. So so I wanted to I don't know how to go about this, Jerry. I may need your help here. I wanted to add to one second Board Member Morawski's motion, but also to add to her motion or to her motion to in terms of the solutions to, in addition to adding negotiated savings and to also add any additional federal and state savings to offset that $35 million target. So we would have a combination of, cuts that we would have to vote on, also, savings that come through a negotiated process, as well as any additional state and federal revenue.
If Board Member Morawski would like to accept
I second that
amendments.
I second the amendment, the amended motion.
All right, so we have an amended motion that would have to be seconded and then voted on. If there's an affirmative or majority vote on the amended motion, then that becomes the motion before the board. superseding the language of the main motion by Vice President Pritchard, seconded by Board Member Vang. So if there's a second, there can be discussion by the board, but there would have to be a roll call vote as to whether this amendment will be adopted and then becomes part of the main motion.
I thought I just seconded her motion. Did I not?
No, but we'll consider it as seconded. Now, if the board wishes to discuss, or if there's a need for clarification, now's the time. Otherwise, it would be a roll call vote on the amended motion by Board Member Borowski, seconded by Board Member Garcia.
Jerry, I made the first motion.
Yes, but under the parliamentary rules, if there is a motion to amend the main motion, that takes immediate precedence.
Okay.
And if it is seconded and voted on by majority of the board, that becomes the amended main motion.
So basically we have to dispense with that first. We can have discussion and vote.
You can have discussion now on the seconded amendment to the main motion by Vice President Pritchard. And if there's a need for clarification, now's the time to raise it in discussion.
So we would vote and then have an opportunity to, if the vote fails, propose a second.
If the vote fails, you default to the motion by Vice President Pritchard, seconded by Board Member Vang, to reject the item.
Mm-hmm. So Board Member Minnick has his hand up.
So, sorry, but I just want to clarify. It sounds like what this first vote would be is we're voting yes or no to add Member Morawski's addition to the to Member Pritchett's motion, correct?
Correct. No.
Okay. What the other lawyer says no. Okay.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Jerry.
All right. So, per your parliamentary rules, at any time before a vote is taken on a motion, any board member may move to amend the motion, which is then before the board. The motion shall state the amendment and shall receive a second before it can be recognized by the chair, at which time the motion to amend becomes the immediate business before the board. The chair shall call for discussion, which shall be limited to the proposed amendment. If the proposed amendment receives a favorable majority, the main motion shall stand amended, and further discussion on the main motion shall be to the motion as amended. So what was originally before you was to adopt it in whole. Then there was a motion to reject in whole. Then there was a motion to amend the motion so it was not to be rejected in whole. So right now, you are at the discussion point on the amendment that has been seconded to amend the main motion. So if you need further discussion on the amendment, now's the time for any clarification. If not, it would be a roll call vote on the amendment to the main motion.
Gotcha. Okay. I think that's almost what I said, but like what I do have a comment on the actual amendment, and I'm not convinced that the individual items that Member Morawski suggested wouldn't be appropriate after further discussion, but I just am not comfortable with us making this decision on individual aspects of this on the fly. We were looking at this as a whole. I think that I do appreciate the idea of a dollar goal by a certain date. I'm totally comfortable with that. But I think that if we start getting into the weeds about specific individual items, I think that's problematic. And I would rather we set that goal and then let the new configuration of the board hash some of that out at a future meeting. That would be my suggestion. So given that, I think what that means is I'm suggesting that I would vote no on the amended proposal.
So why don't we do a roll call vote on the amended proposal? And then if that fails, we can return to a secondary vote. So we have a motion and a second. Student Board Member Shake, your preferential vote.
No.
President Ryan?
No.
Member Pritchett?
No.
Member Minnick?
No.
Member Morawski?
Yes.
Member Garcia?
Aye.
Member Vang?
No.
Member Wu?
No.
Okay, that motion fails. So we are going to return to the prior motion by Board Member Pritchett, seconded by Board Member Vang, with the inclusion of the $35 million target.
Can you clarify?
Do you want to clarify that motion?
Can you define it, please?
I didn't hear the 35 million, Vice President Pritchett. So now's the time, if there's any amendment, which the second Board Member Vang accepts, then that would be the motion before the board.
So my motion is that we reject the RFP and we commit as a board to pursue the healthcare premium savings as an alternative, returning these cuts only if we fault to reach an agreement by June 1st.
And are you accepting an addition of the $35 million target as proposed by Lisa, which then Member Vang could second?
No.
So the 35 million is not accepted by the motion by.
No, I'm seeking clarity because it seems like Member Pritchett added a few more items to her motion. And just wanted to make sure that I understand what her motion is. So
I didn't add anything. I had it all written down.
Can you repeat the items, Member Pritchett?
Sure. That we are rejecting the FRP and commit as a board to pursue healthcare premium savings as an alternative, returning to these cuts only if we fault to reach an agreement by June 1st.
Yes. And you think returning to discuss those cuts, not that those cuts will take effect.
That is correct.
I just wanted to clarify that. I didn't want to accidentally approve these cuts at a future date.
Yeah, and I think that was the clarification that Member Vang was asking for, because that was the difference in what you said the first time and the second time, Member Pritchett.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think it was, but sorry about that confusion.
Member Morawski.
Thank you. So on the motion, I'm really concerned with the way it's framed and what we would be planning to move forward with. Okay, I think let's just take a step back, because if we don't get negotiated savings by June, we will not be able to move forward with these whatsoever. So that's the construct of the motion is not something that makes sense to me, because we need time to plan for these options. We would not be able to move forward with these options unless we went forward with them by the statutory deadline of March 15th for the majority of the savings proposal. So
that's a very good point, Member Morawski. Superintendent Aguilar, do you want to provide, based on the statutory deadlines, any feedback that would help us recraft that motion?
Yeah, I want to be very conscientious, and I had asked Concy, if you remember, about an hour ago, and she was prepared to provide context so that we can backwards map from that March 15th statutory deadline, because of course we wouldn't have until March 15th to do any all of this work. So if Concy, you could just remind our board of sort of the workflow and the timeline in order to meet that March 15th deadline that we would have to address depending on the board's action.
Certainly, Superintendent. In order to effectuate a March 15th, that's actually the day that the employee needs to receive prior to March 15th, receive that notice. The resolution would come to the board the end of February, so last February meeting. The budget development process, formerly known as One Stop, those meetings happen starting in January. So if sites are going to reduce, they need to know during those conversations, because they also have to have conversations with their site-based, with their school site councils to discuss potential reductions. So they're doing all of that in January so that we're able to get the information needed to bring to you in February for those layoff notices to be presented to certificated staff before March 15th.
So Concy, in order to sufficiently plan based upon the process you have just laid out, when would the board need to return to this discussion and adopt decisions?
Well, in order for sites to have ample time to be able to see what that looks like for their budgets, again, those meetings are starting in January. So it leaves very little time, especially if you want to allow sites the time to talk about that, to see what their budgets looks like and to plan. They come in for those budget development conversations throughout the month of January, potentially if needed, the very beginning of February, but it does not leave much time at all if they don't know what it is that they're talking about. And again, they're starting those conversations in January.
So you're saying based upon your deadline, it would be ideal to have a January vote. You could have a special board meeting or a board meeting adoption of a final decision on the fiscal recovery plan items as late as the first board meeting in February, but that would be very difficult because it would push back the one-stop planning process.
Right, as late as the first board meeting in March, but that would be very difficult to do, given that we typically bring it the last board meeting in February for you to make decisions.
I'm sorry.
Please go ahead, Member Morawski.
I was just going to say, given kind of the process issues with coming up with a motion that makes sense, and given that that the motion is really regarding rejecting the whole fiscal recovery plan, I would suggest moving to continue this until the next board meeting, so we will have time to have conversations in the meantime to figure out what is actually viable, and move forward with something that keeps our options open and doesn't foreclose our ability to make reductions if needed. So I would move to continue. I would amend the motion to instead move to continue to the next meeting.
To continue the conversation, not necessarily revisit a vote at the next board meeting.
So this would be a postponement, which is technically not an amendment motion, but if Vice President Pritchett is willing to do that, she can address this issue. If she's not, then what's on the floor is a motion and a second to vote on as a total rejection.
Again, I'm extremely concerned with the way this motion is framed, and I just don't think it's viable.
It's a rejection with conditions. I'm sorry. So I think it's up to Vice President Pritchett to address this issue.
Yes.
Of whether to maybe consider postponing.
Vice President Pritchett, please.
Our next meeting is next week. I don't think we could get things done in a week.
Yeah, I will tell you what I am gravely concerned with is this reality that we are putting our families through a significant amount of trauma right now. Unless we believe that there is going to be a process that is going to yield, significantly greater understanding, and will in fact get us to a place where we are cutting substantially in such a way that is as well informed as it possibly can be by next week, I think that continuation is both overly ambitious and unfair to the families who are watching this so closely. I would rather that a realistic target be set, even if it is a target for a board meeting in February, that allows you the sufficient time to gain the additional information you need and to present a menu of options based upon that menu you began to craft tonight that seem to be the more reasonable and viable options that the board would then vote on as you continue to look for the larger negotiated savings. Board Member Morowski.
I don't disagree with that. I think we could continue to February. I guess my question would be to the superintendent that given our conversation tonight, would you have enough direction from us to be able to know what you would bring back in February?
Thank you, Member Morowski. I can't say that I have sufficient direction right now. But we would have to work and would work very closely so that we could get that from individual board members seeking greater information. What I interpreted from some of the commentary is we would want to consider having more specific implementation plans with additional information about potential impacts, if you will. And I'll just give an example. The impact statement for a couple of our small specialty programs talked about the possibilities of moving programs to comprehensive high schools, and you might want to know more information about what would be involved in that from a staffing perspective, from lab equipment, portables that might have to be rented, leased, et cetera, installed. We would just need some more clarity in terms of the kind of information we would need to be able to access for our board to feel more comfortable being able to make an assessment about eventual viability, if you will, around a decision like that. My concern is the one that Kansi mentioned earlier. We had already laid out a process to start the one-stop process. And so we'd have to access that level of specific detailed request from our board fairly quickly. And I would work with legal counsel to make sure that it's done in an appropriate manner, but likely we'd probably have to figure out how to get that information from board members, if possible, outside of a board meeting setting. But if it has to be done in a board meeting setting, maybe that's a discussion that we would have to have as early as the next as the next Thursday board meeting.
Back to my original motion, I'm still not willing to make direct cuts like these.
I think, Mr. Behrens, go ahead.
If I think Vice President Pritchett, if she's not willing to go along with a postponement, then it's still her motion with the, I think, stipulation she gave, seconded by Board Member Vang, that is before the board. If she wants to consider the postponement, then she would rescind her motion with permission of the second Board Member Vang. So I think we need to hear from Vice President Pritchett.
I called a motion.
So, but the concern that has been brought to the table, Board Member Pritchett, is the date, right? I mean, if in fact the cuts were to have to be adopted, the only realistic way that could happen would be if the timeline were to move up, recognizing the March 15th layoff notice. So are you still asking for a vote of the original amendment, or are you willing to modify the date whereby the full board comes back to discuss these proposals?
I don't think that's still enough time, so I am sticking with my original motion.
Can we vote on this motion, and then if it doesn't pass, somebody else can make another motion? So let's just do that.
I'm fine with that.
If it doesn't pass, then you're back to square one.
And I want to point out that it's 10:57. I'll motion to extend the meeting to 11:30.
And I'll second that motion.
Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor?
I think we have to, oh yeah, sorry, we don't have to roll call on that one.
Now we need a roll call vote.
Can you, I'm sorry, Member Pritchett, can you just really succinctly, really quick, just say it one more time, because we've had like 40 versions.
So reject the RFP and commit as a board to pursue healthcare premium savings as an alternative, and return to these cuts only if we fault to reach an agreement by June 1st.
And Board Member Pritchett, so with that, I mean, based upon the additional information that Superintendent Aguilar and Consi gave us, I would not be able to vote for that motion, because based upon that additional information, we would need to have something in place in February, by the end of February. I
understand that, President Ryan. That's why I said let's just vote on it, and if we can go with the second one.
And then we'll go with the alternative. Got it.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion and we had a second. So let's go ahead and do a roll call vote, student preferential vote.
I'm going to abstain because, yeah.
Thank you, Board Member Shake.
President Ryan?
No.
Member Pritchett?
Yes.
Member Minnick?
Yes.
Member Morawski?
No.
Member Garcia?
No.
Member Vang?
Yes.
Member Wu?
No.
All right, so now somebody else can make a motion.
Okay, so I'm going to propose an alternative motion, which is we reject the fiscal recovery plan. We ask that the focus be on finding negotiated savings with a $35 million target and an expectation that the board will return to this item by the last board meeting in February, or have a special board meeting whereby this would be discussed.
Okay.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Student preferential vote.
Aye, sorry, wasn't letting me unmute. Aye.
Roll call vote.
President Ryan,
Aye.
Member Pritchett,
Yes.
Member Minnick,
Yes.
Member Morawski,
Abstain.
Member Garcia,
No.
Member Vang,
No.
Member Wu,
Yes.
three in
Okay.
favor, 1 abstention, 2 noes.
Okay.
It's adopted.
Okay, thank you. Looks like we'll be moving on to our next item.
Can I just ask a question, Board President? Superintendent, you had asked for feedback from board members on the RFP. Can we just agree that we'll send we'll send you our questions and our request for additional information by a date certain?
Yeah, thank you, Member Garcia. I will consult with legal counsel just on the appropriate method to do that and communicate that tomorrow. Yes, the answer is yes. We will figure out how to make sure that you're able to provide that information, which I think is critical for us as a staff.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. Thank you, board members. Again, I want to apologize to the community for the incredibly difficult conversations at a moment in time that so many of you are struggling in, and I appreciate the energy that went into the feedback that we received from so many throughout the Sacramento City Unified School District. We're moving on to item 9.4, adopting the LCFF budget overview. And this will be presented by Stephen Ramirez-Fong and Vincent Harris.
Good evening, Board President Ryan, board members, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Vincent Harris, Chief of Continuous Improvement and Accountability, and I'll be joined this evening by Mr. Stephen Ramirez-Fong, our LCAP CISPA coordinator. Tonight's presentation is very much a procedural presentation. This is a state-adopted tool for providing a budget overview for parents, and so it is a fixed template, but it does need to be board adopted by December 15th. If we go to the next slide. So in terms of our goals for this evening, it's really just to provide the context for this, which again, it is a mandated template for the state. And then we'll talk about the components that are in the template. And then of course, recommend adoption by the board. If we go to the next slide. And so really, the power of the template, and it kind of ties to our presentation on 9.2, it's meant to be a resource to communicate the budget information. And of course, as a state template, this is kind of a uniform way to communicate budget information across the state, with the belief being is obviously informed stakeholders are able to understand the budget decisions that boards like ours makes on a regular basis. Typically, this of course is a part of the LCAP process, but as we all know, this year has been different in many respects. And so this is coming for approval right now by December 15th, but there also will be a version of this approved with the final LCAP that you'll be approving in June 2021. With that, I'll turn the presentation over to Mr. Stephen Ramirez. Ramirez-Fong.
Thank you, Chief Harris, and good evening, board members and superintendent. As noted, this overview is coming to the board for adoption as a standalone item, and that's due to the changes in accountability as a result of COVID. Next slide, please, by the way. In 2 Senate bills, the state first in Senate Bill 98 eliminated the current year LCAP and changed the adoption date for this budget overview to December 15th. And then later in Senate Bill 820 specified some changes in the elements of this plan, and it introduced the amount of federal funds that are allocated to the district under the CARES Act, as well as linking this document to the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan. And these are unique things to this year's budget overview for parents. When we come back in June with the next 3-year LCAP, we'll anticipate going back to the former format of the overview for parents. Next slide, please. So these next several slides really are the the heart of the overview for parents. And it provides in 3 key charts there's some high-level information, and really want to echo Chief Harris's comments around this being a tool for stakeholders. It provides parents, guardians, and our community members some high-level views of our budget, allowing our stakeholders to see the various funding sources the district receives, as well as their proportional share of the total pie. In this particular slide, you're seeing the amounts of our funds across various resources, including the breakout of our local control and funding formula funds, which include all other funds in the gray, and then specifically our supplemental and concentration grant funds in that light blue. And as a reminder, those funds are for the purpose of increasing and improving services for our unduplicated students. And just as a further reminder, unduplicated students is a term that refers to our low-income students, English learners, foster youth, and homeless youth. Next slide, please. In this slide, you're seeing here the data that lives behind those pie charts. And this is how it appears when we enter our information to the template. And just wanted to note that the detail that's provided in the charts in the italicized notes are amounts that live within the amounts above. So for LCFF supplemental and concentration funds, the 69.3 million is a part of the 403.9 million. And likewise for our federal CARES funds, the 49.855 million is part of the 117 million. Next slide, please. Now, the second chart that the overview includes is the total budgeted expenditures, as well as the total budgeted expenditures specific to high need students in our learning continuity plan. And as a reminder, this plan is for the 2020-21 school year, and we'll be further reporting on it in the annual update that will be approved later in June. In that annual update, we'll be including the estimated actual expenditures relative to these total budgeted expenditures. And here again, you're seeing the amounts that live behind the chart. And again, the italicized amount, the total budgeted expenditures for high need students, are part of that total budgeted expenditures right above. The third chart here takes us back to the 2019-20 LCAP, which now is a ways away from us, but it is a unique opportunity to actually come back and report on actual expenditures. In a typical year for an LCAP, we're reporting the estimated actuals in the late spring of the year for which we're reporting on. And here, because we are in this unique pandemic situation, we're looking back to a year that's completed. And so in the green bar for the actual expenditures, we actually have expenditures for a year that is closed versus a year that's still in progress relative to our blue bar, which were our budgeted expenditures back prior to the year starting. And again, here you have the information that's behind. Just want to note there is a typo on the slide. The title is accurate. It is the 2019-20 expenditures, and in the table it should say 2019-20. Next slide, please. This item also has attached to it the budget overviews for parents for each of our district's dependent charter schools. And these include Bowling Green Elementary Charter School, George Washington Carver School, New Joseph Bonheim, Sacramento New Technology High School, and the Met. And each of these schools completes their own budget overview for parents and will also be required to then post those to their individual websites. Following adoption, we will submit our plan to the Sacramento County Office of Education by December 15th. The County Office of Ed will review and provide any recommendations as needed. And then we will also post our plan on our website. So lastly, our recommendation is that the board adopt the district's LCFF budget overview for parents, as well as those of the district's 5 dependent charter schools. Thank you.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
We have one live comment from Liz Ginn. It looks like she is no longer online. And that was the only public comment we had on this item.
Do we have any board member comments? Looks like we do not have any board member comments on this item at this time. So we're going to go ahead and move forward to take a vote. Do we have a motion to adopt the LCFF budget overview?
Moved.
Do we have student preferential vote?
Aye.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
President Ryan,
Aye.
Member Pritchett,
Oh, I think she stepped out.
Member Minnick,
Aye.
I apologize. I'm here.
thank you. Member Morawski,
Aye.
Member Garcia,
Aye.
Member Vang,
Yes.
Member Wu.
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries. Thank you. Item 9.5, approve the submission of provisional internship permit and the credential waiver applications as required by the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing. Hansi will be presenting this item.
Thank you, and good evening, Board President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the board. This is fairly quick. We are actually bringing forward to you to request the approval of one provisional internship credential permit and 2 waivers to allow 3 of our teachers to remain in the classroom. Next slide, please. In this, as you have seen a couple of times before, Ed Code requires that districts, when they're applying for waivers for teachers, come to the board specifically in open session to ask for approval so that the public is aware of what the teachers are doing, where they're at, and what they need in terms of their credential pieces. Next slide, please. And our credential auditor, Tammy Mora, is going to take you through a couple of slides, and I'll just wrap up quickly with where the teachers are and what we need. Tammy?
Hello, everyone. Here we are sharing with you the trends of what we have applied for in the previous years, showing a decreasing trend each year, due in part to some key partnerships and pipelines that we have built in our recruitment efforts, such as with SAC State and CTC grants, such as Local Solutions. Next slide. Here, this slide may not be in your packets, but you can see it on the computer. We're showing the trend for Sacramento County for the school years from 2016 to 2019 as total percentages and by credential area, which shows the trend are increasing in emergency permit overall. Next slide. And here we are showing the specifics of the credentials being requested. And these provisional internship permit and the waivers that we're requesting will enable the teachers the opportunity to complete their requirements with CTC as they remain in their positions. The provisional internship permit is being requested for an ed specialist teacher while she completes her subject matter competence requirement. And the waivers are being requested for the following elementary teachers as they complete their basic skills requirements to clear their out-of-state multiple subject preliminary credentials. Next slide.
So in that, these are coming forward. One, the 2 elementary teachers are out-of-state teachers that have their credentials. When you come into California, there are some additional requirements that are demanded by CTC, and you have a year to complete those. With COVID, in all of these cases, actually, it has presented additional problems. It has limited the amount of testing that's available for teachers to engage in what they need to in terms of credential requirements, and it's limited them. As COVID has in many respects. So we're bringing these forward to you to approve so that these 3 teachers can remain in the classroom in which they are in and work towards their meeting those credential requirements with just a little bit more time. With that, we ask for your approval.
Thank you, Ms. McKern. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No public comment.
Okay. This is also an action item. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Student preferential vote.
Aye.
Roll call vote, please.
President Ryan,
Aye.
Member Pritchett,
Aye.
Member Minnick,
Aye.
Member Morawski,
Aye.
Member Garcia,
Aye.
Member Bang,
Yes.
Member Wu.
Aye.
You.
The motion carries. Wonderful. Moving on to item 10.0, communications, 10.1, employee organizational reports. Vice President Pritchett, I have to use the restroom. Can you please take over for a minute?
Sorry, I had myself on mute. I apologize about that.
Thank you.
Right. Let me get to the agenda. We're on organizational reports.
Yes, and Vice President Pritchett, we have one report from SCTA.
Okay, so 10.1 employee organization reports, SCTA. Go ahead, Ann.
Thank you. It says, good evening. I'm David Fisher, president of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. Last Friday, we met with the district to discuss how to move forward with in-person special education assignments. There are 2 significant impediments, both within the district's control, that are keeping our students from getting the services they need. The first is the workload. By our estimate, which the district has not challenged, there are approximately 70,000 hours of additional work hours needed to complete the overdue assessments and other updating to students' IEPs. Much of this work can be done virtually, but the district hasn't invested in the materials to expand our virtual capacity. The district has confirmed that those additional hours can be paid out of COVID or CARES dollars. We asked what were higher priorities than spending those dollars on our students with special needs, and the district literally had no answer. So we put that question to you, the school board. What district priorities are higher than providing these much needed services to our students with special needs? The second impediment is ensuring that our workplaces are safe. The number of classrooms equipped with the appropriate ventilation system in our district is appallingly low. The school board approved over $6 million for air purifiers provided by Ultraviolet Device Incorporated, rather than the standard HEPA portable filtration devices most experts recommend. When we asked Nathaniel Browning which experts he was relying on to make such an important decision, he told us it was representatives from UVDI and Johnson Controls, who just happened to be the representatives from the very same company Sac City Unified is making this purchase. Our scientific experts will be presenting our questions and concerns to the district by next Wednesday. We had asked for a follow-up meeting, which the district rejected, and asked us to put our concerns in writing, which we now are doing. We would ask this board to delay the completion of this $6 million purchase until there is a greater understanding of the potential risks contained in the UVDI. With all this in mind, SCTA, along with 10 other CTA locals in Sacramento County, will be holding a town hall on Monday to discuss how to safely reopen our schools. We have a full panel of experts who will be able to provide useful information on testing, contact tracing, and ventilation and filtration systems. Details can be found on our Facebook page. And that's the only employee organization report.
Okay, so we have nothing from SEIU, TCS, Teamsters, or UPE.
No.
Okay. And no public call. Okay, and then 10.2 district advisory committees, community advisory committee.
We have 2 live comments. The first is from Renee Webster Hawkins.
Good evening, Vice President Pritchett, Superintendent, and members of the board. I'm happy to present on behalf of the LCAP Parent Advisory Committee. And I would ask for just a couple of extra minutes if you could indulge me. The LCAP PAC has been working countless hours every month, really since the pandemic started, but certainly this year, to bring forward to you earlier than normal our recommendations for the upcoming triennial update. So just to give you some background, for the last 5 years, the LCAP PAC has been deliberately formulating recommendations for this board to prioritize in each annual update. Each year, the recommendations have zeroed in on those actions or strategies designed to right the systemic wrongs in this district that have historically and disproportionately provided students in higher income zip codes with more GATE programs, more field trips, more experienced teachers, more specialty programs, and higher academic outcomes. Implicitly, the LCAP PAC's recommendations have sought to disrupt the fierce protection of sacred cows in this district to the detriment of students of color, low-income students, foster and homeless youth, and students with disabilities. And these recommendations over the years, you're familiar with them. They've included closing the achievement gap, increasing college and career readiness of our most vulnerable students, mandatory professional development for restorative justice, social emotional development, special education, and trauma-informed practices, increasing the diversity of all of our specialty programs, decreasing the suspension and disproportionate discipline, positive behavior supports for at-risk students, hiring bilingual teachers and counselors, improving outcomes of our students with disabilities, and hiring more permanent, highly qualified teachers for every class. In successive years, these recommendations to the board have only strengthened as we have dug into the achievement and other data, and realizing that the progress among the LCFF student groups has been uneven at best and more often unsatisfactory. In the spring of 2019, the LCAP PAC presented to you a crosswalk demonstrating that the priorities of other stakeholder groups in the district were tightly aligned with these enduring recommendations of the PAC. The District English Learner Advisory Committee, African American Advisory Board, Community Advisory Committee for Special Education, the Graduation Task Force, the Student Advisory Committee, all have concluded after their own independent engagement efforts that their priorities are largely the same as what the PAC has been lifting up to you all of these years. And all of these communities are urging this district, this board, all of you, to prioritize these critical evidence-based strategies to end the inequities in this district, to end the school to prison pipeline, to end the egregiously disproportionate discipline against our Black, Indigenous, and students of color and students with disabilities. And yet, we have not seen these recommendations embraced or implemented. We acknowledge the diligent work being done by staff to advance some of the work around the margins, such as laying the foundation for a multi-tiered system of supports for all students. Yet, for much of the past year, the PAC has been engaging with each other in robust and passionate discussion and sometimes debate, only to realize that we end up at the same frustrating starting place with the same set of recommendations, just rearranged to accommodate new reporting templates or the jargon of the day. It's been frustrating because we realize that the LCAP PAC's recommendations at their core have remained the same year after year, waiting for leadership and action by you. At our last LCAP PAC meeting, the superintendent visited us as he often does, but this time he arrived with a sober message that realistically, due to the fiscal distress that our district is in, that we should focus on, quote, cost-neutral strategies and actions to shape our LCAP. We reject that framework. As the LCAP PAC, our duty to you, the trustees and the cabinet, is to articulate clearly what our students need to succeed. And from that, then you can prioritize your fiscal decisions, your negotiating strategy, your next legal move. But right now, we are tired of hearing that our recommendations that place students first are not feasible or cannot be included in the LCAP because of barriers. To reiterate, our current set of recommendations for board and staff for the development of the new 3-year plan are guided by 4 overarching priorities. 1, coherence, consistency, and accountability in high-quality educational programming and experience for all students. 2, equitable opportunities, experiences, resources, and outcomes. 3, disruption of the status quo. Act on opportunities for radical change to programs and practices. And 4, implementation of a fully robust, multi-tiered system of supports for all students. We will be providing a written presentation for you to elaborate on these high-level recommendations. And please accept, this is not a tone-deaf recommendation. We believe that the way you can reverse the structural deficit is to make decisions that benefit students that will realize a return on investment, not chopping or cutting those schools or programs where teachers are able to make the greatest impact for our struggling scholars. We ask you as leaders to dive into the student enrollment, participation, and achievement data along with us to make those courageous decisions which invest first in our students and to act now to improve the outcomes of our low-income and English learners, our homeless and foster youth, and our students with disabilities. Thank you very much for your engagement.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that in the communications section, there are a few comments, public comments on item 10.4.
Thank you. Do we have any other reports from our district advisory committees?
With your permission, I would throw in a couple sentences on behalf of the SAC.
Absolutely.
Yeah, sure. So thank you, President Ryan. The Student Advisory Council has been working very hard in an unprecedented year to advance the voices of students within this district. A big part of that, as you all know, is the newsletter. Along with working on a newsletter that's been working on teacher recognition, mental health, the current events, cultural and religious holidays, we are planning on rolling out a project that'll draw student work, whether that's in the form of writing, art, other creative expressions, to collect some optimism in this moment of darkness. And so we're working on that in the next coming months. We also wanted to thank Member Garcia for reaching out to not only me, but a couple of SAC members to work on our listening session next week. And we're excited for that. And that's all.
Thank you, Board Member Shake.
President Ryan?
Yes.
Extend the board meeting to 11:30?
Second.
No, I think, wasn't the last amendment to 11:30?
So we're going to go ahead and extend the board meeting till 12. Do we have a motion and a second?
I'll move it.
And I'll second.
All those in favor? Aye, reluctantly. Okay. And we have no other organizational reports from the district advisory committees?
No, that was the last community report.
Thank you. And item 10.3, the superintendent's report.
Thank you very much, President Ryan. Obviously today and this evening has been a long night, and most of it has been focused on the many challenges that we face. But I do want to just say that while we face a lot of challenges, I want to point out that there is hope and that we're doing everything we can to make progress. But we also should find ways to celebrate things here at Sac City. And I want to mention and remind everyone that about a month ago, we hosted a very small flag raising ceremony for our central kitchen, an effort that I know has been very important to many of you, and some of you on the board were instrumental in making sure that that investment was made. And I'm going to ask Mr. Flores to very quickly put up a picture again, just as something to celebrate as a district and as a board. Today, staff temporarily installed a plaque at that location just to commemorate the completion of this groundbreaking state-of-the-art facility. And I can't tell you how excited we will be when we can host tours for our community, because in large part, it was designed so that our community can enjoy that particular facility. You as a board have done so much work to get us to where we are today. And I know that I can speak for Diana Flores and her entire team, who must be smiling today as a result of this temporary plaque. I also want to just say that as we continue to tackle issues related to our budget, we are also, as you heard from Ms. Ramos, suffering other setbacks related to enrollment and a reduction of families eligible for free and reduced lunch. We know that that's not the case, but we have to be able to access information to demonstrate that we do serve students that require additional supports. You learned that we are doing everything that we can to make sure that we can reverse this potential threat in the form of a decline of families returning these important applications. This week, I spoke with Capital Public Radio to discuss the impact of declining enrollment, which is particularly startling looking at our kindergarten enrollment, a potential decrease of about 600 students. Just a reminder to our community, every drop of about 100 students equals about $1 million that we wouldn't have to serve our students and their families. And of course, I worry about our students' academic success and the implications that this would have if we're not able to reverse this trend. We, of course, know that the loss of funding in general can have a cyclical impact on all districts, but ours in particular. So we've got to work together to make sure that we can reverse that by December 31st. We're addressing this issue through a variety of other avenues. We're advocating at the Capitol for a solution that averts this loss in supplemental and concentration grant revenues. We've been advocating to enable districts to use their UPP counts, their unduplicated pupil percentage counts from 1920, so that we have a hold harmless for UPP similar to what the state granted for our average daily attendance, and that hold harmless policy that the state instituted as well. We've also have begun an aggressive outreach campaign, and I'll ask our community to give us some grace in the event that you receive repetitive messaging and emails and robocalls, social media reminders as well, almost anything that you can imagine to make sure that we can get some of those LCFF applications. I also want to take a moment to address our community after the news of our stay-at-home order, which takes effect in about 20 minutes or so, 25 minutes. I know that it is a difficult time for many of us, even without the COVID-19 pandemic and the circumstances that has brought to so many of our families. And we heard from some of our public commenters, Mr. Vasquez included earlier. I want to be sure that our families know that we're still here for them, that we are still providing the same level of services, albeit virtually and not in person in most cases, and that our student support and connect centers remain up and running, and our staff are doing a fantastic job. You heard from our counselors what they're doing right now virtually. Our social workers and other employees are doing the same level of quality work on behalf of our students and families. And finally, board members, before I close, I wanted to just make a quick but important announcement. I am extremely proud to announce that yesterday, our Chief Academic Officer, Christine Bieda, was honored by the National Center for Learning Disabilities as an everyday champion for her lifelong commitment to students with disabilities. This is a national award, and it's given to one administrator, one educator, and one parent each year, recognizing the work of individuals who have gone above and beyond for students during the COVID-19 pandemic. I cannot say enough how proud we are of Ms. Beta and how honored we are that she is part of our team at Sac City Unified. Congratulations, Ms. Beta, on behalf of all of us here at Sac City. And with that, I'll end my report. Back to you, President Ryan.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do, President Ryan. We have two live comments and 3 written comments. The first live comment is from Sarah Williams Kingsley.
Think we might have lost her.
Nope, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I think I actually put this comment in the wrong box. I wanted to put a comment under Board Chair Ryan's item. But I do want to congratulate Ms. Bieda on her award and thank her for her advocacy for our students. She has really changed the discussion and the focus of the whole community's work around students with disabilities in her time as our chief academic officer. And we wouldn't have made a lot of the progress that we've made without her efforts. So thank you.
Thank you. Our other live comment is from Rich Vasquez.
Hello. Yeah, I put it under the outgoing for President Ryan, but I guess it got put in here. But again, thank you for allowing me to speak. I wanted to thank President Ryan and Trustee Minnick for all the, the communications that they had with me, for empowering me, for, showing concern to my words. I mean, most people don't do that in this district. They don't, like, I speak and they don't have nothing to say, and what's that? So again, I appreciate you guys, building communication, building relationships. Everything ain't all, perfect and everything, and it's a lot of hard work to do. I'm not saying, you guys got a lot of work to do. Again, I'm not against teachers. I'm not against administration. I'm not against no one. I'm here for my kids. I'm telling you my experience. These teachers eating up my comments, saying this and that. Well, this is my experience, right? So again, thank you, Trustee Minnick, Board President Ryan. You guys always, you don't deny my experience and you say we need to get better. So again, everything hasn't been perfect, but that's what parents need at the least, to know that our voices are heard and your concerns are heard. So again, I look forward to the new trustees who's going to build a relationship with me, because Minnick and Ryan are the ones that have relationships with me and no one else. So I'm challenging the new board members. Like, you ain't going to get a bunch of poor parents up here speaking their experiences. So again, please reach out to me. Let's go. Let's get to work. I'm busting my butt at Hiram Johnson. I need help too. So quit it. I've been up here talking about the school improvement grant. Everyone's ignoring me. Again, thank you. Let's look forward and see what we can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez.
Go ahead, Ann.
I was just going to read the 3 written comments. And the first is from...
And they are for item 10.3, the superintendent's report. Just want to make sure, since...
No, for 10.4. Did you want to give your report and then speak? And then I'll read them.
No, that's fine. I haven't had a chance to give my report, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. Thank you so much, Ann. This is, as you know, my last meeting as board president, but also this represents the culmination of my time on the Sac City Unified Board of Education. And I really want to just begin by thanking our incredibly hardworking team, the staff at the Cerna Center, the amazing teachers who reach out to me on a regular basis. In fact, tonight while I was here, I was getting some lovely and encouraging messages. The plant managers, the custodians who I've had a chance to shadow and get to know over the years. If you had told me how difficult this work would be when I assumed the role of a board member, I wouldn't have believed you. I joined the board because I was outraged by the unacceptably low rates of student achievement. I was outraged by the fact that Black and Latinx students would not succeed at the rates that their white peers would. And I thought that with dedication, commitment, passion, and a connection to those communities that so often feel unheard, that I could be the unit of change. What I learned quite quickly in this very complex system is that we must all work together if we are going to upend systemic inequities. But what I also learned is that we at Sac City have accepted for far too long a culture that has not prioritized our students above all else. And that was a very hard reality for me to come to grips with. After sitting for a year on a restorative justice collaborative, I was appalled to find that our previous superintendent would sign an MOU in the cloak of night to do away with instituting restorative practices on our campuses, and to only require restorative practices by a vote where a majority of educators at the school site chose to embrace that reform. Why does that matter? Because yesterday, Luke Woods released his second in his series on the capital of suspensions, and once again found that Sac City Unified is ground zero for racism and racial unrest, and it manifests in the classroom, beginning in the elementary grades, with our K through third students being suspended and expelled at 10 times the rates of their white peers, one of the worst in the state of California. And what I found, much to my dismay, is that as a board member, I could have an anti-racist agenda, and I could push for the policies and practices meant to ensure that marginalized students weren't left behind. But those moral imperatives were negotiated rather than embraced by virtue of serving the students that each and every one of us is charged with protecting. What I have found in my time on the board is that rather than act as a culture where we acknowledge that we are all part of the same team, and if any one unit fails, we all fail, and ultimately our children fail, what we've done is we have delighted in a culture that roots for individuals to fall instead of offering a hand in ensuring that together we move forward so that our students can succeed. I think that it is very telling that new board members will often comment that they are appalled by the level of toxicity, the language that mirrors Trumpian language that is so unkind, so vitriolic, so deeply personal, and so counter to everything our wonderful educators teach our children they should be and aspire to do in the classroom and beyond. But after a few months as board members, we become conditioned to accept that the abuse is just part of the Sacramento City culture, that being torn down and being able to maintain an iron backbone is necessary if you are to survive. And so what happens is we become more fractioned, we become less committed to focusing on students as our North Star, because every time we take a tough stance, every time we speak out against inequities, every time we argue that moral imperatives should not be negotiated, we become targets. We become further divided, and we become less likely to achieve an agenda that finally ensures that each and every one of our students reaches their full potential. I challenge our board members, I challenge our amazing mom squad and parents like Rich Vasquez that are doing the work every day, Renee Webster Hawkins, Sarah Williams Kingsley, and so many others, to continue to make their voices heard, because they will be the unit of change. They will be the individuals who can finally, because of the relationships they have with teachers in the classrooms, with principals, and with the community at large, demand the types of changes that will ensure that my children that their children, that all children, in particular, the Black and Brown students that we have accepted failure for decades, finally break through. And I will say that while I am incredibly sad to say goodbye to each and every one of you, I don't want you to lose heart, because just because I was unable to pierce through this culture, just because I was unable to repair broken relationships in a system that has failed our students for far too long, doesn't mean that you, Superintendent Aguilar, that you, Board Member Morawski, that you, Student Board Member Shake, that our parent advocates, that are amazing and caring teachers, that the janitors who serve as student supports and build relationships with our children can't be that unit of change. Once you give up, once you lose hope, all is lost. And our children have lost leaders who have been afraid of the political repercussions of their words, of their courage, of their action, of their willing to call out the systemic inequities and break through to the root causes for far too long. I want to be able to look back at this board and this district years from now and say, yes, I was unable to continue on, but it was the beginning of a movement where parents united, board members were more courageous than ever before. And we finally did what we knew should have been done for 30 years, which is focusing on students above all else, irrespective of the personal cost. And so I want to thank you again for putting the time and energy into the district, and for all of you who know that you could be many other places, but you choose to give your time to Sac City Unified, because our 40,000 children are counting on you to make them your North Star. Do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, we do. We have three public comments. The first is from Alina Cervantes with Simon. She says, I'm combining my time with my partner. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Aguilar. I want to publicly thank you, Board Member Minnick, for your service to our children. You have always kept children front and center in all your decision making, even when it was not popular to do so. In 2018, you requested the formation of the SUSD African American Achievement Task Force, a committee of community members, parents, and staff focused on identifying the disparities for African American students. They developed recommendations for implementation in the district in real time. SUSD has already put into place several recommendations, including publishing and announcing student suspension data at board meetings, and restructuring our contract with law enforcement to no longer provide school resource officers stationed on campus. I thank you for your service on behalf of our children, and I am confident that your successor, Jamie Villa, will continue to put our children first. Board President Ryan, you have been a transformative leader, unfortunately hamstrung by people who want to put adult wants above children's needs. Your equity-focused accomplishments are too many to count, so I want to take this time to publicly say you did not deserve the hateful treatment you received. I know you already know you did not deserve to be bullied and harassed, but it needs to be said. People who publicly rally behind social workers and anti-bullying efforts for our district, yet behind closed doors are out here bullying teachers, parents, and board members when they don't even have kids in this district, are the worst kind of hypocrites. Your family and children were publicly disparaged. Your constituents were being sent dozens of mailers full of flat-out lies about you. It is sad we live in a political climate where facts don't matter and powerful conspiracy theorists have people convinced that there is no budget crisis. Sadly, they will be hit with reality very soon. Now you turn the page. I have faith that you will continue to serve our most vulnerable students in whatever you do. We were lucky to have you. You were overqualified for this job, and I know you will continue to put children first in all of your endeavors. Thank you for your courage to walk out on the skinny branch and your service to our children. And the next comment is from Allison French Tubo and says, thank you to outgoing board members Michael Minnick, May Vang, and Jesse Ryan. Jesse Ryan, thank you for your leadership. You have always focused on equity for the kids and listening to all stakeholders. Your example has engaged and empowered parents and community members who will keep attending board meetings, expecting the focus on equity and listening to continue under the new board president. And the last comment is from Alma Lopez. Good evening, superintendent and board members. I want to thank the outgoing board members for their service and share my appreciation for board member May Vang for her courageous leadership. Board member Vang, thank you for being student and community centered, for being so vocal and naming the structural issues that disproportionately impact students of color. You have been a champion on, quote, reimagining school safety, unquote, to protect students of color from the disproportionate impact of the school to prison pipeline. Board Member Garcia, we know you are not an outgoing member and also appreciate that your words align with your actions. We look forward to welcoming the incoming board members and invite them to step into their leadership as authentic, bold, and courageous leaders. That's what our students' families need. That's
Thank
the
you,
final
Anne.
comment.
And I think we have one last live comment.
Good evening, board and superintendent. This is Sarah Williams Kingsley again, and I wanted to take this time to thank board chair Ryan for her service and for her partnership. I met her at the Capital Suspensions Town Hall several years ago, and we built a relationship that has turned into a real friendship, knowing that she's there to support my student and all students as they try and find their space in SUSD, especially when they're it's against all odds being a student with a disability or being a student who's not in their home school or any of the other things that our students are facing. Board President Ryan was always willing to help find solutions. When the pandemic closed our schools, she stepped up and negotiated a contract so our kids could get Wi-Fi at home, and she has really pushed to bring equity to our district and end the practices of disproportionate outcomes and disproportionate offerings for our students. And I'm really grateful for your leadership, and will miss your presence on the board. And board member Minnick, I'm really sad to see you go. You've really cut to the chase in so many situations when the conversation sort of gets off track and moves away from what our kids need and brings us back to where the conversation is student-centered. And I really appreciate that. So thank you both for your service.
Thank you, Ms. Kingsley. Item 10.5, our student board member report.
President Ryan?
Yes.
President Ryan, if I could just interject, I know that this is very awkward given the Zoom virtual setting that we're in, but as part of the item of 10.4 and recognizing our outgoing board members, normally we would provide you with a memento from all of us here at Sac City Unified. So if I can do that virtually and then have anyone else comment as they would like to. We do have our beautiful Apple recognition for each of you. And just want to present each of you virtually with one of with your Apple, but I'll hold one. Member Vang, we will have this ready for you to pick up. You can see that Member Minnick must have picked his up, and he can see that we did so very safely. And so please let us know when you can stop by to pick up your Apple. Thank you for your service to our students in Sac City Unified. I've been in space with you over the past week where I've heard you talk to some of our management staff, to our principals, and I've said that I look forward to hopefully continuing our partnership as you start your tenure as a city council member. Hope that you will talk at great lengths about our challenges as you understand them much more clearly now, and ways in which we can leverage additional resources, human and capital, to serve our students in Sac City Unified. I know that you'll share in that commitment with our students in Elk Grove as well and in Sac City, and look forward to those partnership opportunities. Member Minnick, I guess you can hold yours as well. It's a heavy little thing here, but I also have been in space with you and was struck again today by a few of the public commenters who just call you Minnick. If I had thought about it, I would have just had the Apple just say Minnick as one word. But thank you as well for your service, Member Minnick. I've said several times, so you've heard me. Thank you for your ability to just balance your role both as a board member and as an advocate as well. I know that you have very close relationships, as do all of our board members, with each of your schools. But I often found that you had an amazing ability to be respectful of our governance philosophies and principles, while still understanding what the needs at each of your schools were. So thank you very much, Member Minnick. And Member Ryan, President Ryan, there's an apple here as well waiting for you. In addition, our staff and our board, as is tradition, would like to present you with a plaque of your tenure as board president with your very own gavel. And again, we will be holding it for you here safely. I just wanted to mention that as board president, what I found very admirable of you, and it made it, I think, very appropriate for us to focus on issues of governance and advocacy to actualize an equity agenda, is that you very quickly were able to transfer your commitment as a representative of your trustee area into one that extended to the entire district, which I think is the only way that one should serve as board president, to have the ability to not just serve your own trustee area, but the entire school district. So thank you for your years of service, for the stability you brought in that position, which I think is foundational to transform any urban school district here in the state and nationally. And that's been something that's been researched and found very clearly. So to all of you, I know that our paths will stay connected in whatever you do. I don't mean that just professionally and personally, but in terms of the way that your work is going to continue to benefit our students in Sac City Unified. So again, thank you, we salute you, and we honor you, and wish you the very best.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. So we are moving on to the next item, the student board member.
President Ryan, I think a few of us would like to say something as well.
Oh, sorry. I will go back to gallery view. Whose hand was up first?
I think I had my hand up first. I saw Member Morowski, and I don't recall who else I saw.
Board Member Pritchett.
Thank you. So this is always a very hard time of our time on the board. And I just want to tell you that thank you from the bottom of my heart for your courageous commitment to our students in our district. You've all made a huge impact to what we do at Sac City, and I've learned so much from each of you. I always say that we're like a huge family. We're all brothers and sisters. And sometimes we don't always agree on the same things. You could see that by tonight. But we pick up ourselves up, we dust off, and we continue working together, collaboratively. Kind of can't talk at midnight apparently, and trying not to cry. But I just want you to know that how much all of your work has meant to me and to our communities, and that none of that work will be forgotten. And I just want to say that this is not goodbye. This is a see you later, and we're going to find ways to re-engage you. I hope you know that. So I just want to say thank you to each of you for all of your hard work.
Thank you, Board Member Pritchett. Board Member Morowski.
Sorry, Member Morosky, before you start, can we please extend the meeting to 10 minutes? I'll move to extend till 12:10.
And once again, I'll second.
Aye. So I'll be quick. I know it's late. I just wanted to really deeply appreciate my colleagues, my outgoing colleagues, and this is a sad sad evening for me. Member Minnick, I just appreciate you as a reluctant politician, the most reluctant of politicians, and just the amount you care deeply about kids and youth, and it's just your whole being, and I've always appreciated that, and I appreciate you getting me engaged in this work. I do. Member Vang, I love your heart. I love your hustle. I look forward to partnering with you on the city council. I appreciated, your focus on youth, even as you're picking your team, and I know that will continue. So I think that's just so powerful, and I wish you all the best. Just bringing your voice and your values to the council, and I know you will be very successful and not far away. President Ryan, I am sad to lose you on this board. It's more a loss, not to you, I think, but it's a loss to our community, because your work has been so impactful. I've heard President Obama say, it's like when you get elected to somewhere, you're not reinventing it. You're just picking up the kind of relay baton and running it down, and you're passing it on. And there's only so much you can move in that period of time, and it's a team effort. But your work has been incredibly impactful. I don't think we would be anywhere near have made as much progress as we have, and there's still a lot to go. And I'm sad you will not be here on this board for that. You're capable, you're honest, you're articulate, you're a champion for equity, and so many more things. And I from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Member Morosky. Member Wu.
So, Member Vang, I will see you around City Hall. You are truly an inspiration. Short term as you have been, it is really fun to work with you. Member, who am I missing? Oh, Member Minnick. You're a short-term politician. I really, though, have to. I remember meeting you the first time at your house. You were such a funny person, and I didn't think you were too serious, but you know what? You really dug in there, and I have to hand it to you for doing that. And then Jesse, it is so sad to see you leave. You didn't deserve the treatment that you got during your campaign, but I truly will see you around, because I know that you're going to be a force to be reckoned with. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Member Wu. Member Garcia.
Last but not least, I kept freezing there for a while. So I just wanted to thank every single one of you. I've learned a lot from every one of you. Board Member Minnick, I learned that you can be very serious at times, but you also have this great balance of humor, and you really reduce the tension in a room when we're having very difficult, board discussions, and it's very late. So thank you for always sort of bringing in that levity to very difficult situations. Board Member Ryan, I wanted to thank you, or President Ryan, I wanted to thank you for really, I think, transforming this district and in a way that really focuses on equity issues. So I know it's been a lot of probably very hard work that hadn't happened in such a focused way before, and I think you did that. So I wanted to thank you and recognize you for that hard work, because I know it wasn't easy. And Board Member Vang, you are my soul sister. I've told you this before. I don't know if it's because we're the eldest of very big families. I'm the eldest of 8. You're the eldest of 16. But I have so much fun working with you. You always bring so much passion, so much energy, and as Board Member Morawski said, so much heart and hustle. So that is very inspiring. So I just want to thank you for all that, just for that opportunity. And I look forward to working with you as a council member. You already know that. You already know what my interests are in terms of further partnering with the city. So I look forward to continuing that relationship with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Garcia. So we are moving on to our student board member report. Board Member Shea.
Wait,
raising his hand
still?
Wait, aren't you? You're next. So we have board member reports right after this.
Okay.
I'm gonna go further than 12:10, so I'm just gonna motion to extend until 12:15. Okay.
Second.
Aye. Okay, so if I was going to spend my entire report this evening sharing what I've heard from students this week, it would sound pretty much like a gloomy, sort of overplayed sequel of what I talked about last month. So I'm going to switch it up. I'm not going to be talking about all the Disney news or the surprise Taylor Swift album that came out this evening, even though I'm sure many of my fellow students are super excited about those things. I'm going to talk about Twitter. Specifically, a night on Twitter, April 16, 2019. I was an insignificant high school sophomore. I quote tweeted a certain person who I saw as something of a local figure who was supporting West Campus students presenting at a city council meeting. And I disagreed with the policy, so I said something to that effect. And the original tweeter replied to me. And I was surprised because, as I said then, Twitter is usually shouting into a void without any chance of interaction. But that person, member Michael Minnick, engaged me in a lengthy conversation. Eventually, this became an invite to talk on the radio show that I was doing at the time, where I learned more about the district in an hour than I ever thought I would in my lifetime. Member Minnick listened to what a student had to say, and he's always held firm to that ideal of student voice. As students in this district, we've long seen him as an ally among elected officials. So on behalf of the Student Advisory Council this year and the members for the past 3 years, my predecessors as student board member, Rachel, Olivia, Sarah, and on behalf of the Met community, where we've seen him as a parent and community member, we sincerely thank him for his 4 years of service, guidance, and friendship. Piggybacking off of Member Minnick's commitment to student voice, I think everyone in this district could benefit from taking our voices a little more seriously. I commend the teachers, administrators, my fellow members of the board for doing so where we have. But I urge us all to do better. Someone who has done an incredible job also is President Ryan. She's consistently done so, including the number of times where I, as a junior intern at the California State Library, would stop and take a lunch break at Starbucks, and I bumped into her numerous times, and each time I was treated with incredible respect, and we had great conversations. During board meetings, she's always listened to my voice and encouraged that I speak up in these very intimidating conversations for a high school senior. We haven't gotten to say Madam President as a country yet, but we have as a school district. And she's truly been a role model. And there's a reason I only endorsed one candidate this election. Member Vang is now my city councilwoman-elect, and I'm incredibly excited to see what she does. As the eldest child in my own family, I'm incredibly excited to have someone similar to me in that. And also on the thread of student voice, she's hired one of my student advisory council colleagues as a youth engagement coordinator for her city council team. And that's worth applauding. So as we bid farewell to our 3 outgoing board members, I just want to underline this message as I thank them for the efforts. Let's listen to students. Being online, students are hopelessly uncertain about how their finals will be occurring. I heard this over and over again. And without that guidance, it's difficult to prepare. They're also struggling to see that some teachers continue to treat learning as if it can be done exactly the same as before. Everyone knows that's not true. It's ridiculous to think that it would be. Similarly, I think we've seen a resurgence in busy work. Sorry, I'm getting a from somebody. Superintendent Aguilar. I'm getting, my apologies. Anyways, there are teachers holding 5-minute Zooms. There's a lot that's falling apart, but I feel like holding true to the values that our 3 board members have championed so strongly, there's light at the end of the tunnel. So I just wanted to thank them again.
Thank you so much, Board Member Shake. And we are so excited to see where you go in life. You're not going to be able to get rid of us. So our next item is board member reports. Do we have any board members with anything else that they would like to share? Board Member Minnick.
There it is. All right. I got to pull myself together after Member Shake's comments there. All right. So I have a few things I just want to say in kind of wrapping up my time here on the board. You know, back, I think it was 2006 or somewhere around there, we in this community voted to divide up the school board representative by geographic areas. I had lived here about 6 years at the time. I knew that I wanted to represent the community that I live in on the school board. It wasn't for another 10 years or so that it felt like it was the right time, but I will tell you, like, I have never once regretted that decision to play this role. I've been fortunate to serve with some great folks. And like I heard some other people say, you know, I've learned, you know, from all of you. I've learned, you know, different things from each of you. I've also learned a lot about myself from my experience with all of you. That's all the current board members that I've really appreciated. That's past trustees, Ellen Cochran and Jay Hansen, who were here when I started. And, you know, I've really appreciated the opportunity to learn from all of you. But I've been really continually inspired by our student board members who consistently raise us up and remind us the reasons why we're here. It's not a shock that anyone would feel that way about Issa Sheikh after what we've heard this evening. You know, before him, Olivia Ang Olson, Rachel Hulbo, Sarah Nguyen, and when I first started, Natalie Rosas, who was, as far as I know, the first student to ever participate in the hiring of a superintendent, and did it with such professionalism and class, and her vote mattered as much as any of ours in that process of hiring our superintendent, which gets me to another thing that I have never regretted, and that is our hiring of Superintendent Aguilar. You know, thanks to your, you know, for all of your efforts, most of which are unseen and you don't talk about them and you don't tell people just how much stuff you're doing. But know that I've noticed and I appreciate. And I just want to say that's another thing that I've never once in these 3.5 years questioned that decision this board made to hire you. I know that you were the, you know, right person for this gig and continue to be. All the staff, teachers, administrators, and support teams, I know you're doing awesome work all the time, but I think about it in terms of how you all have been supportive of me and the work we do, and been honest and open and told me when you didn't like things that we were doing or that I said. And people's honesty and because of their commitment to our kids has shown through. And then lastly, just thank you, Sacramento, and especially the folks in Area 4 for trusting me with these decisions that impact our kids. I don't really trust anybody with decisions that impact my kids. So the fact that I was given this opportunity to serve the young people in our community has been awesome for me. So I just wanted to say thank you. This was my final thank you speech here in this role as a board trustee. So thank you.
Beautiful, Michael. Any other final thoughts or comments? Board Member Fang?
Now I'll keep it short because it's 12:15 past midnight, which is actually about the same time when I left CERNA, or prepping to leave CERNA when I was a community organizer, and that it was a late vote regarding school closures. I think many of the folks know my story of how I actually began my journey, right, as a community organizer. And I just want to share that it's been an amazing 4 years, and to let folks know that I'm not going anywhere. I live in the heart of South Sacramento and Meadowview, and I'm still going to be here fighting for our students and our families. I want to take this opportunity to thank every single board member that I've served along with. I know that each and every one of us love and care deeply about this district and our students, but sometimes we might just have different strategies on how to get there. It's been an honor serving and fighting alongside each and every one of you. I also want to take this moment to thank Superintendent Aguilar and our incredible staff for the great work that they're doing on the ground every day. I think a board can set direction, but if you don't have folks on the ground executing, you can't, meet the needs of our students. Lastly, I want to just thank all of the amazing parents in South Sacramento, our students in Area 5 for being my eyes and ears on the ground and always holding me accountable. I also just, want to take this last moment to thank all of our incredible teachers that I've had the opportunity to learn from, not just as a school board member, but actually a student in this district, someone who went through Sac City Unified School District. I'm just incredibly grateful for the love, the sacrifice that our teachers provide each and every day for our students. And so I want to thank you because you are our frontline soldiers, and we can't meet the needs of our students without you. And so I want to thank you and actually dedicate this closing to all the teachers out there. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Board Member Vang. So we need to extend the board meeting to 12:20, and we can take a final vote on our last standing item for the evening. Do we have a motion and a second?
I'll move to extend to 12:20.
And I'll second it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So moving on to item 11, the consent agenda. Do we have a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda?
I'll move it.
Move.
Second. Vote?
Yes on all open session items.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Do we have any public comment?
Great question. Cecile hasn't been on the board meetings lately. I'm not sure. Do we have any public comment on this item, Anna?
No public comment on consent agenda, but we do have one live comment. Oh, we had a live comment from Sarah Williams Kingsley on 12.0, but it looks like she's not online any longer.
Okay. So 12.0, business and financial information reports, receive reports. We do not have any public commenters online. Item 13.0, future board meeting dates and location. Our next board meeting will be held on December 17th at 4:30 p.m. closed session, in which our new board members will be installed. With that, we have a motion to adjourn. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
That one of our outgoing board members should motion.
I would be happy to move to adjourn.
Do we have a second? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Perfect.
Thanks, everybody.
Good
Thank
night.
you.